I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, "Look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And first of all, may I pay my homage at Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse's feet, our spiritual teacher, the noble friend, for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind. It is because of his selfless service that we are able to discuss Dhamma with you in this Zoom platform. And this is not the only opportunity available for us. Actually, it is worth mentioning the Buddothpada main website, www.buddhothpada-com, where one has access to more than 10,000 sermons. Actually, these sermons are categorized according to the complexity, according to the themes. So anybody who wish to listen to true Dhamma, here's your opportunity. So on top of that, four 24-hour Zoom discussions are available. Buddothpada Pure TV, where sermons are done in English medium for the benefit of everyone who actually does not use Sinhala language, who does not have the ability to follow sermons in Sinhala. And if you are capable of understanding Sinhala, there are ample opportunities for you. So this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. Gautama Buddha, 2500 years ago, with utmost effort, with countless sacrifices, after completion of uh, perfections over numerous eons, revealed this truth to the world, the solution to the suffering, one and only solution to all suffering. That is to understand the real cause of suffering. The truth is that there is no external reality, neither a self. Finding the answer for the question, who am I, was the uh, biggest challenge people had. So many philosophers, even in the past, have looked for this truth, tried to find an answer to the question, who am I? Or what is death? Why do we die? What is this life? Do we really live such a life that we ignorantly believe as if being born on a particular day, then live for another 70, 80, or that depends the number of years, the lifespan, and then die. So what happens to so-called self after death? So these were all mystery. With actually there was an easy answer. You go to the God after death, or you go to the heaven. So they were just certain beliefs, but with the ultimate truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha, all doubts were cleared. The due to ignorance, how this power called self-perception telepathizes into a different system with another uh, another system of sensory faculties, and this goes on was revealed to the world. So that is why even after 2600 years, even today, uh, we pay our gratitude to Gautama Buddhacharya Mahanse. So as if a natural phenomenon, everything is subjected to change. So similarly, the true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana was distorted over the time, and penetrative insight, which is the only path to liberation, disappeared from the world. Buddhism became another, uh, not just another religion where people chanted and prayed and involved in concentration meditation for temporary uh, consolation or temporary uh, peace. So Lord Buddha's message was not that not about that temporary peace and calmness. It goes beyond that. It is the solution for all the suffering. He revealed the path to liberate from this terrifying cycle of life and death. So, having said that, let's explore further why have we got entangled in this web called life and living and self. What is this world that we experience? We can't say there is nothing external, although we know that it is the pure truth. How can we believe it at once? There is nothing outside. Then what about these entities, all these entities that we see, that we hear, that we smell, that we touch, that we taste, that we think? So that is the darkness, that is the blindness that we have been experiencing. So this light of Asia, now it is the wisdom of Asia, the reawakening, is for us to dispel this darkness. So let's explore how and why we feel as if we exist in an existing world. Yes, do we exist in an existing world? What Lord Buddha says is there was never ever anyone existing anywhere. All these projections or depictions, manifestations are just sparks only. So, in the previous sermon, we were discussing in detail about the nature of entities made up of four great elements: the solidity, temperature, and air, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. And actually, going beyond that, the exact truth of these material groups, Rupa Kalapa, or the eight pure elements, not just solidity, liquidity, temperature, and air, the color, smell, taste, and energy were also a part of that smallest segment ever created or ever was present, and as the basic element of all matter, all entities. So this Suddhashtaka, or the eight pure elements, were, according to Buddhist philosophy, uh, is the smallest segment that all entities are made up of. We may group these entities made up of eight pure elements as living, non-living, uh, or land, water, air. We may categorize them in any way we like, I mean, in the mundane world. However, whatever the entity, maybe a mother, father, mountain, river, ocean, toy, chair, tree, dog, cat, ground, sky, atmosphere, hemisphere, sun, moon, any entity, or the so-called self, you, whatever, I mean, the image that you believe to be of yours, all made up of eight pure elements. As mentioned in previous sermons, the ratio of these elements, four elements, may differ from entity to entity, but the fundamental composition, of course, is the eight pure elements. The with having said that, it's important to understand or recap that these eight pure elements or Suddhashtaka is not a permanent thing. I mean, it's a natural phenomenon that it fully, fully uh, disappears and arises. I mean, fully destroyed, then uh, regenerates or reappears or recreates as a natural phenomenon in every 17 chittakshanas. These eight, these eight pure elements, although we call it as eight pure elements, it's just one unit, the smallest entity. It also uh, fully destroys or perishes, we can say, perishes every 17 chittakshanas and recreates as a natural phenomenon. So it is like sparking, sparking, appearing and disappearing, just like something sparking now. Um, so you can the bottom line is all projections, though we find in basically solid form, liquid form, airy form, whatever the form that we find, all are made up of eight pure elements, and all projections are just sparking, just like a bulb sparks when there is a power failure, electricity failure, or now those who involve in welding field, you know how things spark. So all entities are like that. They do not exist as full figures or complete existing permanent entities. They spark, but why can't we see that? Why can't we see with our sensory system that all these entities are just like uh, lightning in the sky? When lightning happens, we see how sparking happens in the sky. But why do we see these as continuously existing? If we can see all these people's so-called people, animals, trees, the ground, sky, sun, moon, all as just blinking or just sparking entities, how easy it would have been for us. So we would definitely get rid of this illusion of living in an existing world as the people who exist, because this destruction and recreation happens so fast, such a speedy process. 17 chitakshanas means split second. It's a small fraction of second which cannot be even calculated, or it cannot be detected at all by human system. So that is why Lord Buddha gave this beautiful example of the firing. When you spin a fire band so fast, one who doesn't have the ability to capture the real incident, real thing that happens, will see an existing firing. Or how do we see the flame of the lamp as if existing, although it is always a new drop of oil and new part of the wick that burns? So it's the same thing that happens. We cannot see that flickering or sparking nature of entities. So this basic understanding is really important uh, when we are in the path, and also to understand that there was never an existing self and existing entity. On top of that, on top of that, it is important to understand uh, how these formations. Now we Now we know the nature of all these formations or depictions or projections of the sensory faculties. But still, how and why they have become real for us? To understand that, it is really, really important to uh, realize the mind sensor, or actually the thought creation, or how these stimuli become real. Stimulus, stimuli, the plural. Stimulus or the thought is it is an ultimate creation of the sensory faculty or this human sensory system. We all are endowed with these six sensory faculties from the uh, so-called birth in the mundane world. When we accept that a child is born to the world, a healthy child was born to the world, from Dhamma perspective, what we know is another system consists of the six sensory faculties began to function. From the perspective, when somebody reveals of a birth of a child in the mundane world, what we know is another sensory system has started to function. So this sensory system consists of normally, that is why we identify living entities as species. Now, dogs, cats, lions, insects, or insects in the sense butterflies, bees, humans, their sensory systems are more or less the same. Human sensory system, despite minute differences, functions in the same way. Dog sensory system, there will be minute differences, but generally function in the same way. Cow system, again, there are a lot of common characteristics. So human system has certain similarities. That is why we call it a human system, because it's common to these Homo sapiens sapiens biologically. So we have this human system has a certain capacity to see, certain capacity to hear 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz sound vibrations. Then smell, certain capacity to smell. Taste, also certain capacity to taste. Bodily feeling, also a certain capacity to experience body sensations. So nose, smell, same. Ultimately, certain capacity for thoughts to arise. That is the mind sensor. So in Buddhist philosophy, going beyond the scientific analysis of human senses, we pay attention to the function of mind. Mind is nothing but the occurrence of thoughts. Occurrence of thoughts happens in two ways. So mind sensor functions in two ways. In the first place, it amalgamates the sensory inputs of the five sensory faculties. Let's understand it through an example, but still the first function is it amalgamates or it merges, it connects the sensory inputs of all sensory faculties: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, to create a thought. That is one function. The other function is, actually we ignorantly call it thinking. Now, the difference is when ear perceives some sound like dog, what happens? It creates all beautiful image made up of the sensory inputs of all sensory faculties. The moment the sound dog occurs in the ear, what happens is that image gets entangled with it. Or else, when the barking sound occurs in the ear, the barking sound occurs, and it is identified as the dog sound. When it becomes dog sound, when you assign that label, dog sound, to that sound perception occurred in the ear, all attributes of so-called dog, like sensory inputs of body sensation, like softness of the dog's coat, smell of the dog, taste. Nobody sensible would taste a dog, but still, as a kid, if you have just licked a dog, that taste even so complex, then the visual impact or visual inputs all merge to form the solid. Actually, it is not solid. It is just a mental construct. The dog sound only is a mental construct, thought, or we call it a stimulus perceived with the initiation of the ear sensor, ears, because the dog's barking occurred in the. But doesn't it give us the feeling of an existing dog? Or this barking, now that with the dog sound, that labeling, don't we feel that there is a dog out there, and this sound emerges from that particular dog and it reaches my ear? So that is the ignorance. That is what we should figure out. That is why we should analyze this thought creation to prevent this entanglement or to understand that external dog is a myth. It's a big illusion. It is, everything made up of those eight pure elements totally vanish in each 17 chittakshanas and recreates. And this goes on. So, for such a formation, we tie this label and creates an illusion of an existing dog. Actually, what we associate with is just a mental construct. But ignorantly, when that dog sound became real, with that some namdiya or excitation arises, it is again not something extraordinary, but it is actually the power generated through the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies. This is the beautiful truth Lord Buddha disclosed and re-emphasized in Majjhima Sutra. So, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse highlights this in most of his sermons. Majjhima Sutra is something that any practitioner should pay attention to and should study. That is where the secret of the self is mentioned or is revealed actually. This mystery. If there was never a self, why do we feel as if we are there? It is because of this power or this current or this charging of the thought or the thought power. How does it happen? This we should untangle with utmost care, with lot of patience. This should be understood through wisdom because, as I mentioned before, no human system or no any other sensory system can perceive vibrations. Now, if you use a phone, mobile phone, you definitely receive calls. You hear the ringing tone. But do you see those vibrations coming to your phone or connecting with your phone, the system of the phone? No, because it is far beyond the human sensory system. Lord Buddha, through the unique wisdom of Buddha, was able to see the truth. So he vividly explained how this sensory system functions. Actually, the seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling, thinking all happen as a result of interaction of vibrations or waves that interact. It is again a natural phenomenon. The waves of opposing charges, positive, negative, interact and they generate some power, some current. So when you hear the dog's sound, the vibrations of certain frequencies or waves of certain frequencies interact with the waves or vibrations of the eardrum to the level of that matching of vibrations or to the level of that interaction of vibration, the hearing happens. And it is not a single vibration, it is a series of vibrations, unending series of vibrations, because now we know the vibratory nature of those entities. In every 17 chittakshanas, it regenerates. So, similarly, the continuous flow of vibrations or waves go on generating power. We call it also the rising of five aggregates. Skandaya hata ganina, skandaya aggregates, that is the speedy occurrence of these vibrations. So this generates some power. With that, ignorantly, the feeling that something is there and this sound emerges from that happens or that arises. So when this notion of existing entity comes, the notion of self is inevitable due to the continuous flow of vibrations. Some sense of external entity existing, as if something is existing out there. Actually, it is in that case the human or the actually we are so desperate. This system cannot see the truth. But now Lord Buddha has shown how this magic is performed. Use lot of metaphors, that flame of the lamp and the firing, this continuous speedy flow of vibrations makes us feel as if something is out there. It can be a sound. A sound is there, or a certain visual formation is there. Some smell is there. Some uh, taste is there. We don't experience its vibratory nature or non-existent nature. We feel as if some taste is there, but it is just instantly occurring and ceasing vibrations. But due to that extreme speed of occurrence, we now just imagine something is in the mouth, maybe some piece of chicken, let's say. Now you bite it, it's another process, involuntary process, biting also. So the taste buds, taste receptors vibrate the tongue. So each time that interaction happens and the tasting arises. But ignorantly we feel as if piece of chicken is existing and this taste is also continuously existing as if as long as the piece of chicken is inside the mouth. We don't actually, we cannot figure it out that this tasting is also not continuous, it's just going and coming. Same smelling. Now some smell arises and you feel as if some source of smelling is out there because it's existing. That existing sensation arises because of the rapid speed of these vibrations. So this should be figured out through wisdom. There is no other way to understand this. So the danger is when we feel as if these sources of sensory inputs are existing, the notion of self also gets stronger. It's a feeling. It's a feeling that someone here is experiencing the visual formations. Oh, I see. Someone is experiencing the sounds. I hear. I smell. I taste. So this should be cleared. This should be clarified. The first round is actually with individual sensory faculties. Then, as I mentioned before, the mind sensor or mind consciousness merges all sensory inputs and makes it first with the complete thought being created by it. When the nose perceives the smell, the mind consciousness arises with the label jasmine. When the ear perceives the sound, mind consciousness arises with the label peacock sound. When the tongue perceives the taste, mind consciousness arises with the label chicken. When the body perceives a sensation, mind consciousness arises with the coldness of ice. So, when the mind consciousness accomplishes the thought, the power of the thought is very high because at individual sensory level, just some power was generated. Some power was generated because of the interaction of opposing vibrations or waves. Only original sensation of seeing was felt. Now, just imagine seeing happen, certain visual formation arose. Now we know how it happens because of the matching vibrations or matching waves. Now, a formation of a let's take a certain vehicle. Okay, the formation of certain visual formation arose, and mind consciousness completes it as car. When mind consciousness arises with the label car, I told you that it doesn't come with that label alone. With that label, all attributes, all sensory experiences, prior sensory experiences related to car perception. This car, the label also arises because of the previous exposure to this. It's so beautiful to understand. When certain visual formation arises as if a natural process in the eye sense, eye faculty. Now mind consciousness brings the name or the label. This naming happens because of the previous experience. Maybe when we don't want to say someone else, when you were 3 plus or 4 plus, when certain visual formation arose, somebody, an adult, introduced it as the car. Or maybe the teacher, preschool teacher, nursery teacher, introduced this name along with the picture. So Once introduced, it's forever. This is a very important uh, Dhamma point highlighted by Lord Buddha. Once introduced, it's forever. The metaphor is when ghee is made from milk, it is always ghee. No turning back, no reversal. Ghee cannot be converted to milk. Similarly, when the car concept was established with image and name, it is the car forever. When the flower concept is stabilized with picture and name, it is just the flower. So that is the car that arose now after 50 years. Now after 50 years, certain visual formation arose in the eye sensor. That car labeling, that labeling happened 50 years ago, but nothing happened. It doesn't go wrong at once. The label arises. And now be very careful. This label actually is this visual. Now just imagine the visual formation arose in the eye is also a reflection. There is nothing in that. It's just vibration. And this name is just a mental, just a concept. But in that, all attributes like hardness of the car, if you touched it once, the smell of the car, fuel or paint or whatever, taste of that paint if you licked it, all spark at once with the car name. Actually, mind consciousness is all these, nothing but all these sensory inputs coming together. All these sensory inputs means now the visual formation of the car rose in the eye. Then hardness of the car felt by the body. The smell of the car felt by the nose. Taste of the car if felt by the tongue once. And the sound car introduced by the teacher. And also sound of the car engine maybe. Car horn maybe. All spark at once and end up creating a real entity, real life feeling actually. This is a mental construct, just a thought, just a stimulus, not a solid thing, but due to this, due to the cleverness of the mind consciousness, the car rises as an existing entity and it is a collection of vibrations that generate power. So when what happens is when the mind consciousness arises with the car, if someone doesn't know this truth, we believe that there is a car, that it is the car in the garden, or it is the car parked somewhere. So that acceptance of the car is there. This acceptance itself is the acceptance of a non-existing self. which is the real danger. So that is why Aryan Mahanse emphatically says, Chaya is you. Chaya is nothing but you. That perception, that concept, once you accept it, it is the acceptance of the self also. So we cannot get rid of self-view if we believe in these mental constructs as if real entities. So every day we repeat this beautiful truth revealed by Lord Buddha in Majjhima Sutra because that is where the secret of liberation lies. That is where the ultimate truth of all suffering lies. So this is kind of demanding need to see through yourself. That's what we call Yata Bhuta Jnana, seeing how we feel this existence, nature or notion of existence, how the duality arises. So let's be determined to realize it fully. Now it is being explained in numerous ways that would cater to different systems. So it is possible. Please listen to these sermons and be awakened to the truth. With that, I wind up the talk today, paying my gratitude to Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi for his selfless service to in help in the mankind in the sufferings. And with utmost gratitude to Gautama Buddhacharya Mahansi for revealing this truth to the world with numerous sacrifices. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්ස. May I pay homage at your feet? තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. All this time we have falsely believed that the self is existent. But now this wonderful story about the mind has come to surface, isn't it? The creation of mind is a very beautiful story. Is there actually something called mind? Normally, we don't even think whether we have a mind or not, isn't it? But actually, if we deeply analyze, there is no such thing as existing mind. But naturally, we think that things are existing. So I exist, but actually there is no existing mind, isn't it? But in the other way, it is also false to say it exists or does not exist. Because if we say it exists, then it exists. If we say it is not existing, then it implies it had existed. So likewise. So we have to know that mind is a creation. Mind is a creation then and there, moment to moment. So yeah, it appears moment to moment and disappears. So in other words, it's like a continuous flow of stimuli or flow of aramunu. So we have continuous flow of thoughts. So if we take an example, can we stop the blowing wind? So the wind blows, isn't it? And we can't even assign a beginning or end. It is a flow. Likewise, if we take a river, it is also a continuous flow. So the same way, the thoughts are flowing. So if we talk about mind is a flow of thoughts, which is similar to the wind or river. So there's nothing called mind. It is only a flow of thoughts, isn't it? But we take it as real. It is the false view or the ignorance. So Lord Buddha, 2500 years ago, he explained that there are natural phenomena in this world. So one is the 4 seasons, germination of seeds, law of action and effect, and the forming of the mind. So what are natural phenomena? Natural phenomena means no one is doing it. So the suffering creates because of these thoughts. We can't understand this truth. In other words, mind is a creation of the 5 senses. So here what we have to do is to realize one thought, the truth of one thought actually. So to do that, we have to explore how this mind is created. So every moment from one of the five senses, you get a stimuli or aramuna. So sometimes you are happy, sometimes you are sad. So the stimuli, it comes from the eye, either from the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or mind. So for example, this is just like 5 doors in a house, isn't it? Though we talk about the mind, there's nothing called mind. The mind is the stimulus which you get at that moment to moment. It comes and disappears in either of the senses. But we feel happy or sad according to that stimuli, isn't it? For example, imagine you have a gold necklace and you are so happy with it that you have gold, you give a value to it. But say next moment you find out that it is an artificial necklace. So what is your next thought? It is you feel sad. Likewise, this happiness, sadness oscillates to and fro. Not only that, so jealousy, hatred, ill will, also all of this happens automatically because one goes after that one thought. So if you take the same example of the necklace, say you went to a wedding and you see someone is wearing a gold necklace. You might even feel jealous or even sad, isn't it? Sad, that's because your necklace is an artificial one. But even the necklace, whether it is a gold or a fake or artificial, all these are thoughts. Even if we talk about jealousy, ill will, hatred, are also thoughts. So why should someone know about this mind creation? Lord Buddha has expressed the creation of the mind is more wonderful than the Chalana Chitra because it's very colorful and wonderful. So why is this mind creation is so important? This is important because once you see how it is created, actually you won't find a conventional death even or sammuti marana. Isn't that wonderful? As he said, this mind exists only this moment. Though we keep on thinking about the past, it also happens in this moment. And we have to know that this moment also is not true. So there is nothing, actually nothing in this moment, including me, my mind. It's the liberation from mind. So if there is no one outside, So if there is no one outside, there is no one to see either, isn't it? Because the outside is also none other than me. So each moment the mind arises and disappears. Ahutva sambhutan udvanam bhavisati. It happens either from eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, body sensor, or the mind sensor. So this works as a system. What we can do is only to understand this system. Also, we know that after attaining Buddhahood, Lord Buddha was questioned by Mara. Are you happy now? Are you sad now? So Lord Buddha replied, what did I lose? To be happy or to be sad? If I lost something, it is a thought. We are talking about this one thought. So to understand and analyze this, we should know how this one thought is created, isn't it? So Lord Buddha asked the monks, is the I permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, monks replied. Then Lord Buddha asked, if this is impermanent, is there a soul? The monks replied, no, Bhante. So to understand this creation of the mind, again we have to go back to the radiant mind, isn't it? So the radiant mind, it is untainted, no defilements. We all have seen newborn babies, isn't it? They look very peaceful. They smile very purely. They have a radiant mind, radiant smile. And cries when hungry, wet or warm. Or even if there is some pain. But as Aryan Mahansa explains, the radiant mind, he also has the gam, the Shastrava Swabhavya. In the baby, even though the senses are working, the mind is not yet created. So we say baby has a pure mind, isn't it? So imagine there is a big incident at home, a party, somebody died, or there was an accident, maybe the baby's mother is dying, but does the baby know it? He does not know about it. Say the parents are angry at each other, they are shouting at each other in front of a toddler and a child about 8 years old. So the 8-year-old child's mind is already created. She knows what's going on. Maybe she might not know why they are shouting at each other. But she feels something is wrong, isn't it? And she might cry, run away, close the door, or tell somebody. But imagine the toddler, the small baby. He's also there. But does he know what is going on? He does not know the words they are talking. And also he does not have any idea of whatever is going on. So he might be playing just in the side, smiling, must be playing with the toy. But in the same time, if there is a loud noise, he might even cry. He responds to the noises, the loud noises. So if you see in this example, the child who is about 8 years old and the toddler who is about 1 year old takes this incident differently, isn't it? The bigger child, so she was in the mind and thinking and suffering due to the thoughts, thinking what is going to happen. But the small child does not know what is even going on because the mind is not yet created. So this is the way how the mind works. As you can see in this incident, we suffer due to a thought, isn't it? The thoughts gives us suffering. Our mind actually is the illusion, the dream. Likewise, the mind, it can't be in one place. So what happens? It attaches to things, beautiful things, gets away from unhappy things. That is the nature of the mind. So always the mind wanders away. Sometimes we are happy, sometimes we are jealous, sometimes we are sad, sometimes we hate people or things. So all are the feelings of the mind, emotions actually. Say someone tells something bad about you, then what will happen? Then you get the feeling of hatred towards that person. So if the same person the next moment says something good about you, then you will be happy, isn't it? So if we think deeply, is that you who is happy? Is that you who was sad? Is there a me somewhere? So we have to find out, isn't it? What I actually wanted to highlight is that all the things like love, hate, jealousy, sadness, peacefulness, calmness, excitement, anxiety, fear, anger, all of this is in the mind. Everyone in their lifetimes has gone through this type of emotions, isn't it? But what is important? what is important is that emotions are also natural. It's happening naturally because this is a system. Nobody is doing that. It's a system functioning. So, fear, anger, sadness, or joy, all these things comes with the mind sensor, mostly with previous experiences, telepathizing. You must have heard things like somebody will say to another one, stop crying, you are oversensitive, calm down, you are too stubborn, oh, stop thinking about him. But is it possible to do that? Is it actually possible to do that forcefully? Imagine you lost someone very close to you. Someone might say, stop crying, life is like that. Can you stop crying? Can we actually suppress sadness? Maybe after some time we may suppress, avoid, or skip, or think about something else, or go on a trip, or do whatever to avoid this. But don't you think it's just like keeping a rubber ball underwater? So if you suppress things, what will happen later? You might go into anxiety, depression, stress, emotional instability, and so on, isn't it? In everyone's life, we have experiences like this. For example, I was so attached to my father. When my father died, I actually couldn't even look at the chair he sat. So when I look, just the tears comes rolling down. I can't stop it. Even I couldn't listen to a song, a sad song. I don't know, but the tears starts to come. So this was going on and on for a long time till I met Buddothpada sermons. So this is why I say the first sermon I listened to, හිත කියලා දෙයක් නැහැ. It was actually the turning point. I was actually suffering due to a thought. So to understand this, I have to go back to my the radiant mind days. So how did this father created? When I was a baby in the cot, did I even know about my father? No, I didn't. I even didn't know whether I was a girl or a boy. Because only the senses were working, but as the mind was not created. So I could not identify whether he is my father, isn't it? But the image was there. What happened when I grew up a bit older? So someone must have introduced him as my father. This is your father. Say Tata. So when repeatedly saying that, it becomes Tata. It becomes the father. It's actually a sound. So later, all the senses get together to make the father. When the sound father comes, I get the image of my father. So as Aryan once explains, the sound which comes through the baby's mouth is also natural phenomena. So likewise, all the objects are introduced with the sound and colors. So what we have to understand here is that even the radiant mind has some images. He can't place them or identify them because no names attached, no labels. So likewise, the father was created mainly from eyes, ears, nose and feel. So later the baby will even identify the sound of the father. And if someone says, your father is here, he will look up and smile. So we have these experiences, isn't it? Likewise, everything, mother, father, brother, sister, bottle, cup, everything is created in the same way. By the age of 3 to 5 years, which means the preschool age, the child is introduced to more sounds and colors, isn't it? Letters, shapes, colors, how to match colors for a shape, or how to match a word to a shape, and so on. It goes on and on. Actually, what is happening here is creating the world, creating his world actually. So in preschools they use various methods to create the child's mind. What is happening is more and more data will be added into the system. Also at this stage, the child develops language skills because the words are also introduced. And what happens? It makes his world more powerful. But what we have to understand is that all these inputs are from the 5 senses. So you must have noticed that some children, they have different abilities. Some children are good in remembering things. Some are capable of singing, dancing. Some children They like to be with animals, nature. Some like to read books, to be in silent. Some are talkative, independent. Some are demanding. Likewise, there are different type of children, different worlds. Even if we take a family, say one family has 5 children, they are different, isn't it? They have 5 different abilities. So, very rarely in one of these families, there could be one who likes to know what is this life? Why are we born? What is the purpose of life? Oh, what did Lord Buddha say actually? Is there a God somewhere? Is there a hell or heaven? If it is there, where are they? And so on and so on. Children usually question this, some children. Also, in our days, our parents used to say, do good deeds, then you can go to heaven. If you do bad deeds, you will obviously go to hell, which is down somewhere. So we did not do any bad deeds. But actually nowadays, children do not believe in these things, isn't it? Even my daughter, when she was small, when I said the same thing to her, she asked back, have you ever seen the God or the hell or the heaven? At that time, I actually didn't have an answer. So, if we take why children are different, it could be either from genes, because we know popular singers, children, or the grandchildren are also good singers. So it could be the environment. Maybe the child was raised in a musical environment, or a habit from a previous birth. So likewise, the interests and abilities are different. If we take children, every child has a unique ability. That means something that no one can do. But in whatever we say, we talk about the human mind. It is created by the inputs of the 5 senses only. So it creates the mind sensor. As we know now, it's created moment to moment. So various animals, if we take, various animals have various types of sensors. So if we talk about a cat, so its whiskers acts as a sensor. So it can detect vibrations. Some dolphins can detect electricity, it seems. So bats have radar system and so on. So if we take a worm, the earthworm, it has only the skin sensor. But he also can detect the coolness of the warmth, the hotness. So we have seen the worm, if he is kept in the sun, he goes into something cold. So this mind, if we talk about the mind, so mind is, so even the worm has the skin sensor, the existent feel it, so it does everything to be survived, for survival. So as we were talking about the mind, it gets attached or disattached. So it is the power. We get attached to our homes, our parents, our children, and our comfort zones. So what we have to know is, even the attachments, disattachments, or whatever the defilements, it is causing the bhava. So Lord Buddha has clearly emphasized that who worship him with offerings of flower are not true worshippers, but the ones who follow the practical path are the true followers. If we take all the sermons, all the 84,000 Dhamma sermons Lord Buddha has preached, there is one message given to the world. So what is it? It is to see the truth in one thought. Aramune Satya Dakim. Even whether it is the Four Noble Truths, the Four Foundations of Life, even the Noble Eightfold Path, everywhere the message is one. It is to see the truth in one stimuli. So this is the main topic in Buddothpada sermons as well. There are more than 10,000 sermons of Buddothpada. It's the same message given to the world. So if you are a true seeker of Dhamma, and actually if you really want to get rid of samsaric journey, get rid of suffering, then this is your chance. Regardless of your background, your occupation, your knowledge, you can attain Nibbana. You can attain Nibbana only by going through the practical path, which Lord Buddha has shown to the world and now revealed by our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Hansa. So it is time to think why Queen Mallika, who offered the most powerful alms to Lord Buddha, the Asidisi Mahadana, which means an exceptional alms giving, and also the Emperor Asoka, who built more than 84,000 temples. They were reborn, isn't it? And going in this samsaric journey. So why couldn't they get rid of it, the circle of samsara? They did all the alms while taking the outside world as real, isn't it? So what did they lack? They lacked the wisdom. the wisdom to know the truth. So, if you ask who is a true Buddhist, Lord Buddha said, see Dhamma and see me. So, a true Buddhist is the one who has get rid of this samsaric circle, or who has seen the Bhava Nirodha. He actually does not seek any continuous existence. So whoever takes the outside world as existing is not a real Buddhist. So now we know, if someone really wants to get rid of this circle of samsara, then one has to eradicate ignorance. One has to know the dependent origination Dhamma. When Siddhartha Tapasa became Buddha, he came to the 5 hermits and said, I am preaching your never heard before Dhamma. So it can't be the action and effect Dhamma, isn't it? It is the cause and effect Dhamma. It must mean sati idam hoti. It must mean asati idam nahoti. We also used to write cause and effect Dhamma in books in a straight line, isn't it? Or actually we read books about cause and effect Dhamma. We were very interested in knowing what is it. But we never knew the practical side of it. So now we know Dhamma is not in a book. And also Dhamma cannot be taken with knowledge. It is a very practical Dhamma which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world. So in 2500 years ago, when Lord Buddha sat under a tree and preached Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra, how beautiful it might have been, isn't it? And actually it was in the Tripitaka. But up to now, until our noble friend Buddothpada revealed this pure truth to the world, there was no one to get the message from the Tripitaka books. So what did Lord Buddha reveal to the world in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra? It is the proper practical path to Nibbana, Purvabhaga and Aparabhaga Pratipada. So in the primary stages, one should know the physiology or the true Dhamma part. So which means, what is the mind? How does it creates? How the senses creates the mind? And that creation is an illusion. So how to see the truth in this stimulus? What is Trividya? So the first one, the Pubbē Nivāsanussati, how the first thoughts are created. Chuttupapāta jnana, how the thought is created at this moment. And the Ashraksha jnana, when you know the truth, how the defilement starts to fade away. So this is a beautiful Dhamma. Once you see the truth of these thoughts. So when we talk about the practical part, in the practical part, the contemplation, the yoniso manasikara, is essential in the first stage of practice, because this is the crucial part. It is because who goes downstream or anusotya, that's the point to turn into the upstream, the patisotya. So for that we need lots of effort. This turnover takes time. For different people it takes time, and Lord Buddha has showed 4 types of people actually who can understand this Dhamma. Uggatitanna, Vipatitanna, Neya, Padaparam. So it all depends on how much effort one puts on this contemplation. So when one truly contemplates on it, that person becomes Dhamma itself. Actually, there are no 2 different entities, as Dhamma is there and I am here. Whatever you see, hear, smell, feel, taste or think, that is Dhamma itself. All are sense creations. Salayatana, loko. What we have to do is understand this stimulus, aramune satya dakima. So for that we have to understand these 5 senses, that it is a creation. So salayatana, nirodho, nibbano. So the contemplation, yoniso manasikara and yathabhuta jnana, seen through wisdom, will take you in this journey to Nibbana. So when you do this, you will see that there is nothing in any stimuli you get. So initially one should contemplate, which means savitakka. It is the initial application of the thought. So but when one matures in this path, it automatically turns into the avitakka, which means the contemplation occurs naturally. So here all the wrong visions, misconceptions, in other words, all the doubts gets removed slowly but steadily. It is actually a gradual process. So once you are stable in this path, there will no longer be any doubts. And the most important thing is that he will feel the defilements, the desires, ill will, hatred, delusions are getting more and more diminished. So how do you experience it practically? So likewise, when progressing in the path, one practically experiences the fire, the burning within is getting diminished. This can be done only with insight meditation, not with concentration meditation. So if we talk about a bit about concentration meditation, you have to sit and concentrate on breathing or concentrate on a thing, something like that. But insight meditation, once you practice in walking meditation, you can apply it to anywhere, anytime. But for this part, the true Dhamma part, the way how the mind is created, you have to be thorough with it. So then you know that whatever you do, there's nothing in a stimuli. Only if it becomes a thing to you, then only you have to contemplate on it. Contemplate on how this thought was created with colors and sounds. So once you see the truth of one thought, each and every thought is the same, which means all the thoughts are created in the same way. So obviously, if the thought becomes a thing, then there are you, the self, also created then and there. So actually it is very important to know how the self view is created. When we go back to the radiant mind again, we all know that the baby did not have any desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, or any defilements, isn't it? But when the self-view is created, which means the duality is created, and the outside world becomes real to him, mother, father, sister, brother, house, car, everything becomes real. The duality is created. But if we take a toddler, a baby, just started to crawl, he might fall off the stairs. He might even knock his head somewhere. He might be bitten by an insect. He might even fall into a bucket of water because he does not know. He does not know how to protect himself. He does not have any protective mechanisms, isn't it? But what happens when he grows up? He tries to protect himself because the self-view is there now. He will not only try to protect him, but he will try to protect the others around him, the loved ones. So likewise, when he grows up to an adult, he might do anything to protect him, anything. He even might kill someone. These things happen in day-to-day life, isn't it? Because the thoughts are real to him. Outside world is real to him. He will do whatever the mind would say, isn't it? So even if we take world wars around the world, these things also happens due to a thought in someone's mind. When the thought comes repeatedly, the power of the thought gets more and more. The thought gets more powerful. The self is very powerful. So the me, my, mine becomes, the concept becomes powerful. So what we have to know is that the self also a creation. It is not real. So Lord Buddha has preached a non-self Dhamma. So what we have to know is that even in this path, the self, the ego, can come out in very subtle ways. It could be happy, sad, jealous, joyful, and so on. So actually, it is the most difficult thing to find the self because it's always hidden. So Lord Buddha said, see within yourself, don't search outside. Which means, unless we find this self within, when it comes out, there's no progress in this path. So why is this never heard before Dhamma is important? So if someone wants to end this samsaric journey, then he has to see this cause and effect Dhamma. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Maharsa always says, be true to yourself. Find this self, the ego, me, when it comes out. It can actually come out in various ways. It might even come out as the good me. Now I am good. I don't have defilements, and so on. So that's when a noble friend helps you to find out the hidden self, ego. So sometimes people go to a very quiet place, but it is not the way, isn't it? In which situation you are in which country you are in, it's not essential. If you can identify the self, the place is actually immaterial, isn't it? So we are very grateful to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Maharsa for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. May I pay homage at your feet, Aryan Maharsa. Therwan Saranai everyone.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath. Wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night, dispelling ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion, opening all eyes. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpada, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpada, 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 awakening, awakening.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We are doing 24/7 Psalms Romans. And thank you, Aaron, also for your noble guidance. Actually, this was created by Aaron Hanse, where our effort is to actually talk about the no self anger. And if we are talking about no self anger, there are a few basic things we try to touch on every day, because I think it should be done, because if one is really interested in knowing this, they should understand the whole path at one go in the beginning, because otherwise you will tend to stagnate everywhere in the path. So if you can understand the whole thing, it is so good. So you know that understanding how a thought arises and what is this thought, and how we have the idea that I am here, the chair is there, is the thing that we are trying to understand. Lord Buddha's Dhamma is mainly about what the self view is, what the self perception is, what the self vibration is. Why we talk about in 3 different levels is for a reason, because it's levels of the same self thought. This self thought arises not by chance. I mean, it arises because of reasons. What is the reason? What is the cause for the self view? That's what we are investigating. What is the reason for this self view? What is the reason for the chair view or pineapple view? What is the reason for that? Why do we have the idea that pineapple is there and I'm here? Why? Why are we talking about the pineapple? Why are we talking about the self? Well, this is the thing. So, as human beings, we have so much thoughts. We have so much stimuli. At one time it is the war, one time it is the petrol, one time it is the car, one time it is the boss, one time it is the workplace, one time it is the house, one time it is going shopping, one time it is maybe your leg pain. Sometimes it may be your so-called fusion. So the stimuli keep changing, yeah? It's very easy to understand. It is your life. The life is actually changing of this, or manifesting these things. So the manifestation is happening. So why are we feeling that I am here? It's a feel as well as it's a view now. For a normal person, it is a view. Like after about 7 years, we can say it has really stabilized. For why it is this normal thing to do. Why is this happening? So as a baby, you didn't know anything about the chair, the pineapple, the petrol or nothing, right? You even started to get the stimuli mother after some time. So before that, what was there? What was there? Just felt. What did you feel? Something. What did you feel? Only after perception level you can get that it is the light, it is the sound, it is the temperature. This is hot. This is even to say this is hot, you have to have some kind of perception, isn't it? This is solid. You have to have some kind of perception. But what do you feel before that? Just a feel. And there's a difference in the feel. Yes, there's a difference in the feel. But can you explain that? No, not really. You taste sweet and you taste salt. If it is too much, the baby, just imagine the babies are not given salt. But I'm just trying to give an example. Just imagine it is very high dose of bit of a honey that is put in the tongue, bit of a salt in next time. How would babies react? There would be a reaction, 100%. Do they know what perception is that? Like, do they know anything about it? No. But they feel it. So it's a feel. And that feel, actually, if you go deeper, that's just the vibration of the tongue. In this sense, can you see this vibration, the feel, it is built in such a way. No one is doing this. No one is doing this. You have to get this properly. This vibration, the vibration with the power of self-vibration, this with the power is built in such a way that these sensory vibrations, it is manifesting when the sensory vibrations are there. No? I mean, if the sensory vibrations are there, only you can think about a self-vibration. Why? Then only it is manifesting, right? They are to synchronize to actually, they will synchronize. The eye vibration will synchronize. As soon as the eye vibration feels as something, this self-vibration is synchronized there, then and there. There's nothing about that. But then the self-vibration with that power is actually has the potential for to become a thing. This is so real. You have to get this in a non-self angle way, avinyanika eye, in the sense, how do I say that? Non-conscious angle. Can we say that? I don't know. I don't know whether there's a word even like that. Just it's not. If we look at it from a self angle, you can't really understand this. But just imagine there's vibration. And that vibration has this potential, because of the power, has this potential to mm, feel as a thing. Why? Because of the speed. Because of the speed of the sensory organs only, it has the potential to feel as a thing. But the whole thing has the potential for misunderstanding. Potential for misunderstanding. Yeah. Yeah. And the potential to become a new vibration also, it has the potential for becoming. As soon as there's sound wave and the light wave, sound vibration and the light vibration, when they occur together, why are they becoming a new vibration? This initial vibration, the self vibration, has this power and the potential for doing all this becoming. And what else? It has the potential to give the self idea. And what else? It has the potential for the that power has the potential for vibration and ignorance. We feed in the ignorance. That's the thing. It keep feeding the ignorance. And it has another potential, because it has a self vibration, the power. This has the potential for very slight, how do you say that? Excitation. Excitation is there. This excitation, or the potential for excitation is there. Do you get it? This potential for everything is there, not because there is someone. It has that potential, this vibration. If you really understand this, there's nothing you're doing. And even that potential becomes irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah, potential also becomes irrelevant. So just understand, you have little baby, didn't know anything about the self vibration, nothing. Didn't know anything about the mother, father, brother, sister, but doll, no, nothing. But the doll, now if it's a daughter or even a son, if there's a doll in the room, just imagine the baby didn't know anything. Baby was lying on the cot. There's a doll lying closer to that. Baby may touch on it, and there's a touch sensation. Sensation is there, right? There nothing else, just sensation is there. Why there is potential to feel a difference? That it is happening here. This is the thing you have to understand. There is a kind of a tendency to feel that it is happening here. And that gives actually that vibration a very unique feeling of self, but in a very subtle way. Now imagine there is some kind of a okay, what can we take it as? A flame. Just no, that is already taken by Lord Buddha. So if we talk about a small fire, where there's some, red things going around, doesn't it, doesn't that little bit ball of fire, when we are burning something, there's so many balls of fire going around. I'm not talking about the flame, there's so many little things. And that those little things, won't they become black after some time? Like that, those vibration, aren't they actually slowing down the vibrations? Likewise, imagine feeling. Just the feel. Just the feel. Just the feel means not know any perception in that level yet. When the mom cuddles the baby, baby feels. And that feels very reassuring for the baby, because baby was feeling this tightness in the womb also. Like, that's how they have the potential for this feel. And that feel, there is a potential for memory also, even in that feel. How does that happen? Because the vibrations can be similar. So just imagine mother, baby doesn't know mother yet. Baby was alone in the room for a moment. Mother went to the toilet. And baby started crying. And mother came. The baby can't see, but suddenly mother is touching the baby and rocking the baby. And that touch itself, even though there is no perception, doesn't it have like a similar vibration now? Yes, it's a similar vibration. They can tune into it very quickly. This is the usual vibration that they had, the kind of the feel that they had. So baby, when touched by the mother, kind of stops the crying, but touched by someone else may keep crying. Or just imagine, mother didn't touch, but mother got closer, and baby smells it. And baby smells mother. As soon as baby smells mother, she stops crying. The baby stops crying. Why? Because there is a similarity of the vibrations that they feel. Can you feel this vibratory level? The feel level. There's no one there. No one there. It's fast vibration of the sensory organ. Yes. But then with this self vibration, there's a potential, because due to the ignorance, we have misinterpreted now this whole touch vibration, smell vibration, taste vibration, hearing vibration, the eye vibration. It is there because the actual sensory functions are working. Yes, but when it is felt as a thing, as soon as you can't differentiate it, the self vibration is there. This self vibration, that power, has the potential to kind of give the feel that it's happening here. It has the potential for it has the potential for you to feel that it's happening here. That thing is due to this multiple potentials of this power. One is the entertainment factor. There's a potential for excitation. Excitation is really, you have to get this nicely. There's potential for excitation if the self vibration is a thing. There's a potential for becoming if it is a thing. There's a potential for in a way we call it like bhavasra, dittasra, the potential for becoming a thought, like a view. If you really get this in the field level, it's a win-win, because you know that even that field level, the whatever the self-vibration potentials are detected. And when they are detected, their power actually goes down, because anything in this path is to detect the pitfalls like that. This self-vibration, this power has the potential for you to misunderstand, potential for you to refeed the ignorance, potential for you to become the vibration, become the field, potential for liking it. And see, in the final end, when you call aruparaga, 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 that is enjoying or entertainment or excitation of this self-vibration. Kind of, I don't know whether we can call the enjoyment, entertainment, or enjoyment is like a very bad word. It gives like a very self-view kind of view. But actually in this non-form level, what the excitation level is, you know, why the mana uddacha avidya, why this vibration has become a thing? Because of these tendencies. Because of these tendencies. So if you can really get this right, you know, how can you understand this? Even the perception level, you have a craving for the perception level, right? In the feel level, what is the craving for? Your own vibration. This is, in a way, it is a craving for the sensory organ vibration, but actually it is misunderstood as already misunderstood as a self vibration. You know, there is a craving for that also. That's why even you know, when on if feel is vanishing, if feel is changing to another plane, that is a kind of a increase in power. Because of that, why a non-form Brahma will fall into the Nire? Can you explain that? How can non-form Brahma can fall into Nire? Because at the end, as soon as there's a vibration, when it is, because it didn't manifest all this time, asanya, it is asanya, I'm not talking about asanya. If we talk about the Vijnana type of level, it is mainly this vibration. So this vibratory nature, it's a feel. In that feel, also there is a craving to maintain that. if there's a if there's a if there's a break in that system, there's such a massive vibration, massive force. That's why it end up in midair. So this whole thing, the raga thing. What is raga? It says kama raga, rupa raga. How can you understand that? How can you say about the arupa raga? How can you say about rupa raga? I mean, we all know about the sensual world raga. What is that? Raga is, I don't know a good word for the raga in English, but we can say affinity. Kind of affinity, isn't it? Affinity, yeah. So the sensual world affinity, it's very easy. You have the affinity for what? The pineapple, right? It's very easy to understand. Don't know whether the words are real though. Like yeah, the word affinity is not that correct. I just googled it, but yeah, it's not that correct. It's raga means entertainment kind of thing. But we can call it affinity also. There's no problem with the word if you can really understand that how much affinity we have for the pineapple or the ice cream. So just take an example of ice cream. You like ice cream. See, you can like it or you can hate it. That's not the thing. Affinity is different to that. Like entertainment is different to that. Or the excitation is different to that. Excitation should be there for you to like the ice cream or the hate the ice cream. Yeah. Yeah. It has become a thing already. Yeah, if it has become a thing, raga is there. What does that mean? If it has become a thing, a view, if ice cream is there for you in the sensual part of it, of course, this the to like it or hate it, this, how can you say, bond is there. Raga, I'm sorry, raga is actually word of Pali which Lord Buddha used. But we can say anything which we can actually explain the bond between this bond of force, the power. Actually, yeah, the power. The power is massive when you directly like the ice cream and you're going to buy it. You're going to steal the ice cream from brother, or you're going to throw it away because you hate the other person eating half of it. Something like that. You can do anything, but the affinity towards the view or the force towards the view, towards the ice cream, that is the thing that is manifested in the sensual world. But in the perception level, it's not directly that we are trying to catch it or eat it or nothing. But this mind bubble actually has it has this difficulty in explaining this. So the form world is only the perception level, right? That's actually the beginning of the mind. That's actually the mind, like the iCloud. There's always this potential for all these perceptions to come true. but it is not as strong as that ice cream being outside and you are trying to chase the ice cream. That's a different, it's not felt as outside, but now this perception is still a thing. When it is a thing, still this force is there, the power is there. Whether you reject it or not, it doesn't matter. That affinity between this vibration and the vibration and another vibration is still there. But in non-form level, it is different. It is just entertainment of this vibration itself. Can you even feel it? Why it is there? Why do you enjoy the ego? Or why do you enjoy this restlessness? Why do you enjoy this alive feel? Okay. That's a better word. Why do you enjoy the alive feel? Mm. It's not craving. It's not craving. Word is also very too much there. But the bond is bond or the power or the power to maintain the life field, maintain the field basically. A life field, yeah, we can call it, but it's trying to maintain a field because there is affinity. There is like electricity, like two magnets, a force between two magnets. You can't see that, can you? But there is a force. That force is there here as well. When something is felt, that there's a life field, that is the field we have. There's a field we have, that self-vibration. There is a power that is trying to maintain that. Even if you are in asanya is where there is no whatever vibration. As if you are in a deep sleep, just imagine. There's no vibration. Even that, there's affinity for that level. That's why it is there like that, until the vibration manifests. That power can be 80 kalpas, that's a different thing. 80 kalpas, the vibration may not manifest. But as soon as vibration starts to manifest, this power becomes very massive. That's why that can end up in one would otherwise think, no? Okay, if it is a form, non-form Brahma, it should come to form Brahma and then slowly come to sensual world and then slowly go to hell. No, That's not the way. According to Lord Buddha, everyone ends up in Nirvana, mostly without this self view being understood. So how can one have arupa raga? Because there's no one there, it's a field. No, you have to become the field to get this, understand really. Why there is a tendency to tendency for affinity to feel, like entertain the feel. So basically you want to have the alive feel. Or even if it is non-alive feel, imagine someone in Nayana Sanya, Nasanya, Sukusukuma Satya Sanya, that's a Sanya also. That's another kind of a very that can last so much time, that's depicting the kalpas. So even in that, there is an affinity to maintain that. There's a power to maintain that. Why this is happening? This is what you are understanding. So there is tendency of this self-vibration, self-view, self-vibration, self-view, self-perception, self-vibration. In this vibration, if it is there, even if it is fast asleep, it means it's not manifesting yet. Still, when it is that power surfaces, in the sense you are awake again, kind of thing. This it's back in vengeance. It's highly active again. So I think we have to try and understand why these simple features are there in the vibration, self-vibration. Why there is affinity, why there is entertainment, why there is becoming effect, why there is why there is subtle things there. How one can have the Ditta Ashrava like that just due to this vibration. If you don't understand that, that's why you can't be satisfied without becoming the non-vibration. Non-vibration has no drama like this. Nothing. Non-vibration has no affinity for becoming, affinity for entertainment, affinity for ignorance, affinity for a view to be formed. No. So, what do you think about this? Can you look at this in an aviññānika aspect, non-self aspect, and understand this self-vibration? Understand the self-vibration in a non-self aspect. That's a difficult thing, isn't it? Yeah, but this non-self aspect is the most important aspect that we have missed. So this self-vibration, or this misunderstood the existence. As soon as the existence vibration is there, that the becoming thing, deyak wenawa, we call it in Sinhala, that it has become something, then that, when existence vibration is there, self vibration is there, right? We get that. Because as soon as there's something felt, the self vibration is automatically there. It's like synchronization. This is here, right? Existence vibration is here. That's the fast vibration of the sensory organ, actually the speed. That is what is you feeling. If that is there, because of the misunderstanding or because of the ignorance that it was felt as self, that's a different, very, very sad outcome because of the ignorance, right? Then when the ignorance is there, this vibration, self vibration, has the potential to form, to now it is like a self vibration means it's a wave now. It has the affinity to become a wave now. Perception level or the thought level. This one wave becoming the mind wave. Now, what is the reason for the mind wave? Is same vibration. So this arupa raga or this arupa is feel. Arupa or the non-form level is a feel. So what feel? Chair feel, doll feel, mother feel. It's not the actual touch sensation we are talking about. We are talking about the self vibration. Due to the misunderstanding that which has surfaced now. Self vibration, which actually gives the power, which actually had this for the zygote. The zygote has this power, and we telepathize into it all the time. So this small baby or the zygote level, the fetus, there is this power, because that power can't be understood now. To fully realize this Dhamma, you should get bigger and get all the problems with this affinity or the power, and then realize the levels of it. Now, small baby can't do anything about this power, but it has that power. So how are you going to understand about this power unless you become the field? Unless your perception level is not strong. So that's why this Dhamma actually exposes you to such a level that the sensual world anyway becomes unimportant. Outside is a perception only. And the perception is not true. What is left? Feel. What is left is direct feel. That vibration is felt as a vibration. That vibration is the self vibration until you realize that power is there because of the ignorance, that power is felt only when until you realize that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organs only. If you realize it, then this whole thing completely changes. It is not felt as a thing. So Aruparaga is always there. What is that? This power, the bond. Okay, I think the bond word works well for the raga. I don't know. Actually, I have to ask Saranwans for that. So this Aruparaga is the affinity for or craving or the power of the self vibration and the power to maintain that, or the bond between the self vibration and the no, it is very difficult actually. But anyway, this there is a like a very subtle way of entertaining this vibration. Very subtle thing. Can you even understand that? Because vibration is there. It's actually a potential. You can't even talk about anything there. But there's a potential because the ignorance is still there. That vibration is happening here, kind of thing. The even try and maintain it in that level is also there. And the potential to become a wave, mind wave, is also there. Or potential to become a perception in that sense, because the field becomes a perception. It was a field only, right? It was a vibration only. Then as soon as there is a perception of mother, well, definitely there's a perception of self. How does that happen? It didn't happen because there is a self. It is because of these features of this vibration. It is the features of this vibration that we try to understand. What harm did this vibration do? Then affinity towards this vibration is gone. If you keep understanding what harm did this do, what is the harm? Well, if the vibration is there is potential for the perception level. That's the greatest harm in the world, but no one can understand that. If the current is there at home, there's a potential for you to use for it anything. Likewise, if this vibration is, even if it is sleeping for 80 kalpas or absent for 80 kalpas, it still has the potential, to become a perception. How come is that? After 80 kalpas also, 80 kalpas, Lord Buddha is saying to imply a long time, just implying. Just give the idea that it's a long time. See, so imagine it's like deep sleep of 80 kalpas. So that vibration has not manifested for 80 kalpas. Still, that potential is not lost. Isn't it? Isn't it beautiful to understand this whole phenomena? So how can one actually get rid of this? You can't. You just fully realize this. Then only there will be no power for this vibration to telepathize anywhere. In last breath of Lord Buddha, there is no telepathization to anywhere as such. So there is no new manifestation from that onwards. So can you become Lord Buddha? Yeah, you can. In the sense, not Lord Buddha, but at least his other forms like an Arahant. Because imagine, even if you sleep for 80 kalpas and there's a chance for awakening into the perception level. What do you think about this? This is a very complicated area I'm trying to say, and I don't know whether it's working even. You know, Aruparaga. Aruparaga is not like you liking ice cream. Aruparaga is explain a kind of a bond, very subtle bond. Even tanha, or the power of this vibration, is something you feel. So there's an affinity or the craving for feel. How can we actually get rid of it? You have this fear, the vibratory nature, and there is very kind of very indolent nature of affinity for feel. The self, actually the self vibration, even if it is in a very indolent nature, sleeping for 80 kalpas, in the sense absent for 80 kalpas, still there is a potential for manifesting. That's how bad this self vibration is. There's potential for manifesting. How powerful it should be to do that. When the Arupadana enters into the kind of the level that you don't feel anything, So there's no manifestation of any vibrations, yeah? But then has anything happened to the self vibration? No. No, nothing has happened. So after even 80 kalpas, there's potential for this to manifest again and become a thing. So the potential to become a thing, isn't it there even when it is absent in those 80 kalpas? Yes, still the potential is there. Because of these potentials of this self-vibration is why there's ignorance, feeding of ignorance. If you really try to understand this affinity or the power to, or the so the arupa raga is, or rupa raga or kama raga. So the kama raga is actually the thing that we have is very easy. But underneath that, you just imagine we say, oh wow, that's so tasty ice cream. Okay, I'm just putting up a scene now. So that's a tasty ice cream, and then you go for it, right? Yeah, that's kind of the very basic thing we understand. Oh, that is craving, or that is hating. If someone is hating that ice cream, you can say, oh, why do you hate? You shouldn't hate, or you shouldn't crave, all this nonsense. Okay, yeah, but that's the level that you are, because you feel that the ice cream is out there. Okay, that is understood. That's the sensual word. You feel directly that the ice cream is there. I'm the one who is liking it or going after it and all that, right? It's easy. But when it comes to the actual name side or the mind side, that's a different thing. The mind side, there's potential for perceptions that it's not as if you're not actually going after things in the outside world, but still the perception is there. So that mind world has this power. Now, that bond is still there between the perceptions, though. Not from here to the ice cream which is on the table. No, not like that way. That not that powerful. Because there should be a massive power, isn't it, to go after ice cream on the table? You have to get up, you have to walk there, you have to or on the table or in the fridge, you have to open the fridge, you have to take the ice cream and remove the cover and eat it. How much power do you need? A lot of power. That's the sensual world. So everything is felt as outside and you're trying to achieve that. That's easy. That, I mean, you can easily understand that. But in the form world, how can you understand the affinity or the force? You can't, can you? But if you can, yes, you can. If there is no affinity towards outside, only you can really appreciate this one. It's kind of in the mind. It is still there. It's hovering around you, kind of thing. You still feel that the ice cream is in the fridge. You don't feel like eating it. Do you have the potential for the perception to arise? What about the feel then? What about the feel? Well, perception level, if someone fully realizes that these perceptions are not actually there, it's a vibration only, that feel, okay, now it comes to the feel. What feel? What feel? Actually speaking, if it is with ignorance, you might say, yeah, it's a self feel. Yeah, you can say that. But if it is with ignorance, yes. But that feel, that alive feel, there's affinity for that or bond with that. How come is that? So there is this existence feel. And there's a bond between the existence feel and the self feel. Due to the ignorance though. Because you thought that the existence feel is due to me. When the ignorance is not there, kind of when you fully realize that this existence feel is only the fast vibration of the sensory organs, what happens? Well, it has nothing to do with the self. And what happens to this power? The you can't say it really craving, but you can say it if you want to. But this power, which is felt, doesn't become a thing, does it? No. And the bond between the existence perception and the self perception, like perception level, now it is the feel level, existence feel and the self alive feel. The bond is broken. As soon as you realize it's the fast vibration, it's the speed of this sensory function only. It's a bit tricky, isn't it? Yeah, it is a bit tricky. If you can actually understand this fully, only you can get this right. One day, if you actually feel these levels, only you can talk about that. If the perceptions are not a thing, the bond between the perceptions and the self-perception is broken because you fully realize that it has nothing to do with the self-perception. These perceptions, but the chair, they will be there, no, for the Arahant also. It's not a thing. That bond is not there. That power is not there. I'm not sure whether my discussion today, the sermon today is fruitful, but I was trying to talk about this, how this Arupa Raga is coming. But to understand that, you have to fully understand the ice cream, how, if the ice cream is outside, how much power, how much affinity we have, self going after the ice cream. It looks like that, yeah? Yeah, that looks like self is going after the ice cream in the outside. Yeah, that's the view, kind of view. Self going after ice cream, right? So you go to the fridge and have a fight with the brother and eat the ice cream. Yes, you can talk like that way. That's a very easy understanding. But when it comes to the perception level, you are not even fighting for the ice cream there because you know it's a perception now. So it has nothing to do, you're not really into that anymore. But the problem is, still the perception is there. The perception is there, if it's a becoming a thing, still self-perception is there. This becoming a thing is very subtle now, getting subtle, because you know that the ice cream is inside the fridge, kind of thing. You really believe in that the perception is actually real still. If you understand, no, actually you have to feel this. If you feel that it is only a feel or an actual perception doesn't have anything, it's a vibration or mind wave is formed by light wave and the sound wave and the touch wave coming together. No, that's the mind wave. That's the perception of the ice cream. Perception of the ice cream actually has nothing in it. It's a wave. That wave is a vibration. That vibration, even in the field level, there is affinity for that, like a bond with that. Because as soon as the field is felt as something, self-will is there, life-will is there. And the bond or the power of this self self vibration has to be realized. This if you have to realize this problem, if the self vibration is manifesting because the vibratory nature of the sensory organs are not understood, self vibration is manifesting, right? It's okay. It's manifesting. It's manifesting when there is potential for that. How much potential this vibration has? It has the potential to become a bhava. It has the potential to become a ditti. It has the potential to become a karma, like excitation. It has the potential to become feed the ignorance. It's a vicious cycle. I mean, I wish I can tell it a bit better, but due to our inadequacies, kind of due to language handling, due to lack of skills, maybe our message is not going. But folks, it's really, really needed to understand this field level. What is the problem of this alive field? What is the problem? Because otherwise you won't really understand what is the problem with the alive field. If you understand a problem only, you will actually try to solve it. Isn't it? What do you think? Well, it's a bit difficult, yes, but I think one should do this research on your own. Because once you feel this, it becomes very evident that, and you feel this again, non-vibration, it becomes more clearer and clearer. It becomes clear. Why do we worry about a vibration? Why do we worry about sasa? Yeah, the non-form level. What's the importance of catching the non-form level is the thing. I'll talk about it today, tomorrow again, but I'll try to actually put it in a better way and present it again, because I think there should be some mastering about it. Yes. Anyway, we'll try. And like Karanahan say, we learn from him. He never gives up. And yeah, okay. Thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all. Hopefully, everyone will try to realize your own vibration, try to catch your own vibration, and really fully understand that there was never a self there. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Haribo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddhothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with the last paragraph of page 71. Obase means a situation or a feeling related to the fading of the notion of the individual self. At times, this situation is created by illusions in the mind, and this is not the true Obase. Here, the notion of self is still very much alive. People who are stuck in this situation without achieving the state of stream entry or sotapanna proceed with the misguided idea that they have reached the sotapanna state. Such people bless others and preach to others while holding this misconception. That is why I said without following the true path, Nibbana is impossible. So this obhasa is a kind of a temporary glimpse of freedom. But it can be misleading if the mind is still attached to the sense of I. Then even if someone feels spiritual, it's not genuine liberation. People can bless or teach others thinking they're enlightened, but without following the true path, without understanding and realizing for yourself how the mind is created moment to moment, Nibbana remains out of reach. In true obhasa, the notion of the individual self is diminished. But there's another one that feels just like that, but there's the illusion of the self is slightly present and it's very subtle, so it's very difficult to detect, and it's only momentary because that person doesn't follow the true path. In the Sambodhi Sutta, the Lord Buddha stated, if I had not liberated myself from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong views, including Maras, Brahmas, and humans, I would not have declared myself as the Samma Sambuddha. This world is full of wrong views, including the view of the existence of an individual soul. For those who hold these views, the outside world appears entirely true. With these views, it's impossible to achieve the 4 spiritual states. Here, in the Sambodhi Sutta, the Buddha talks about his own self-realization, the state of being Samma Sambuddha. He says if he had not liberated himself from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong views, including Maras, Brahmas, and humans, he wouldn't have declared himself as self-enlightened. So This liberation requires seeing through all wrong views. Every view is a wrong view. In the correct view, actually, correct view is one that is absent from all views. It doesn't believe in this deep-seated belief of an individual self. That is the one that's slowly fading away. And if you think the world and yourself are exactly as they appear, you cannot truly reach the stages of awakening. The Sri Mentor, once returner, non-returner, and the Arhathood. Recognition of these wrong views is the starting point of real spiritual progress. When the notion of an individual self disappears, the feeling of separate I exist vanishes. Along with this spiritual change, the burning nature of the mind caused by defilements fades. A person who achieves this state of mind can experience inner peace and tranquility. For an example, it's an experience similar to sitting under a tree in openness and allowing yourself to completely relax. You lose yourself. You merge with the feeling of being, and the sense of a separate self disappears. The cycle of birth and death comes to an end. This is the heart of the spiritual transformation. When the ego dissolves, the constant fire of desire, aversion, and delusion dims naturally, because there's no longer a belief of an existing world or a self. Because in the first place, they were just beliefs only. There was no truth to it. It was based on a lie. It was based on the manifestations of the vibrations that that occurred due to the sense faculties. And mind feels very peaceful, like the calm sense you sense when you simply sit under a tree, completely at ease. You must have had these moments in your life. Very relaxed, fully relaxed states. There is no longer you separate from the world. And this breaks the cycle of suffering. This sense of you, the idea of you, the thoughts that contain the idea of you, even the weight, the value that's been attributed to them are very minimal. The restlessness, the anxiety, they're very subtle too, because there's not much of weight to these thoughts. This is somebody who's been in the path for a while. For this person, the restlessness of a single thought is felt much vividly, and this person recognizes how tiring thoughts can be when you have so many lots and lots of problems challenges that you're dealing with in your day-to-day life. For an example, a sick parent, bedridden parent, taking children to school, juggling with work, dealing with a tough boss. There's political unrest and social unrest in the country. When people are going through all these major challenges in their lives, the restlessness of a thought is not much. But as these big defilements are diminished by seeing the truth, which is that the so-called external world is not, it itself is not real. The country will be going through all the crises still. There will be economic crisis like we were going through. I guess we're still going through to a certain extent. And all the things that you're going through with life, they will still be there. Nothing changes. What changes is how the world is experienced through this system. Because if there is no self, if that sense of self is slowly diminishing, who is going to suffer? The sufferer is also slowly diminishing. If this so-called self is reinforced and has a powerful presence in your life, if everything in your life is about you, if every time there are people like that, and people who are like that mostly end up seeking for this truth because the pain is more vivid, the suffering is more elaborate. So when this main actor kind of dissolves into the drama, that sufferer is not suffering much. And now it's not the big things like wars fought in a country, economic crisis, or the fact that the so-called you is going through a divorce, or the fact that one of your children is constantly sick, whatever it is. Now it is some simple words somebody said, or something you said upset you, something you said made you feel a little less than you should have felt. Very subtle things. And sometimes it's not even that, it's just you were so relaxed, there was nothing, and a thought came, I need to go to the grocery store and get stuff for the house. And after a while, like, you still haven't gone to the grocery store yet, but there's an uneasiness. After a while, that's been noticed. Turns out it's that thought that you need to go to the grocery store. Now it has become a big thing. It has become a task. Now mind is restless. And that single thought itself brought in so much unease and restlessness. And now this mind is a clearer mind, it's a thinner mind, not a thicker mind. And these kind of subtle things can be detected now. So when this goes to cessation, that breaks the cycle of suffering. Participant, these Zoom discussions guide people toward achieving the ultimate goal of Nibbana. Participation carries a sense of responsibility and people benefit from it. Aryan Wahanse, yes, this is a Dhamma discussion. It's just like the discussion the Buddha had with Anuruddha Thero. In this Dhamma gathering, participants gain an understanding and direction on how to perceive Dhamma accurately. Then on Saranai. So these kind of discussions that help the practitioners with the practical guidance. There are about 9 Zooms that's taking place during the day. Only one of them is conducted in English. The rest of the 8 are conducted in Sinhala. And there's a lot of guidance that's delivered there through Aryan Wahanse. because this path is full of pitfalls, and many situations could be misleading without the help of the noble friend. It's not just a treacherous path, it's just an impossible path. That's why Lord Buddha said to Ananda Thero, this doctrine, this prevalence of the doctrine or the Dhamma is solely depending on the noble friend. So that is and 4 factors for becoming a stream mentor: association with the noble friend, listening to the Dhamma, and being present to see the Dhamma in the moment, being able to see the Dhamma in the moment. And associating with Dhamma. So those are the 4 factors to become a stream mentor, and one of which is the noble friend, the message of the noble friend. So this is why all these gatherings are there. And it's of utmost importance if Aran is joined. It's greatly advised that you ask questions as much as you could to clarify whatever the doubts you have. If you don't have a question, just make a comment and request for feedback or something. That way Aran can that non-vibration can feel the vibration of the practitioners, and the necessary guidance will be communicated. Even it could be in the terms of words, it could be, it might be, it might not be, but that guidance is of utmost importance, that help to see Dhamma clearly and how to apply it. Because this is not just theory, and everyone's journey is unique, and it's always advised to associate with someone with a lesser vibration than, even in the case if you are not able to communicate with Aran Hansi directly, go to someone with a lesser vibration than you are, so that person could be of some help. And there's a responsibility that falls upon every practitioner to walk the path with clarity and make their practice meaningful, because a very limited number of people even recognize the value of this message, even puts the time, invest that time and effort required to see through the illusion clearly. So that kind of person has a responsibility to share it with others who are interested in or who are capable of understanding this. So yeah, so today's 7 o'clock discussion was a very important one. It lasted for almost 5 hours today. And it talked about again and again. It's the same message that's delivered every day. You may feel like it's the same thing, but the thing is, even though we feel like we listen to the same thing, when you hear the same words, one day your focus will be on the sense faculties, even though every, how the mind is created is communicated every day. Maybe on day 1 it will be on sense faculties, on another day your focus, even though the message is delivered, for your focus will be on name and form. So this intellectual knowledge first that's how it's understood. Only one piece of the puzzle makes sense at a given time. I mean, it depends on the person also, but the average practitioner, as we have seen with our experience, that's how it happens. And the next time you listen to it, it makes even more sense. And this by any explanation, this is not even though it comes to you as even though it came to us as knowledge at first, this is not knowledge that is being communicated. It's a feeling that's being communicated. It's the fact that there is no self. Just not knowing it and avoiding thoughts is not going to take you there. If someone kind of gets to that state by kind of suppressing thoughts, that state is not going to last long. That is why it will be a concentration, meditative absorption. As you get up from your practice cross-legged position, it cannot prevail, it cannot sustain unless you continue to practice. If you continue to practice, it'll sustain, it'll prevail for a while. If you give up your practice, then you will lose the edge of it. But this Lokottara Samadhi or supramundane meditative absorptions, they are irreversible, because this is a realization. Once you see that, you can't unsee that. Once you realize that that cannot be reversed, once you realize for yourself this world is not real. There's a nice metaphor that Aryan Mahansi gave today. You imagine you have a blank piece of paper. You draw 3 dots into a shape of a triangle. That 3 dots, even though they're not connected, communicates that there's a triangle. That is the perception or sanya or the signpost. But actually what's there is just 3 dots. Similarly, if you draw 4 dots in the shape of a square, as you look at it, automatically you feel like it's a square. But in essence, what's there is 4 dots. Every perception is like that. When we look at a so-called tree, the outline, the silhouette gives the idea that it's a tree. But in essence, there's no tree out there, because the tree didn't call itself a tree. The humans called that a tree by the conventional designation, because we share similar sense faculties which detect similar ranges. For animals, it's some other world. Even though it seems like they're living in the same world, they do not experience the same world. Even people with different capabilities in their physiological sense spaces experience different worlds. We have this conventional designation that gives us the idea that we are looking at the same thing, we are experiencing the same world. When we talk about for an example, if all of us read the same book, I will get some idea, you will get some other idea, another person will get some other idea. Even if we look at a painting, and we think that is okay, that is, enjoying the painting or enjoying the book or the poetry book or whatever it is. But we do not realize and recognize, it is the same way we enjoy or experience the whole world. The tree is just like the tree, the three dots. Three dots. Instead of the three dots, that's kind of on a 2D piece of paper. If it was a three-dimensional pyramid shape, dots kept in a three-dimensional pyramid shape, then the perception would be that it is a pyramid, but there's no pyramid in reality. Even the sound is the same way. If you observe the sound, this sound also has what you're not getting the sound, you're not experiencing this. I mean, when we say sound itself, it's already labeled, but the experience of listening doesn't carry any labels. Without these signposts, these sanya, these perceptions, we cannot experience this world. We experience this world through these signposts. And when we look at a chair, if you pay attention to a chair right in front of you right now, that shape, the colors, that shape and colors doesn't carry any chairs in it. And when I say the sound chair, the word chair, the sound chair, that doesn't have chair in it. But when they are entangled, when they're together, when that sound is used to label the color and the shape, and then that color and the shape is used to label the sound chair, there is a chair that feels real. That you create this mind sensor just created something out of nothing. That is what it means. The world is not real. It's a mental construct. And if you contemplate on the image that we see, that is a manifestation of the vibration. If you don't have the eyes, you won't see it. That's a manifestation of vibration. Sound is a manifestation of vibration, the label chair. So it's all manifestation of vibrations put together. And again, the put together, nobody's putting it together. It's the natural phenomenon that they get tangled. Someone calls it the chair so many times as a child. You keep on getting that label and they get tangled. The mind is created. That chair is out there. It feels real because of the speed of the vibration. It feels like there's an existing chair. That itself become, due to the speed, extended, and it feels like I am here observing that. This is the whole illusion. Your mother, your father, your grandparents, your children, or your lovers, your boyfriends, girlfriends, your husbands, wives, your relatives, friends, family, your house, your room, your table, chair, whatever, the road you live on, and then the city, towns, the country, the earth, the planets, Milky Way, trees, everything you can think of. Capitalism, democracy, politics, socialism, whatever you can think of, religion, everything is created like that, either from one simple label, one simple perception, couple of perceptions, or composite perceptions and labels put together. So there's nothing that you can experience that right now, without seeing this truth, that transcends perceptions. Everything is a mental construct. And not just that, due to that speed, it feels like it's there and I'm experiencing this. The moment it becomes real, as in its existence, it's become real. The self exists, and it's like a flashlight. You're like, turning your flashlight this way and that way and experience the world. You're the center of your universe. in somebody else's world, that person is the center. Like if we go to the space and look at the earth, you have seen that image, the blue and white, nice, peaceful, planet that makes you smile or whatever. You crying over the the fact that your dog died is irrelevant, because it's a mental, you're suffering in a mind-made world. Like, how can you be the center of that universe in that picture that is taken from space, and somebody else be the center of that person's universe, and President Obama being the center of his universe, or whoever, everyone who you can think of, they're the center of their own universes. If it's a nature, we are in this Milky Way and all, how is that possible except for in an illusion? So this is the story, this is our story, our misconception that we are trying to see through and trying to understand. The more we understand, the more we kind of try to see these truths within us in our day-to-day activities when we go through life. Inquire. When you have a thought, just inquire. Where does that thought come from? If it started with something you saw, something you heard, something you smelled, something you tasted, some sort of a touch, then inquire if that itself is true. Try to see first this Dhamma when you hear. You have to explore for yourself, when you're taking it in the form of intellectual knowledge, these vibrations, just explore to see how is it a manifestation of vibration. And it's out there. If you don't understand how vibrations work, just try to explore that in that sense. And then in your experience, inquire how is my entire experience just becomes just boils down to just a manifestation of vibrations. The more you understand this, the more release and relief you have from this internal burning of life, internal burning that we think that is caused due to the so-called life, so-called external environment. If ever there's a pain, suffering, we have the before knowing and seeing the truth, we have the habit of giving the credit to some external thing. I'm sad because this person said that. I am upset because this person betrayed me, betrayed my trust. I am upset because my car got into an accident. I'm having car trouble, so I'm stressed out. I'm late for a meeting. All the internal burning that you can think of, everything, you're going through a financially difficult period. You're not able to pay the rent. You're not able to afford your meals. You haven't eaten in 2 meals. Whatever your situation may be, you're the one who knows. And is it true? When the thoughts say that, is it true? Is it inquire based on the Dhamma you understood and explored, and see if it makes sense. Try to see it in this unique angle of the Dhamma. Once you understand, and once you're in good terms with Dhamma, then these burnings will fade away. It could be you're still going through a very difficult period financially. You probably haven't eaten for 2 meals or whatever it is. Still, it wouldn't hurt you mentally. The hunger will be there. But, if you have a wound on your leg or whatever, that pain will still be there. But that pain will not be for a person. It will not be attributed to a person by the system, or it will be attributed less. That weight that's given, when you got into an accident, broke your leg, you have to wear that cast, and now you're immobile. You have to be immobile for a month or so. Yes, true enough, it's going to hurt. There will be pain. But what about you being depressed about it? Oh, this happened to me. Why do all these bad things happen to me? Before this, another thing like that happened. I survived by a fluke, whatever. That mental narration, that incessant chatter, that subsides the more you see the truth. Which is, it's just part of the system. In the jungle, when it rains, the branches fall off, the trees fall off. That is how it is. That is the nature. That is how the system works. You're not any special. Why can't your leg be broken? Because we have an idea within us that it can happen to anybody else, but not to me. And that is backed by the thought, I am special. And that reinforces and believes the fact that there is a self. And there is an external world. If you kind of drill down to every thought, drill it down. This is vidarshana, this is penetrative insight. It ends with the world exists and I exist. So this is what we are trying to slowly drill through and expose this kind of thinking of its illusion, of its delusion. So that's all for today. Let's move on to the next portion of the discussion. Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Thank you for joining in. Theruvan Saranai Gandhima.
Theruvan Saranai Hashi. Thank you so much for your excellent speech. That really helps anyone who try to, who struggle in the mind. So, Theruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. So now if we can discuss maybe about this Rupa. So because everyone talks about the material world and what is this Rupa? I think people very familiar with this term, this terminology in Dhamma text. What is this Rupa? So is this Rupa or the forms? We can say in English forms. So is this form or the object or the arambana or whatever you can use, the object, the mind object. So is this refers to material thing? So is that the external form, external rupa, external object, or what is the real definition of this rupa form? Actually, so Dhamma is very clear because it is the Rupantiko also Rupa. So that is this vibration. Vibration is the form. So I think yesterday also we discussed that where is the materiality? The materiality is formed in the sensor. So it is a sensation. Because if the sensor does not support, you see there is no such material world. So, so it is the form or it is the sparks. Actually, the sparks give rise to a form. So, but nothing is there. It is just set of forms or series of sparks.
you see. So it gives rise to some shape, like, so it's a form. So this, for example, we can say like sparks in the eye. Sparks in the eye give rise to eye formation, or the formation in the eye, or the sparks in the eye. So actually in Dhamma, what is this eye? Is that this you see the normal eye? No, it is the sparks in the eye. So there it is a process. It is you see, it is this sparks which is happening. So likewise, we have to understand in all the senses this process is happening. So that is this form, the form created. It can be sight forms, that is at the eye sensor level, or sound forms, that is the ear sensor level also. The ear vibrate means, so when the vibration occur in the ear, in the sense when the eardrum vibrate, a form is created, form of something, form of a particular frequency. But only thing is, all these forms, if you take, all that is same. Underlying, it is the vibration. But different senses, different formation is a sensor created sensation or a feel. It is not this outside thing. It is the sensor driven thing. So likewise, even the taste parts or the touch, even forms, touch forms. So it is also rupa, formation in the touch sensor, or smell forms. So we can understand in each sensor level these forms created. So this is a natural thing, because no one can control. Naturally, when your eyes open, naturally this process is ongoing. So you can't stop the color. Actually, we can't say color like. It doesn't know whether it is red or green or blue like, but some shape you see is created. So that's very interesting. Very interesting actually how this process is happening, because is that any outside light is coming to the eye, or is the light created in the sensor? I mean, anybody will argue like, how can you say it is that outside light is coming into the eye light? So it almost believe in a process where all the colors exist outside. So that outside tree leaves are green. That's how it is red, you see. But what's really happening here is very interesting. So if we take, for example, I think you all have seen in some experiments, like what is the outcome when white light ray sent across a prism. I think you may have seen this, or you can Google, or you can check YouTube. So they are very interesting, because when white light is directed to the prism, inside the prism, various colors forms. So now it's very interesting how this white light change into different colors, because it's so many colors you can see inside the prism. So what is this? How this happen? So it's very interesting because we know the shape of the prism. It has different angles, and when that white ray is directed to the prism, due to that various angles of the prism, inside the prism, the frequency of that composition of that waves change. So different frequencies give rise to different color formation. For example, so white is a one frequency level, but let's say frequency, I do not know about the frequency, but I'm just telling like, I don't know the exact reading, but let's assume for a moment 100 is the rate. So likewise, so 101 would be a different color light. So this is just an example. So only thing is that the level of frequency reading formations are different due to this angle effect of the prism. So it's quite interesting. The same phenomena, the same phenomena is happening in the eye as well. So what happens, our eye also, when we take the eye lens, so it shapes, it has a curve-like shape. So due to that effect, what happens where whatever the light ray when that passes through the eye lens, different angles form, and that different angles directed towards the retina of the eye, and we have to understand eye means nothing else. That's also a different vibration system. Every cell is vibrating. So this resonance or this vibration give rise to different frequency formation. So red is a different frequency that occurred in the eye. Blue is another frequency that occurred in the eye. So humans see a colorful world, but if you take buffalo, it would see a completely different colored world. Maybe I think red kind of a world. So if you take a bee, it can sense like ultraviolet, where the human sensor doesn't support that kind of capacity. So it's quite interesting. The color world simply that depends upon the sensor. So I think anybody can Google, these informations are available, how the animal vision and the human vision differs, and what is this vision differences. Now I think with the latest technology that is available, so this research data is available for anybody to investigate. But now one thing I need to clarify here is we talk about the light ray, we talk about the sound rays, sound wave, or the light wave light, but it's very interesting. One has to understand, even though we talk like a wave, it's not a wave kind of a thing traveling anywhere from any place to some other place. This is a vibration or the resonance. That resonance caused one vibration in an air particle. Due to that vibration caused the next air particle to vibrate. Then that level of vibration of the air particle caused the next immediate air particle to vibrate. So automatically it is the resonance. One will feel like now the light is traveling or the sound is traveling. Like, no. When you hear a sound, let's say sound bird tweet, let's say, so that particular vibration occurred there. So, and you see, and now what is occurring in the eardrum is a completely different vibration. So it is not that one coming here. No, it is this resonance principle which is happening because it is the telepathy, because vibration caused another vibration to occur. But it doesn't mean that you see something coming like, what is a vibration? Vibration is something occur due to the speed. For example, now if I clap here, okay, now if I clap, so in this moment there is a sound. So now if I ask you whether this sound is now still there, no. So was it there before? No. So can you say the sound is there? No, you can't say, because now it is not there. No? And can you say it was there? No, it was not there before also. So, but can you say it is not there also? No, you heard a sound like so, something like that, because everything occurred this moment. Everything is creating in the present moment and give rise to this existent field. So it's very interesting because when someone understands what exactly happening here, they understand it is nothing to do with any outside set. It is everything is creating in the sensor. So these forms, either it is the sensor level sight forms or sound forms, or the taste forms, touch forms, or the smell forms. So now what happens? This collective sparks, you see, the spark in the sight forms gives rise to feel of sensation. That feel of sensation is the light signal or the light consciousness. But is the consciousness is real? No. It is this moment of process. Now you understand what is this process, that is this Rupantiko also Rupam. So each vibration, you see, each spark carries a power, because there is a power, but that will not stimuli. You see, the one spark will not give rise to any stimuli in the system. But when several sparks, because sparks combining is another phenomenon. So with several sparks give rise to this sensation field. Something is there, like. So this something is there occur in the system. But it's quite interesting, this light consciousness or the sound consciousness, you see, or the other consciousness. So all these consciousness, if you take isolately, it is just some light sparks, sound sparks, or just sparks. But once it's combined, coming together, it gives rise to total different sensation. That is this, it can be the child or it can be a mother, because when you say mother, that mother combined spark, it has everything, mother sound, mother. Now you just remember mother. Now you get a mind image, mind spark. But that single shot you see, it has the mother smell also, mother kindness, mother touch feel. You see, it has everything like so. So this is the illusion we have to understand. So this form give rise to feel of something, but that feel, you see, is the incorrect thing here, because something is there. The chair is real, so the something is there. Is the feel which comes, which created here. But this existent feel of things, you see, is not real. So, but the thing is, when the things you see, when the things become real, it is not now whether it is a chair or whether mother or father like, but now the world become real, like the you see the something the things reality of existence feel. So it's a one vibration here. So like a whirlpool, there is some strong energy now of reality of the whole thing. This is the heavy part we have to understand. So when the things you see, when this existent feel of the things come, the other side, it is the existent feel of the soul. This is how the soul created. So nothing is real here. Nothing is real. So everything is an illusion. So it's interesting when you see the formation, you understand this existent feel is not true. So that's there is a misconception here that this mind is me and the body is me, like, but when you really see exactly the process happening, you understand everything is a process. It's a moment experience, and then it is the awakening from the moment. Yeah, I think we can give the opportunity for others as well. Teruvan Sarana Harshi.
Randima, thank you for that nice explanation. It was really helpful. And yeah, I think it will be best if you can ask some questions to clarify whatever the doubts you may have. Because as I mentioned earlier, Aran Mahanse has also joined us today, Theruvan Saranai Mahanse. And it's always good to have that guidance from the noble friend. Justin came on. Yes, came on. Theruvan Saranai.
Saranai. I'm sorry, there's an airplane.
Oh.
I had a question,
Mhm.
if I may. Maybe oh, sorry about that. I don't know if you can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this discussion, and I wanted to clarify. So nothing's real, and when I hear that, I think of dependent origination, and everything's dependent on. There's nothing really solid or permanent. There's all this flux. So the eye's consciousness sees this thing, this plant, and it registers it, but in reality it's moving through time. It's it's not permanent, it's dependent, it's not a thing of itself. It just like this body is not a thing in and of itself. It's a process, like you say, a flow. So it to say it's unreal, I follow that, but it kind of is misleading a little bit, I think, because and maybe it doesn't matter, but it's both. It's through it's in movement, but nothing is really ever permanent here, or maybe anywhere, I don't know, but for sure here in this earth realm, nothing is permanent. It's all in flux and it's all dependent. That means it's not existing on its own. There are molecules or whatever things are made of, but it doesn't mean that it's a chair. There's no name for it. It's it's a misperception to think that that chair is permanent, because it's when is it a chair? Is it when it's built, or when it's being burnt, or when is it actually a chair? When am I Tema? Am I when I was a baby, or what point? Because it's always changing. So I guess it is the same thing. Being unreal is the same way to say that. Uh, um, I prefer to see it as impermanent, I think, at this point. But I can relate to that more. It's all moving, vibrating, in flux. And that means it's unreal. Okay. So, okay. So I just, yeah, so it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Terasarana Kema.
Teruvan sir.
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I'm telling chair is you. What you think about? No, anywhere you are the chair. Without chair, where are you? Chair is you. What do you think about that? Something there is you are there. Something not anywhere. You are not anywhere. What do you think about Kema? Do you understood what I said?
Yes, that's a good question. I think it reminds me of being an infant. There's no separation, no duality.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that too. There's this.
Now you understood, no?
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. No
Yes, thank you.
dualities. No
Yeah.
duality. Yeah.
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 And so how do you say that? Because there is no self, there's no, I guess, how do you put that in words? There's no self, there's no things, there's nothing real, but yet there's this, I don't know, I guess that's maybe emptiness, where, because is there a connection to nothing? If there's no, maybe there's no connection either. It's just, it doesn't matter.
No, it's a freedom mind. It's a liberation of mind. So we understood we understood how is creating our mind, how is these thoughts are coming, so how is this feel is coming. So this process is very important. So Randima also tried to explain that process. This mechanism, this process is the dependent origination. What's Buddha tried to explain whole world? Nobody is here. System is working. Power is generating. These sensor creations creating the power. This physically body want power. How is power is coming? These thoughts, given the ego. Otherwise, these thoughts are not real. What's this senses effort is not real. But alive field, existent field is going parallel. Same. It's the same. No? That existent field, chair is existent. That existent field is. That's important. How is coming that? That's the power. Every vibration have a power because different ending is there. That's the Buddha's word. Majje Sutra is Tripitaka. Yeah, you can realize that. You can search. That Majje Sutra is the Pali. But today English version is there. Buddha telling this. Somewhere different end. That's the spark is there. That's the power is there. That's the type of every power is creating. It's a process is not. Theory is there. So electric power also, magnetic power also, same type is the mind power also. So this mind power is how is creating. That's our sensor how is creating. It's a sensor creation, sensor creating one. How is this sensor creating? That's why Buddha telling this sensoring world is sensor given us this world, not anywhere. The various of living beings have various of senses. So this world is not same. Every living being have individual world. But individual world is okay. But one type is there. Is what is that? Existent field. That's existent. It's a living being field. This sensors creating that existent field is effort. That's why cause and effort is here. Dharma. Cause is vibrations. We are talking vibrations, spark or something. Some words we are using, but that's what is this signal is given. Different name is there. Otherwise, nothing, anything, but spark is happening. You see this clap? It's both arm is touching, no? A spark. Sound is coming. Sound is not anywhere. But sound is coming. That's the example. Sound is not anywhere. That type of. You are not anywhere. You are like that sound. Spark like that sensor. Every sensor is like that. That's the example is clap. Every sensor is like that. Creating sound and the lights also, pictures, lights. So smell, taste, hot and cool, smooth and rough, skin sensor. These sensors is a huge speed. No, it's a rapid speed we are talking. It's happening this. That's why it's together combined. That's one spark is coming. That one spark have sound and form and this 5 sensor creations effort. That's together. One spark is there. That's a chair. That's the imaging. That's the thought. But that power is there. What's that power? How is that power is coming? Every spark have a power. That's why yes sensor is creating is what the sound is perception. But perception have the power. Only the perception. But you know that power is together, no? This perception, power is coming. That's why perception, existent feel is coming. Sound is existent feel. That one is the consciousness. The sound perception converting ear consciousness. Same is a abhisankara. That's a sankara. So what's the word is sankara? Harshi?
Formations, mental
Formation.
formations. Mental
Formations.
formation.
No, it's not a mental formation. It's a ear formation. It's a mental formation. We are talking about the thoughts.
Yeah. Sound formation.
It's a sound only. That's a ear consciousness. That's why we are talking. These five senses, five consciousness together, that is a mind consciousness. The mind consciousness is the effort. Finally, that mind consciousness. That's why. What is this consciousness? It's a power. That different ending. Touching. Spark. That's a power is generated system. Like a spring, no? This example is a water. What is that? The word is English? Yesuri?
Like a typhoon.
Yeah.
Cyclone.
That's type. That's a different end. No. It's that's why it's
like a
water is
whirlpool. Whirlpool.
Yeah. That's type of this power generated. This choice or consciousness together coming, that's the mind consciousness is here. That's a thought. That's a chair. Existent feel. Existent feel is the otherwise alive feel. This existent feel is chair, is existent, is again and again and again, is chair is coming. That's formation, no? It's a mind formation is there. That way, there is the mind formation. No, it's mental formation. It's okay. That's there. Chia is coming again and again. Chia, more power is coming. Existent feel is more coming. That's the alive feel is there. Me, my mind. Who have Chia? That's the feel is there. More power is there. That's the alive feel. Because who want Chia? You don't want Chia. Haven't a value. No, you are. Where are you? You are there. You want Chia, but you are not there. Chia. Is a don't care, no? It's not caring, no? Because no value. Value is you. That's the craving, or we are talking about Buddha's word is Nandi. What a suitable word is English Nandi? It's not craving.
It's like an indulgence.
It's attaching power.
Yeah,
No.
like
Seeking
seeking joy.
It's like that. It's like that. Because existent power, you want that. It's why. That's the alive feel. That's the alive feel. That's you. That's me, my mind. I won't share. That is why. Mine. It's mine. It's coming. It's mine. Me is there. What is this? These are thoughts otherwise. You know, Chia is a thought. Otherwise, it's me also thought. Because the feel, given the thought, given the word, that sound and form. Again, given the sound. Everything like that. Chair, table, mother, father, brothers, everything is a thoughts. No, chair, table, sun, moon, everything is thought of. Your world is a thinking world. Otherwise, you are also thought. No, anybody is here. System is given this. That feels given the that's the sound. And for you can how are you looking? How are you looking you? You are going to mirror. Where are you? There, mirror. Yeah, you are talking chair is there. You are also mirror there. Where are you? This world. Chair, table, mother, and you also world. Not anywhere. It's a thought. What is this, no? What is this, no? Illusion? How is understanding this? It's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah. What do you think about Harshit? Alive field and existent field. How is come? So these days we are talking like this, no? We are talking this point. Because
Yeah.
nobody is here. But how is explaining this others? Buddha also told this was not easy to explain because it's this nothingness, everything is here, everything is happening. No, nothing happened, anything. But your inside, internal transformation, no, your inside, you know this one, you understood this. Nobody is here. You know that's itta sanya, convert in the anitta sanya. How is telling this English, Harshit?
Aran was so yeah so I'll kind of go back a little further.
Existent perception convert in the non-existent perception.
Yeah, so when
How is telling this? Yeah,
going back to her question
understanding.
about the chair,
Yeah.
it feels like, we were talking about how the three dots look like a triangle. So when we look at the so-called chair, okay, let's say you're in a room, there's a chair right in front of you, your sister is next to you, and she's looking at something else. Even though it looks like you're in the same room and the chair is there, but in your sister's world, the chair doesn't exist. Only in your world, the chair, so-called chair, exists. So that is what we mean by your world is different to another person's world, because at a if you look at it in a kind of a larger sense or like a regular manner, it feels like both of you all are seeing the chair, but not in that moment, not both of you all are looking at the same thing. So in your world, only the chair exists. Even then, that chair exists because you have been given a prior label as a child, because the image that you see when the so-called chair, the sound is given through the ear, the label chair, and they got tangled, and it feels like the chair is existing. And it exists because it looks like it's existing. It's three-dimensional. It has this plump and lively, even though it's not we don't consider it an animal or a person. It has that lively, plump kind of the feeling because of the vibrations, because of these speedy vibrations, because this is not something you're able to see. You can like take it in logically, but as you practice this particular insight, you will feel, and when you get that insight, you will realize what we talk about exactly here. And it's you will also realize that these kinds of insights you can never make sense of by just thinking about it, but the practice helps to get to that insight. That existent feel is a creation of that speedy vibration, and it feels like I am looking from this side at the chair, but because of that,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's understanding is what's happened here. Somebody understood that existent field is how is coming. Someone understood how is coming this existent field. That's Existential perception, how is happening. So he know this mechanism, how this system is working. He know nothing is here. You know this? He know nothing is here. The meaning is that existent perception is becoming is a existent perception is here no. So the is a is a converting non-existent perception, because he know nothing here. You know this, understand this. There's a baby is understand. You know this is a creating. It's a creation. No existent perception. How is coming? Is a systematically is sense creations is existent perception also coming. No, it's a power. No, it's a power. Existent perception. No, it's coming. It's coming. No, systematically coming. It's not power is there, but systematically it's coming that. No. After what happened, the existent perception, or we are talking about the consciousness. No, it's the same thing. Consciousness. It's okay. There's a that how is coming this consciousness? Existent perception is a consciousness. Is okay. If someone know this, someone understood this, how is coming this system? How is working? Is nothing here. That is why non-existent perception is coming. After understood this, because it's nothing here. No, is here chair? Is a real chair is here? No, chair is only the sound and form. No, what is this chair? We know this is a vibration, is a sense of creations. Nothing, anything here. So after this understood this truth, is really what happened. He know nothing here. That is why non-existent, because it's a perception. It's a perception. Because how is value is coming? You don't know it, because no, how is this power? No power. How is this power is coming? So finally, this thought is the power. This thought is existent. Thought is the power. Finally, this cause and effect Dhamma. Finally, whereas this power is generated in light also, sound also. This thought also is a what is this thought? Is thought cha? Is cha is real, but cha is not real. Someone understood how is cha is becoming, how is cha is coming. So this power is the thought. What is this thought? Existent. Cha is existent. No, how is telling English? So someone understood this Dhamma. He knows cha is not real. What happened? That cha is existent. Is a thought. Yeah, is a thought is the power. What is this? I don't know. Some you understood or no? What I say? Can you understand what I say? This cha is a really someone understood this truth. This Dhamma, he know cha is not here. Here, nothing cha is here. No cha is here. It's only this sense of creations. It's not real. So what happened? There's a non-existent perception is coming. It's a thought, other thought. What is that other thought? Cha is real also thought. But cha is not real, it's a thought. This thought is coming. You see this world is real, it's a thought. It's a thinking world. It's okay. This world is not real. It's other one is coming. What is this? You know this world is real, is a power. Inside their power. That is why ego is here. because you how is this world, how much you want this world, how much you value this world, you also that's a side by side. No, no, outside and inside is you are, your power is this one. No, how much your house value, how much you have, you are doctor, what you think about, that's your value. No, that's the ego. No, that's the ego. No, how many things you have, that's ego. No, so ego is disappearing because you haven't anything. No value, no ego. That's ego is disappearing because this is a thinking mindful world. That is why I don't know. Understood? No, no. I'm very sorry for this, but I won't say this. I have this feel. That is why I tell you. What do you think about Harshi?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy thing to explain, but I
Yeah.
think, yeah,
How is value is God? How is this? How is your value is God? How is your ego is God? That's ego is a different was otherwise. Otherwise, you how you are disappearing because nobody is here. How is coming? This is the science. No, huge science is here because system is working. Finally, what happened? Is a
yeah,
you
you're see,
understanding? Nobody's here. Because you are
mm,
not your mind, you are not your body. Who are you? You are the power now. What's that power? That's ego now. Thoughts also coming and going. It's okay. The stimulus are always happening now. But no power is there, nobody is there. It's okay. Harshi, can you explain this English? Yeah, very important.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So, yeah.
try and try. One day you can win. No.
No, for I think like if the one of the let's start with an easy angle. So now you're flying right now. So whatever is in front of you, wherever the gate or whatever the seats, the people, that is your world. And not even that, it gets narrowed down to what you focus on. Because if you think about something that happened in the past is already gone. Like what now? How are we going to refer to the past? Only through a thought. If you have a picture of the past, a video of the past, just a proof of past is not the past itself. Past is gone. You can't hold on to that except by holding on to it a thought. Same way with the future. So whatever you think about right now in this moment, past is disqualified, future is disqualified. Whatever you're thinking about right now is whatever thought you have is your world right now. Because whatever else, even when you're in the airport, you have that thought is attached to another thought, which thinks, I am flying from this place to this place and in this world, in this particular country. But if you strip off that thought of all these labels and all these sentences which are also made up of labels, composite labels, you're just down to one single thought, one single sentence. And if you contemplate on that thought, also how that thought is created, if you like kind of dissect each element of that sentence or thought, complete thought, you will see everything is made up of this, either made up of image, sound, smell, taste, touch. Whatever the input that has been taken in, taking in right now, but the label comes because it has been taken in before, sometime prior to this. And that is, we can't see it exists in some space or time, in space and time. It's an energy that gets vibrated and telepathized to whatever you're seeing here. If you're seeing a chair right now, because that label is given before, that thought is created before, that energy is created before, that vibration becomes this vibration itself. So, and if you contemplate on these inputs from the five senses, they are manifestations of vibrations. Different vibration ranges are detected through these five senses, and when they get together, when they come together, it creates the mind as an interference, as a what do you call it? The resultant vibration. So when you start from
otherwise it's a one is spark. It's a one vibration. Yeah,
one
it's everything. Sound and form and smell, everything is there. You know, there's a five sense creation. Everything is the one is spark. So one is spark is a thought. It's a thought. It's a stimulant. No. So one is spark. It's a one is spark. So you yes, practically you can see chair. It's a one thought. So so that's a mechanism is inside there, but we can't see the mechanism. We are see chair. Normally the Benden guy don't know anything. It's okay, chair is there. How is chair coming? No. When you are child, kindergarten time, chair is there. It's okay, chair is happening that time. So this now what happened today? Now you are not a chair. Now you are not a baby. It's okay. The long period is gone. But today what happened? Same spark is here. Chair. Oh, chair. Chair is a sound. Chair which? What is this chair? It's a spark. The same spark. Yeah, like a tuning box example. No? Same tuning box. No? Vibration is happening. No? It's the same. It's the same. Yeah, chair. Chair is coming. It's a mechanism we are talking. But mechanism is inside there. So, but what happened practically? This chair is here. Spark. One is spark. Chair. But you know this Dhamma. Someone understood this Dhamma. No value is coming. Don't care. Chair is there, but don't care. Because it's a thought. It's the same. Everything. You know, every thoughts. What is the every thoughts? Sun, moon, mother, father, everything. You also thought. As a death also thought. The birth also thought. Yeah, this present moment only the thought. Like example, chair. It's a thinking. This you know, this eye also is a sensor, ear also sensor. So these are sensors of five sensors. Together coming, mind sensor also this one. Mind sensor is not material one. Mind sensor is a spark only. Mind sensor is a mechanism is there, but spark is there. It's okay. Spark is the mind sensor. So these are everything is spark, no. Eye also, ear also, nose also, mouth also. These are sensor creations, no. Sparks, no. This mind sensor also, no any. Where's the place of mind? It's not your head. It's not place because this is spark, not place. It's only the spark. It's a mind sensor. It's okay. Mind sensor meaning is creation. Mind creation. Not any. We can't given the place. How is given the place? We can't give the place because where's the chair? You are telling outside. Yeah, that chair is you. Where are you? Your head? No, chair is you. Without chair, nobody is here. No, you are not here. So meaning is chair is you. The meaning is you are not your head. Because your mind sensor also systematically working. Nobody control it. You can't control it. You can experience it practically. It's not happening. Body is not you, no? You know that. It's okay. Mind is not you, no? I think you know. Who are you? You are how much you want other things. Chair, mother, baby, or father, how much you have. That's you. You don't want anything. You know, not anywhere. You are like a galaxy. You are in like a galaxy because no, nothing there. Anything. Emptiness. That's emptiness is your inside mind, inside your what is this emptiness? Everything is here now. Yeah, everything is understanding one. Yeah, is understanding one. What is this emptiness? This power is disappeared. What is this power? Ego is disappeared. What's the ego? Oh, yeah, nobody is there. Everything is okay, systematically working. Like the tree. You are like that tree after that. This body like a tree. No, because no any pain, no any stimulus are coming and going, thoughts are coming and going. No, stimulus are happening, thoughts are coming and going. Is not any reactions. That's why you are in cool down. Because death or birth or everything is thought. No, who are it? Who is that? Who's the? Oh, you are, so you haven't a value anything. You haven't a value anything. What's the meaning? Same, no. Death after death, no value, no. It's same, no. Now you are not dead, though, okay? Now you are living, but no value. It's same, no. It's same, no. What do you think about Harshi? What do you think about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ranvahas. So when we say that even the thoughts are not ours, we just think they're ours because of this wrong view. Because that is how we've been thinking. Now we think they belong to us, and even underneath these thoughts, the value that's been attributed by the system, even though we think we attributed the value, no, it's by the system. That is also kind of diminishing, and you clearly begin to see within yourself when you say my tummy hurts. That thought, even though it has the word my in it and the tummy is hurting, there's nothing to claim ownership to. And that value that's been attributed to thoughts are slowly disappearing, diminishing, and thoughts just arise in the awareness, but there's no one to claim ownership to it. So you begin to, even though I say you begin to, the whole system of thoughts is seeing as if, somebody's observing it from far away, as if it doesn't belong to you, but there's no one to observe it. It's just that this whole system comes to light because we are practicing from the very start to see that thoughts for the thoughts they are, the images for the images they are, not as someone who's seeing it. Because, if you think about it, when you look at the chair, it feels like I am on this end and the chair is on the other end. But the differentiation between the chair and the self, I am myself, and that is the chair, cannot be carried out without giving labels. These labels, out of this wrong view that's been given to us, and we've been continuing with it without ever inquiring in to see if it is true or not. So we were just blindly.
Yeah. Harshi,
Yes, Narayana.
Harshi, thoughts are, Harshi, I ask
Yeah.
every time, who are you? Why? What's
Yes.
the meaning? What's the answer?
You are that resultant wave, but it is not you.
No, not a wave. Not a wave. Yeah, you are not a body. It's okay. Body is not you. You are not a mind. It's okay.
Yes.
Who are you? What's the answer?
That feeling that something is there, that feeling.
What's
Something
feeling?
is that it feels like something is out there, and like that feels like the burning, the internal burning.
No, it's a you are the Nandi. The meaning is, that's why Buddha told. That's this cycle of birth, this circle of birth. This circle of birth is how is happening. How is the mundane guys? How is the circle birth is happening? The Nandi. What is this Nandi English word is? It's a power, is that one, no? That's a craving power. That's a
Craving,
sasa.
yes.
That's a sasa, it's a power. This power is the zygote, is a vibration, is a telepathy. Is a circle of birth is going this power. This power is disappearing, so everything is over. This power is how much you want chair. You don't want chair. That's how much you want chair. That's the power is that want. How much you want. That's the power. You don't want it. That's the power is disappearing. That's the ego is disappearing. How much value this world? No value is coming in this world. Is the power is disappearing. You are not coming this world again. That's anagami. You are not coming again this world. That's why you are last. This life is today. Cycle of birth is over because power is disappeared. That is why rare this human life. Not other living being like that, because they can't understand, they can't stop in this power. That's Buddha's want this power is stopping, because how is sadness and suffering here? This power is there, you want it. It's not happening. It's sadness is there, suffering is there. You want it still here, but death is happening. It's a mind, no, it's a thoughts. It's you are thinking is a real. What happened after? Sadness and suffering here. You don't like death. You want it still. It's a power. Power is given you this. Still. Power want it. It's a power. You are the power. Not anybody. Power is gone. You are is gone. Is Nibbana. It's a zero. Power is zero is coming. What do you think about Dr. Ravi? I think Harshi understood what I say, no?
Yeah, Rana.
Yeah. Dr. Kavin, Dr. Ravi, what do you think about? I think you are here.
Yes, Saranvasa. Yeah, as you clearly, as you clearly said, Saranvasa, when the value is gone, so the craving towards those worldly perceptions would be gone.
Maybe
So-
also value, no? Same.
Yeah, value of these worldly things would be gone. So at the same way, Saranvasa, the value that has been assigned to the self will also dissolve. So that in the sense, the image that you see in the mirror, you will understand it is not real as well. So that means the value that has been given to you also get dissolved. So ultimately what will happen, the power it had earlier now becoming gradually it gets dissolved. So ultimately the power that needed to keep it sustained will not be there. So ultimately what will happen, as Lord Buddha said, when the wick is burnt out, when the oil is
Example, no? Yeah.
oil is burnt out, so where would be the flame gone?
Yeah, Nibbana example is that one.
So if there is no oil, if the wick is burnt out,
Yeah.
what would be there would be no flame at all.
Yeah.
So you can't say where it has gone. So it just disappeared. That's it.
Yeah, it's okay, doctor. I won't say this
Mhm.
systematically, this power is generating. That's the nature.
Yes.
Systematically, power is generating. That's the nature. But Buddha, Buddha? How is imagine? No, how is this mechanism? How is finding this mechanism is very important. It's a practically happening. No, you can experience it. Because it's a sandhitika. What's the Buddha's word is now. Now this present moment you can experience this nibbana, not after death. So what happened after? Your job also doing, no? Everything is normally happening, but your inside, no value is coming. It's a tranquility is there. It's calm and cool and tranquility because someone tried to kill you. Okay, what you want to do is you do this because you are happy. Nothing happened to you because you are not here. You have the death. You are smiling. There's a sutras there, no? There's a little monkey smiling. There's a robber. He's thinking, why this little monk is smiling? I tried to kill him. Little monk is smiling loudly. After robber is thinking, no, how I have killed this little monk. So, what's this secret here? Asking the monk, little monk. Little monk is telling Buddha, know this secret. You come with me. I show you. After Buddha explained the Dhamma, that robbers also 500 robbers, no, they are becoming Narat. They are also smiling. What is this? Nothing here outside anything. What is we are? What's after that happening? No, so robbers are not robbers. They are arahatas. What is this arahatas? There's no. What is this raha? How is telling this? You don't know anything. That's there's the arahata. How I tell you? So our who is there? Our other guys is Justin, no? Bernard. What do you think about? It's okay, Dr. Ravi? Yeah. Yeah, Justin.
Yes.
What do you think about?
That's very interesting. Yeah, actually, if there is nothing and if there is nobody, what will happen? I can't imagine even.
Yeah.
Only the calmness and peacefulness and peace and tranquility. That's all.
Yeah.
That's right. It's very interesting, Aryan.
It's very interesting. So, especially, death is not happen here. You are living now.
Yeah, that's right.
It's very important now. Because
It's like
after you are in free mind, that's a
That's
free
right.
mind, freedom of mind. No, it's easy to life, easily going life. No,
exactly.
yeah, easily life is going. That's why Buddha explained this others. Why you are in sad and suffering? Why? You don't know this. You don't know what happened here. You are like a blind guy. That is why Buddha. That is why this Dhamma is very important. Whole world. No, woe is over because nobody is here. Who's killing? Nobody's there. But it's okay. This is a mindful word. And mindful word. Whoa, is a mind. Woe is doing mind now. So every country's leaders are thinking, I'm the powerful. What is this ego? They don't know that some mechanism is how is this mind is creating. These are silly guys, no. Sometimes missile is coming Sri Lanka tomorrow. It's okay, don't worry. This is science. This is not anybody. This is science. This is Buddha's explain this huge science. Someone don't know this like a silly, like a babies. What do you think about Kema? I don't know, Kema, you understood? No. What I want to say.
Oh, thank you. Wanasi, I'm sorry. I'm working on your name. You all sound so. Anyway, I'll get it. Teravan. No. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, I guess. I'm sorry. I was trying to pay homage. Thank you for your teaching. And
My name is Aaron once. It's okay. It's an all of name. Yeah.
okay. Thank you. Oh, and I wonder if there's no self. Well, no, there is no self, and I see that, and in a way, it's not possible to harm others if there's no self. Because the self is what harms others. And but we do get a consequence. That's this whole karma. When we harm others, there is consequences. When we are following the Dhamma, we get help. So that doesn't mean there's a self. It still doesn't mean there's a self. But there's law. There's laws here. Somehow there's laws, the way the universe operates, even though there's no self. So that is what I was thinking of is when there's no self, we can't harm anything, right? That's my understanding.
You are the
It's not
everything, no? Finally, you are the everything.
right
Yeah.
because you just don't
How
think that
nice
way.
that feeling. How nice that feeling, no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Kema, I
Because
know you have that
uh-huh.
now, that feel. I feel you. I know your feel. Now you are in very cool. No, everything is you. Your ego is disappearing now, no? Yeah. You are very happy now, no? No, Kema? You
Yeah,
are very lucky. You are very
yeah,
lucky.
yeah.
Kema. Yeah.
Thank you. It is
Yeah.
fun. There's a lot to laugh at. Um, see, uh, I was
You are
laughing with
smiling very
you.
nice now. Full open is
Says
smiling. Yeah, because you are inside
yes.
nothing here now. Nothing, anything, no? It's okay.
But there is, but there is, and I know. I mean, but there is these laws. I know. I mean, I don't have to try so much anymore. But I know if I mean, I don't. If I do things, I get consequences, but I don't. I It's not as much of an issue now because I I don't know if that makes sense,
Yeah.
but it's not like it's just, yeah, I guess it's all just running itself. It runs itself. And if we do things,
You
it just runs all by itself.
yourself, yourself, no, or what's the soul? Your soul is fading now. No, your soul is fading, no? It's a it's a it's a coming, no, free type, free mind is coming. No, it's nice
Yeah,
experience.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's
And
why you
that's
are
the
smiling. You are
Mhm.
smiling is very open. Smiling is coming. Your side, your voice is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, happily smiling because your inside clear. No blank sheet like that. Little bit coming. No, dirt is going.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. And
Yeah,
I think, yeah, not to worry about anything. Like I'm trying to hold on to something, but no, just let it go. That's fine. Just let it go. And
let
like
us go. Yeah, let's go.
yeah, you're saying, um, yeah, what you're saying is more important. That's what's really important. What you're saying, what we're talking about. Yeah, this freedom of mind.
Yeah, freedom of mind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you. That's words came as
Oh,
that's
okay.
honest words. Yeah, I feel. Yeah. Kema, that's why this Dhamma is very important, everybody. So person, no person is not important. Or who is this? Who am I? So here, body is nobody is here. So this Dhamma is the very important. This Dhamma given nothingness is okay. That finally is a RN. We are talking RN is a nothingness stage. That's why Arya Bhumi as a Arya stage. Is you are also now Arya because you know this world is not real. So now you are also Arya, Arya stage is that one. So Buddothpada Arya as a word is using everybody for me, but I'm not anyone. I'm like I'm like a nature. No, that's why I'm given this message. I don't want to be anybody. It's okay. It's okay, Keva. It's nice, no? It's a nice feeling. Yeah, Dhamma is the important, not any other. So Buddha also told this. Uh, Dhamma is the important. Someone looking the Dhamma, he know me. Someone understood the Dhamma, he know me. As who's the Buddha? Buddha is not nothingness. No, Buddha is nobody is here. But everything is here, but not inside any attach or anything happening. That's why, because no any type of values, anything. That's why it's a Buddha stage. That's Buddha stage. It's a Buddha's sons like that came also today, and everybody. I think Buddha Father Dhamma discusses hearing is very important. Everybody. Because it's a really experience. You can experience. It's not a belief. It's not a trust. It's a really, really you can experience. It's a tranquility is there. It's a free mind. It's very nice. Thank you, Kema. That's words. That's the new Dhamma friend. Not you are new now. Now you are. I think is really way. You are in really path. You are in really. You understood. I think really truth is here. How is this system happening? How is this mechanism is going? I think you are studying is okay, no problem. But my feel is now you are in way, right way, right vision. Now you have. Now Nibbana is clearly coming to you because it's not. It's a happening. It's a nature. It's a participate. It's okay. It's happening. Finally, it's happening. Someone understood this truth. This automatically is power is disappearing. It's happening. It's very important, everybody. Our time is over now. Kema, Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Dr. Ravi also. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Randima and the Harshi and the forum, Dhamma forum, and whole world won't be peaceful, no, live in peace. So everybody won't live in peace and calm and cool. This Dhamma given this everybody. How is our mind is creating this mechanism is we are explaining all of them. That's a dependent, really dependent on creation. It's our mind creations. Is given this your your ego is a power. Yeah, it is disappearing. Finally, you are understood what is the truth. Nobody is here. It's a nature. Everybody is same. Why war is here? They don't know everybody is same. That's true, no schema?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's okay, everybody. Terasana came also. Terasana. Terasana came. Terasana, everybody. Tomorrow we
Teran
can join again.
Saranai.
Terasana. Terasana. Yeah. Terasana.
Teran Saranai.
It's okay. Terasana.
Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpada, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpada. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is formed began to fade away. Buddothpada Wahanse showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada Wahanse changed the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada Wahanse showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
Buddothpada loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way. the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada, it's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Yes, it's time to wake up from this dream. And it's time to wake up and it's time to understand the true Dhamma. You have opportunity to listen Dhamma sermons through Buddothpada Pure TV for 24 hours a day. You may not realize that it is a very valuable time until you realize in the Dhamma. So before we speak about the path of liberation or Nibbana, we first need to understand something very important. We are living in an illusory world, a world shaped by ignorance. As long as you don't recognize this basic delusion, you will not feel any real interest in practice or to find out what is this truth, who you are, or you don't want to, you don't feel to find the Nibbana. You will not meditate or keep awareness to see what is this mind, or you will not try to understand what is this mind, what is this world, where am I living. So you will not even think about stepping out of this cage or this illusion you are in, because you don't know that this is an illusion. So everyone is speaking about Nibbana, and everyone is speaking about their experience. Sometimes you may hear the word saying Adhigata Samadhi, or vipassana, those kind of words, but you may not understand if you have no any basic knowledge about the Dhamma. So my first intention is simply to show this clearly today. When we begin to see nature of our own mind or ignorance, the heart naturally turns towards the path. There is no need to force anything. Understanding itself opens the doors. When life feels comfortable and we have enough money, luxury, and everything we want, it's easy to overlook our own ignorance. You might think I have everything, so I'm not in suffering. You might think like that too. Because nothing seems to be missing on the material level. We don't notice how deeply we are still trapped by the six senses. As long as we remain caught in this cycle of sensory craving, we can't truly understand the suffering that appears in the end. If we start by talking about experiences that arise in the middle of the path, you may not understand them yet. When someone is caught in a fire or in problems, they cannot clearly see the flames around them. Because you are in a fire, then you can't understand that you are in that trap into that fire around you. In the same way, when life feels comfortable, when you have enough money, you don't easily recognize the suffering waiting at the end of that comfort. And when we are in the middle of trouble, we cannot see the situation with clarity either. So first, you need to hear and understand about true Dhamma or Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. What is Satara Satipatthana? What is Buddhism means? And you need to understand first what is Sammaditthi, a right view, and Mithya Ditti, wrong view. What is the differences of those right view and wrong view? Why it says right view? Why it says Sammaditthi? First, you need to find out about it, and you need to understand what Sammaditthi is, what right view is, before anything else. You must know the meaning of Sammaditthi or right view. We need to reflect on whether the things we think are truly real and whether everything is stored in our mind is actually as real as it appears. We need to explore whether this world is real or not, whether these five senses, what they are experiencing, whether it is real or not. We should understand first, or we need to explore very well about ourselves, our five senses, our six senses. For a very long time, the world has seemed completely real to us. Because of that, it's not easy to recognize that every thought, we hold is only an appearance, an illusion shaped by the mind. We never meet the world directly. We only meet our own mental constructions. Only when the mind touches the state of Buddha, even for a single moment, then it becomes clear. Until then, we can think about it, then reflect on it and imagine on it. But those are still just thoughts arising and passing in mind. Someone can think the Nibbana is like this kind of state, and you can imagine it and think about it. Then you might have an idea about the Nibbana, but without realizing it, you may not understand that is also a mind object until you realize the Dhamma. I believe you never can understand that the differences of both conditions. That is why always our noble friend Aryan Mahansi say, advise someone you can hear. He says sometimes that is not the realization, that is a knowledge. He always saying people, no, that is not the Nibbana, that is a knowledge. That is your knowledge, like that way. So why he says like that? Because the Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, he knows very well what is the difference between the mind and the consciousness. And once you realize the Dhamma, then you also can understand, you also can tell the differences between the mind and the consciousness and the wisdom. What is the wisdom? What is the mind? What is the consciousness? You can understand, you can realize everything very clearly. So until a person is freed from this name and form world, it is almost impossible for them to truly understand what is this realization mean. When we are using that realization word, you might think that the knowledge or understanding about this Dhamma, actually not, we are not talking about the understanding or knowledge about the Dhamma. We are talking realizing me in some point when you practice by seeing arising and passing your mind objects, and once you understand about the Paticca Dhamma, in some point you can experience within you what is this. You can experience the kind of state free from the mind. Then you realize what is the difference between mind and the wisdom. That's how you can realize the Dhamma for a little moment. When you first hear this message, or you may gather some knowledge and think, So Nibbana must be like this. You might imagine it in a certain way. According to your knowledge, it might be different for each person. But that too is only a thought, a mental object appearing in the mind. When you begin to practicing the direct scene of arising and passing away in this very moment, and when you see ignorance appearing moment by moment, then at any moment the mind can open to the Buddha state even for a brief moment. We say in Sinhala, Kshana, Kshanaya. This is the point, that is the point you are free from the name and forms. That is the point where a right view or samadhi arises within you. Once you clearly see the differences between the mind and the state that is free from the mind, between mind and wisdom, you do not fall back again. And you do not believe again the ignorance and everything will clear for you in that moment. When the vision of the Dhamma, that means vision of the Dhamma means Darshana Jnana arises, it unfolds naturally within you. If you are inside the mind, if you are stay in the mind, you can recognize that you are in the mind. In the same way, when wisdom awakens within you, you can recognize that differences. You know exactly where you stand on the path to liberation then, because you can understand when you are in the mind, and when wisdom awakens within you, then you can understand the differences between those two states, and then you can understand where you are where you stand on this path to liberation, or you may understand whether you have reached to that level, or whether you are on the middle of the path to liberation. This is how one can truly know whether the path has been completed or not. This is why Venerable Ananda understood that he had not yet reached full liberation after his efforts in the walking meditation. As long as Venerable Ananda, he was holding onto the thought, like, I must complete the path, I must reach to the Arahant. There was still a person who had to complete something. A subtle mind object was there. Because of that clinging to that mind object, by thinking that I want to become Arihant state, he could not be free. Only when he let go of that final hope and effort did liberation arise. And then he knew the path was completed. That's how he knew the differences between how he was completed the path to liberation. Because he knew that he didn't complete it. How he did know that? Because he knew the differences between the wisdom and the mind. What is the mind consciousness and what is the wisdom? He knew that very clearly. Once he fully awakened to that state, he knew that he was completed the path to liberation. That's how he knew that he completed. Actually, if we are saying that he completed, that there shouldn't be a person, but we have to explain using the language like this way, by saying he. Most of the time, people misunderstand right view. What is samadhiti mean? For a long time, we have heard that right view simply means doing good and avoiding bad things, and that it is mainly about the law of karma. Of course, we should always be good, harmless, and compassionate. If someone is still prutakjana, someone who has not yet understood the deeper meaning of right view, then at the very least, it is wholesome to do good actions. It is very important to know. Otherwise, they continue to carry heavy impurities through the long cycle of samsara. If you haven't seen yet how is scary of this cycle of samsara, at least do good things, avoiding bad things. At least that is good. But true right view is much deeper than moral behavior. It is the direct understanding of how the mind creates the world, how phenomena arise and pass away, and how ignorance operates moment by moment. Without this insight, one cannot enter the path of liberation. However, for someone who is truly seeking liberation, understanding what right view really means is essential. You may hear different meaning of for that right view from different kind of Dhamma sermons, but try to understand, try to explore within you, apply all the experience and try to explore within you and try to understand right what is the right view means. Then you can understand which kind of Dhamma sermons you should listen. That is very important and essential if you are seeking liberation. If you are aiming for liberation, but still hold the idea that you must complete your parami by collecting merits through giving dana, then you are not yet in right view. Doing good and offering dana are wholesome action, but they support the journey of samsara, not the ending of it. That's what you need to understand, because all the time we hear we have to complete parami by collecting merits through offering dana, offering food, for monks. Actually, we need to do those things, but that is not the Nibbana, way to Nibbana. That is not the ending of this cycle of samsara. They purify the mind, they create good conditions, but they do not by themselves reveal Nibbana. If you are someone who is genuinely searching for liberation, then what naturally happens is this: you begin to understand with wisdom the Dhamma that is free from both extremes, free from the inner world and the outer world, free from clinging to self and clinging to things. This is the Dhamma that is realized only when the mind lets go of both sides. Right view appears only when the mind reaches this direct, immediate realization. Without that direct seeing, right view cannot arise within you, even though the fully enlightened Samma Sambuddha mastered both the Rupa Dhyana and Arupa Dhyanas. He could not find the ultimate truth through them. Then what happened when the Siddhartha realized that? He let go of all teachers and all external guidance and searched for the Dhamma directly within himself by awakening the mind from within. He revealed to the world the way to be free from the suffering of samsara by preaching Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. The Samma Sambuddha clearly revealed to the world that the thoughts arising through the six sense bases, the world created by the mind, are an illusion, and that begins suffer in samsara because they are bound by ignorance. Yet even after the Buddha explained this so very clearly and directly, we still try to search for Nibbana by doing things like offering dana, practicing generosity like Vesantara, or spending long hours in concentration meditation. In truth, the Buddha himself let go of all those practices because they did not lead to Nibbana. So we must ask ourselves honestly a question. If the Buddha abandoned those methods in his final search for awakening, why are we still trying to reach liberation through the same things he left behind? How does this fire of suffering arise? How does the sense of a real self appear through these five senses? All of this was explained very clearly by the fully enlightened Samma Sambuddha 2500 years ago. So, however, today the true Dhamma can be heard everywhere after the Buddha's passing. Our Buddothpada, noble friend, carefully untangled all the difficult points and explained everything step by step with a great clarity, very clearly, guiding you by showing step by step very clearly. So now even little children are beginning to realize this Dhamma within themselves. That is the truth. Nowadays you can realize this Dhamma. Even little children also realizing this Dhamma. That there is no truly existing external world in the way they once believed, and that what they experience is only what the mind creates. Just like in the time of the fully enlightened Buddha, when children like Sunita, Sopaka realize the Dhamma. Today too, children can directly understand and realize this truth because they have no so many concepts in their mind. They have learned. It is very clear and peaceful mind they have. Then they can understand very clearly what this truth means. Because this Dhamma is so clear and direct, even small children can awaken to it through their own experience. That is why our noble friend and all Dhamma friends are making such an effort to share this message with the world. Nothing for anything else, for the sake of all living beings. Here the Buddha explains again and again that there is no real self in any of this. So our noble friend Aryan Mahanse always tried to, and he clarified very directly that this rapidly arising and disappearing vibration, this wave-like movement, creates the illusion of a world, even though it appears solid. The world that arises through the aggregates is only an illusion created by the speed of these mental formations. It has explained very clearly how this light is created, how we experience this light, how sound is created, and how all these sensory experiences come together as a vibration. Aryan Mahanse clearly shows how this vibration becomes a mind object and how it appears as something real and how it creates both extremes and the sense of power. Through that very process, the illusion of a personal identity and inner self force is generated. From that illusion, the view of I and mine arises, and with it, the fire of defilements begins to burn. So our noble friend Aryan Mahanse are expressing this same Dhamma beautifully, helping beings understand how the illusion arises and how to be free from it. Their effort is only for the happiness and liberation of all living beings. The Lord Buddha explained that this world does not truly exist in the way we imagine. The same thing Aryan Mahanse also tried to explain for a long time, and Yes, you can experience. No need to believe or you don't want to trust. You can experience. That's why all Dhamma friends are making effort to give this message to you. He also showed that this entire world, the world we experience, arises from a single object of the mind. When we understand how this fire of suffering begins and how the mind creates the illusion of a world, we can see how the defilements burn within us. Once you understand this Dhamma clearly, you can directly see how the fire of defilements fades away at the very moment the mind sees the truth. As long as the mind clings to the object, the world becomes something real. But the moment the mind takes hold of one of the true extremes, inner or outer, self or other, the fire of defilements immediately begins to arise within us. This is the point where suffering begins. So the only way to stop this fire of defilements is to understand with wisdom the exact point where it begins. So when you really observe your mind, you begin to see how the inner burning starts. You see exactly how the mind grabs on an object, hold it tightly, and then creates an illusion around it. The moment you understand this process clearly, the whole cycle of suffering begins to stop. The fire ends right at the point where you understand its cause. When you see rising and passing your mind object in this very moment, then the fire ends right at that point. If you try to reach liberation by forcing the mind to concentrate or by pushing away unwholesome thoughts and replacing them with wholesome ones, the mind quietly builds a new identity around those good status. Then those status start to feel solid or real and or personal as if they belongs to you. But that is just another form of clinging. But you don't realize that without realizing, you might think that you have only good thoughts and you have only Dhamma thoughts in your mind and you have no impurities. Now I feel the Nibbana like that. You might think those are subtle mind uh, traps. You may not understand. You may not see that points. Those good status you create in the mind can easily become another place where the mind holds on. The mind think this is good, this is me, I must keep this, I am a good person, I am a Buddhist, like that way. But liberation never comes from holding on to anything, not even to good status. Even if you have reached to some state by practicing concentration meditation, if you have reached higher level of that through that concentration meditation, you might think now I can see everything clearly, and I can see my mind very clearly, and then you can think I feel the nibbana. I feel the freedom. I am in a very peaceful state, like that way. But until you are hanging on a one mind object, there is also ignorance, and you are trapping into that for a one mind object. If it is a one mind object, if it is real for you, that means there is a world. If you have a world as real, that means there are two extremes, outer world and inner world. That means still you are trapping into your mind. That means still you haven't seen the mind object, how this name and forms arising and passing away. So freedom comes only when you understand how a mind object is created, how contact becomes feeling, feeling becomes craving, craving becomes becoming. Only then does the illusion break. That is the realization of dependent origination. Without this, Nibbana cannot be reached. But once you realize that supreme peace, or what we called love Swear in Sinhala, even for a moment, you understand immediately that it is not the mind. You also understand why the Buddha said that above all things, Nibbana is the greatest. This is the right view. No one can prevent a person from entering the noble path. The one who sees the truth enters it naturally through the wisdom that arises within you. Because why we always say this realization for a moment, mean we always say sometimes you can experience within you that supreme peace even for a moment. Why we say that? Once you experience that moment, you never fall back to the anusota, because you feel that that is the freedom. once you feel that the moment of freedom, then you try to complete that path to Nibbana. You never fall back to the Anusata. However, in this true path, there is no person who seeks a level to reach or a result to achieve. But when we are explaining, when we say, we use those words to reach that Nibbana, reach the liberation or like that, but there is no person to reach. Once you understand about 5 sense bases, and although your mind consciousness, once you understand everything very clearly, once you see that there is no soul or a real mind object, then you will see that there is no person to reach for any level in this path to Nibbana. But once you realize this truth, you understand that there is no soul expecting anything, and there is no somebody who needs to reach any level. If there is a person or soul to expecting anything to reach to some level, that means there is a person and there is a soul, and someone try to reach for something. That means you haven't understand that, or you haven't seen that there is no soul. If you believe there is a person or soul inside you, then liberation can never be reached. This is why Venerable Ananda could not attain arahantship. For so long, he was still holding onto the mind object, that thinking, I want to become an arahant, because he had a aramuna, he had a target to reach, and he had a mind object, real thing. He had a real state to reach. Until he was hanging on that, then he couldn't reach to that liberation. So, if within these 6 senses, no person or soul can be found, then even the mind object is not real. And if the body is only experienced through the mind, even the body too is just a mental appearance, not a true self. We call this is my hand, this is my leg. How we can see this body? Through our eye. So what we are seeing through this eye, whether it is real or not, then you will realize whether it is real or not. This is the hardest part we can understand. That is the point you are trapping in this path to liberation. So, who is there to reach any level? This is why we must be very careful. If you think there is someone inside this body, who must progress or who must achieve or become something, then liberation will always remain out of reach. This is why our Aryan Wahanse noble friend says that if you are looking for a level to reach, that is not the correct way. We have experience actually from the very beginning. Once we realize that for a moment that when we had that experience, so the thought arising all the time, now I know the Dhamma. Now I have reached some level like that way. The mind is behaving like that way, and always our mind try to trap from every side. That is why we have to be very careful when you understand this Dhamma, when you realize for a moment the Dhamma. But still you need to be very careful, because our mind always try to trap into this ignorance. Sometimes when you gather Dhamma knowledge, you may start thinking about giving Dhamma sermons without realizing it. You may try to show others, sometimes thinking that I know Dhamma, and then you may enjoy by thinking like that way. Then without noticing, you automatically get trapped inside your own mind. The hidden subtle mind tries to create a person inside you, a knowledgeable, accomplished self. That is how our mind behave all the time. Usually, as usual way, it appears like that way without noticing. If you haven't steady awareness to see that very, very hidden subtle points in your mind, then you are trapping into that. These are the thoughts of Mara Sanya. We must understand these Mara signs means very, very little hidden subtle points in our mind. We must understand those points very clearly, because they are extremely subtle. Sometimes until your noble friend shows you, you may not realize it. But who has completed the path to liberation, then he can understand very well if you are trapping in that in some point. That is why the guidance of a noble friend, it is very important to reach to that liberation. The reason is that the mind immediately tries to protect and maintain that imagine status. What exists there is only ignorance. Sometimes we hear that our noble friend explain so many people saying that That is knowledge, not completed the pathway. That is the hidden, very subtle mind um, that you are trapped in. But you have to come out of that state of the mind, and then we can hear our noble friend explaining like that way. Actually, that is true. But sometimes you might think, no, I am right. I am in the right position, like that way. That is also the mind. Because of our ego, then our mind doesn't allow to accept those guidance. That's how our mind is always working. So that is why we need to be very careful when we practice in this path to liberation. So it is very important to understand the hidden subtle mind tries to create a person inside you, very accomplished self person. Yeah, it is very important to understand, but this vijnana is consciousness, is how this vibration arises, and what this so-called soul is, how this vibration or stimulus arises through these five senses, and how we experience the world by creating so many mind objects for this stimulus without realizing that the every moment this stimulus arising within us, but we never can understand, or we never can see those stage, but we can only see the mind object, what we are experiencing as real. So seeing all of this clearly is essential for realizing the truth, especially about the mind consciousness. So we need to explore very carefully, and you need to find out what is the soul, where is that existing in this body, is that existing in this muscle eye, or this physical ear, or within that skin consciousness. You can find out everywhere. What is this soul mean? Where is that existing? So once you see that very carefully, so then you can understand by exploring the mind consciousness as well. This is why our noble friend always says, do not look for any attained level, because that only strengthens the ego. This is why it is very important to explore and see each sense clearly, one by one, until you truly understand them. Sometimes when you realize that nothing really exists outside in the way you once believed, you may think you already know everything, but that is a mistake you are doing. You must practice and observe all five senses very carefully from the very beginning, until you understand what is the soul mean and the mind consciousness also very clearly in order to realize this true Dhamma. So I hope it would be helpful you to understand something, what is the realization, what is right view mean. So I'll pause here now for today, and time is passing now. And thank you for listening, Dhamma, everyone. So may the Triple Gem bless you, everyone. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahansa.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Thiruvan Sarman. So we've been discussing the book, volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 69. The discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, September 9, 2023. Peruan Saranayaran Mahansa, you talked about the inward spiritual transformation when following the path. The practice must be uniquely constructed according to each person's characteristics. And for that, we have to build our own canoe ourselves when we travel along the path to find the truth in the subject or thought. We experience a feeling of awakening. Within that awareness, the defilements we carry become clear and visible. Accordingly, the ability to assess your own characteristics occurs. When building the canoe, a feeling that the defilements are gone is another situation that can be experienced. Please advise. So he's referring to the internal transformation and asking about having the karmasthana kind of customized. That is the meaning of the karmasthana itself, the unique meditation instruction given by the noble friend. However, you're the one who knows your mind, so you have the help of the noble friend, but you have to build your own canoe or raft. So he's referring to that. Aaron Mahansa answers, this situation was explained this morning. Please refer to the morning Zoom discussion. You need to know the address to reach a destination. If the address is incorrect, you get lost. Just knowing one part of the practice and omitting the rest cannot help you reach the goal. There should be a balance and equal awareness of the beginning, middle, and end of the practice. In the morning discussion, Arahat Samadhi was explained, the Arahat plane or spiritual concentration. We stated that each one has to build his or her own canoe. If you move inside the canoe incorrectly, it's going to capsize. Those who seek fame cannot achieve Nibbana because the canoe overturns. So you have to know the whole practice and have to have an awareness of where you're headed in this path. The beginning, what's the beginning, what's the middle, and what's the end of practice, when to give up the canoe. And there are many pitfalls in this path. It's a journey. Basically what it says is you need to know the complete map before beginning. Even the Niganta society followed enlightenment factors. However, the enlightenment factors expressed by the Buddha and those expressed by the Nigantas are two different concepts. The Buddha's way leads to Nibbana, while the Niganta way leads to a state of floating in the air by blocking the mind. You must know the difference. How does the notion of the individual self or the concept of individual existence occur when practicing and following the path? The notion of soul or self refers to the individualized feeling that I am living or I exist. This is a thought or conception. This view of an existence refers to the intense feeling of the notion of individual self. From this, words like me, mine, I am are created. So there's the Niganta society, and there's the doctrine of the Buddha, and they're two different paths. Buddha's way, it leads to Nibbana. And the Niganta way is avoiding thoughts or blocking the mind, suppressing thoughts. And there have been many sermons that discusses that. Whereas the Buddha's way, the Buddha's doctrine, it talks about understanding and realizing the notion of the individual self, the sense of self, the self-identifying view, how this mind comes into existence, the feeling that I live and I exist, me, mine, I am, all that talks about the same thing. This kind of language is present in that self-identifying view. You're viewing the whole world through the lens of me. So this path leads to true liberation, whereas the Niganta path is just it's suppression of the thoughts. To destroy this wrong concept, a path must be adopted and faithfully followed. That is why we say, eat without the notion I'm eating, or walk without the idea I'm walking. The mind consciousness or the mind can never eat, drink, walk, or do anything. A thought cannot perform any activity. In that case, which one dies, mind or body? Every thought dies as long as the thought carries the concept of the individual self. Nibbana is far away from you. As long as the ego or notion of an individual soul is present, defilements are present too. When defilements exist, a person can break what is known as precepts. So even in the practical approach, this is stressed upon. Whatever we do, we have this idea that I am doing this. We cannot do anything without that kind of lens, or seeing without that kind of lens. When we eat, the underlying idea that I am eating is there. When I drink, the underlying idea that I am drinking is there. So to understand this unique angle, Buddha said, monks at dawn, if you want to see a rainbow in a dewdrop, which is on the tip of a blade of grass, you have to look at it with a careful gaze at a unique angle to see this rainbow. So this angle, this specific angle is clearly shown by the noble friend. And this has been helping a lot of listeners of Buddothpada sermons to get to peace. As you may already know through all these Zoom discussions that we've been listening to all this time, we keep hearing these practitioners, how much of their defilements have been extinguished due to this Dharma, by understanding how the mind is created moment to moment, this practical approach, not just first listening to Dhamma, understanding what it is and follow this practical path so that intellectually learned Dhamma knowledge is converted to your own realization, this self-validating Dhamma. When we say I'm eating, your hands mix the food and put it in the mouth. The mouth does the chewing. and it's swallowed and it reaches the GI tract and all the digestion happens there. And it's not anybody's doing. Even though the thought is that I am eating, the mind cannot eat anything. It's just a thought. Same way about anything we do. Mind cannot, when you feel like you're thirsty, you would go towards the tap, and I mean, you can't even say you, the body would go towards the tap, open the faucet and get some water into a glass. The mouth will do the drinking. The mind didn't drink the water. The underlying thought that I am drinking is there. It's already establishing that there's a self here. So when we die, we can't say the body dies, because I'm sorry, when we die, like, we can't say that the self, the so-called self, is a certain part of the body. Sometimes a person who's paralyzed will still be alive, and the mind will be creating thoughts. So when the mind dies, then when the mind doesn't work, then we can say, like, that person is usually declared dead and buried or cremated or whatever it is. So as long as the mind is there and it carries the concept of the individual self, Nibbana is far away. So this ego, the soul, the individual self, the notion of an individual soul, if that is present, defilements are present too. Defilements exist. Here, the path that bhikkhus follow cannot be contaminated by feelings such as I have to be beautiful, I have to have nice robes, I am the one who preach, etc. This is opposite to true spiritual behavior. A bhikkhu's life should be very simple. Spiritual change is essential for all four groups of people: bhikkhu, bhikkhuni, upasaka, upasika, or monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen. The Four Noble Truths must be experienced: the origin of suffering, its consequences, its cessation, and liberation must be experienced. So when this ego needs to be understood and realized, when you become a bhikkhu, usually things like I have to be beautiful, I have to have nice robes, these kind of contaminate the whole practice, because a bhikkhu should see the path clearly, should see that the so-called external world is a mental construct. So the so-called notion of self is also mental construct, and he or she should understand the Four Noble Truths. That is the whole path. It's not about pride, appearance, or recognition. Simplicity, alpechatave, not a glamorous life, mahechatave. It's true change. It's the true internal transformation and experiencing within you the Four Noble Truths. In order to understand the mind, a path must be followed. On this path, the practice and following the path must be observed. The outside world is not true to you. Without the notion of individual self, the senses and activities continue naturally. So the inputs from the five senses gives rise to the mind. We have been discussing about this whole week. So, and it creates this sense of self, and it's kind of the sense of self is diffused into everything we do. Whatever we think, whatever we do throughout the day carries this underlying assumption. This is what we should awaken to eventually. When you understand this so-called external world is not real, they're manifestations of vibrations, and the so-called mind that is created, that is created as a result of these manifestations of vibrations, which assumes that there's an individual self, is not true. So those are the meditation instructions that's been given according to the practical approach, the 7-day program. And eventually to see that whatever the thoughts that we have, whatever the actions, the bodily formations, the verbal formations, and the mental formations, Kaya Sankara, Vachi Sankara, and Mano Sankara, has this underlying belief of the so-called self. When we see that throughout the day, when we see that as the system, and the system is formed in that way, we slowly awaken from the dream, because now you see the dream for what it is. So that is the practice, but it's not easy. It's easy to talk about it in this manner, but as we go through the practice, we know there are many pitfalls. So we discussed about the first step of the practical approach yesterday, how to see that the so-called external world is also a mental construct. And this needs to be practiced for a while. Aran Hanse had said he practiced it for about a year. And we have taken different paths because this practice was not introduced. I think this was introduced in about probably the second or third year of Aran Hanse, third year or second year or third year after Aryan has started giving these sermons. So before that, it was a little different. However, it's all the same. To see that whatever it is, you do make it a practice. Because this is not concentration meditation. This is irrespective of your posture, whether you're sitting, standing, walking, or sleeping, irrespective of your posture, you can see the mind. If you have a very kind of scattered mind, then it will help to do concentration meditation a little. In that case, it's recommended. But what happens is, as you see see the mind in action. Um, before realizing the truth, already these thoughts you have assumes the existence of the so-called external world and the so-called self. So when the truth is seen, that thought is stripped off of its ignorance and put to the truth, brought to the truth. In that place, what happens is you're brought back to the moment. That is a concentration meditation that's happening through penetrative insight or vidarshana. And that is the path. So, say you see, like, before this path, we would just go about with our day. We would see something, let's say I see a car, and I'll be like, oh, that's a nice Honda. I wonder if it is a new car or which year it was manufactured. Or it will make you take you to a different place in time. Oh, that's a Honda Civic. And oh, I remember my first car and I got into an accident and my uncle died or whatever it is. These like you see something first that is around you, and from there it's taken you to a thought, to a different time, and to an emotion usually. So if you pay attention to your mind, there's some sadness or happiness, and that scene, if you focus on where it's coming from, it started off with this thought by seeing this car, Honda Civic. Let's say it's a blue car. But the eye only saw the color and the shape. We can't even say the color and the shape, but let's use the language, otherwise we won't be able to talk about it. At the very primary level, it's just colors and shapes, and then the label automatically came with it, but the label does not belong to this function of seeing. Label, the thought, it's not like you see a Honda Civic and you just say its name, tell its name out loud, but it appears in the mind as a thought in the form of a sound. If you pay attention to the thought, it has the form of the sound. You think with sounds, yet that sound perception, that is a sound perception or sanya, it's like a signpost, doesn't have any sounds in it. And that is like one of the most amazing things about this Dharma. It's kind of funny how these perceptions work. So sound, colors of sound is light is a perception, sound, smell, taste, touch, all of those are perceptions. And then the labels are perceptions, labels that are created by the entanglement of these basic perceptions, smell, taste, image, sound, which are chair, table, mother, father, universe, all those are perceptions. And when you see a chair, the perception of the chair, and there's another perception hidden, kind of, that assumes that there is a chair, the existence of the chair. That is also perception. And I am seeing the chair. I am here. The existence of the perception that kind of communicates the existence of the chair, the existent perception, ittasanya, And with respect to it, if there's a car out there, then there should be a self that's seeing it, which is the self-perception, Atma Sanya. These are kind of hidden in plain sight. If we dig deeper into a thought, you will find that it already carries that message in it, meaning in it, the perception in it, the idea in it. So the blue color car, blue is a label. When we say color, color is also labeled. Like children learn red, yellow, and sometime later they learn that what they learned as red, yellow are called colors. So color is a label. Blue color car, but we can't, if we strip it off of the labels, the experience of seeing the car took you to a whole level, whole thought process, in time, emotions. So this is the dependent origination. Because of ignorance, it feels like there's something there, and there's the knowing that you saw this, and then there's an attachment to it. The existence of it is established, and I am seeing it, and I like it or I dislike it. This is the dependent origination. I am not skilled at explaining it. I'll try one of these days with the whole 12 steps in it kind of expanded, but it's in there. Ignorance lead to mental formations, starting from that. Then jati, bhava, jati, jara, marana, soka, parideva. Bhava means becoming, means something is there. The fact that something is there, existent feel, existent perception. Jati means with respect to it, I am here, I see that. So the self is born in that jati. Jati means the birth there. Jara marana is decaying and sadness, sorrow, all that is followed, that all the birth of the self is followed by all that, the suffering. What is that suffering? When your mind goes to the zero vibration, you will have this self-validated. Even that thought that assumed the existence of this Honda Civic is making you restless. Even though it's not much, it's just a car on the side that you see. But to the non-vibration, it could be felt how tiring even these seemingly negligible, non-valuable thoughts are. For now, you will have to take it at face value of this statement, but you can experience this for yourself. So this birth, before Aryan Maharaj's teachings came into existence, this dependent origination was talked about, assuming the existence of the time, assuming that the previous birth, this birth, and a next birth. Talking about 3 lifetimes. But with Aryan Mahan says, this wouldn't, from the book, one can't just make sense of it, make head from tail, because it's just so much. And this is originally somebody's experience that's put into words in the Tripitaka. So for someone to grab that same message out of a written script that person has to have the same experience to see the truth in the words. So that is why the real noble friend, the value, we can't say value because value would mean something material, how great and how rare actually how rare the word of the noble friend is. To make sense of this, there's so many words, so many interpretations, but what really works is what is already seen within themselves, and when transferred through the communication, that noble friend is able to get another vibration go to zero, and which we have first-handedly experienced within other practitioners and within ourselves. So this is the dependent origination, seeing that we go mental from just seeing something into a different world, and the suffering is already created, and see how it was created in the first place. If you make some building or whatever made of Legos, if you do not know if you were given the final product and you never saw how, you don't know how Legos work or whatever, if you were asked to kind of destroy it, you would try to cut it. Just assume you don't know much about anything. You would just cut it or try to burn it or whatever. But if you are the one who created it, or if you know how these things work, if you took the pieces apart, you will be in a situation you don't have that building that's made up of Legos anymore. Maybe that's a poor kind of a metaphor, but I think that's all I could come up with, because for this mind to be not projected, the same thing should be done. The one has to understand how the mind is created in the first place. When I say it's not assembled or projected, doesn't mean once you realize the truth, you will be in a situation that you won't be able to recognize a chair or a table or your mother or father. The mind will be there, but that internal burning, that even in a thought, there's a certain kind of burning, restlessness, anxiousness, anxiety, that will go to zero. So even Buddha talked and thought. Buddha said, there was a thought that came to my mind in the next room. Anuruddha Thero was there, so I should go and meet him. In Tripitaka, in many sutras, there are many examples of places where Buddha admired things. Buddha talked about how he thought about things. So, meaning mind is not going to go anywhere, but it's an awakening where you will deal with everyday things just the same way you were dealing with them before, but that internal burning will be gone because the self will be dissolved, and the idea that something exists is no longer there. So it's like it's blended with the whole experience. There's no duality anymore. The system continues to work the same way it used to work. If it used to go to work and do the work, come back home and all that take care of children, clean the house, go to bed, it will continue to do all that. But all the pressures, the stresses, the burden, the burning associated with it that was there before realizing the Dhamma is no more. And it's very peaceful, it's tranquil. You can feel this for yourself when you begin to get into the practice. You will see how your defilements are slowly diminishing. And it's very tranquil and very calm. There's no need to be angry. Who would you be angry at? Who is there to be angry at anything? So both the ends are dissolved. It's like trees or whatever. When we say tree, it feels like trees don't move. How do you compare? Not in that sense, but there's no complaining, there's no measuring, there's no I am above you, you're below me. There's no hidden agenda. It's just you. It's just like your nature. There's nothing to talk about. You're not any different, and there's no you. There's no so-called labels. The seeing is there, the hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, and the mind, the thinking is there. Not unnecessary thoughts. Now, before listening to Dhamma, we would see something, we are like, oh, that's a nice movie. Maybe I should go and watch. Or maybe if you're walking on the road, you will kick something, you'll throw something, you'll jump, or whatever. Maybe like certain aspects if are there, like the jumping or whatever. Like there was an arahant, because some things that come out of habit from like other samsaric births, that doesn't assume the existence of a world or a so-called self. They are not like out of habit, the things that comes. They can be there, but like, the idea is whatever you do, whatever you talk about, whatever you think, the underlying assumption that this so-called world exists and I exist with respect to that is the one that's dissolving. Nothing else. Mara asked Buddha, are you happy? And Buddha said, why am I happy? Because of what? What did I gain? I didn't gain anything. And Mara asked Buddha, are you sad then? Why am I sad? I didn't lose anything. The only thing that was lost is the thought that I had this, there was a so-called self. So that is the only thing that is going to go away. So let's start with the rest of the discussion. Thank you very much. Vandima Theruvan Saranam.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Yeah, actually, we listened to very interesting speech. So we thank Harshi for that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask also. I can see we have Niroji join with us, so you are free to talk your views, your ideas, your experience with maybe working with other colleagues from many parts of the world. So that would be very interesting. And we invite Justin Kema and also our Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, everyone. So yeah, so it's very important because this Dhamma, we all the time highlight about one particular aspect. That one particular aspect is this right angle. So Dhamma usually giving all kind of direction for the right angle. So this right angle is rare. Because if this right angle happens only, this transition, the expected level of transition for ending the suffering would occur. It is not in the mind, that's why. So we all the time talks about the feel. It is not the mind, because this mind is the power. Mind is the thought. We understand as long as you carry a sensor system, at any given moment, there is a power forming ability in the system. It is not done by you, but this fire is occurring. There is a fire, either through a sight or either through the hearing or through some touch feel or any aspects. Even though we think that these are different experience, like it is a whole sensor system. It is whole sensor system. Actually, it is we separated, like this is the ear, this is the nose, this is the body, this is the tongue, like that is also another thinking. That is another misconception, another drushti. So if we leave all that set aside, there is one thing you see, that is the sensor spark. So the sensor spark, and this is like a electric circuit. Sensor spark and form a combined spark, because this sensor spark coming together is this combined spark. So there is a whole sensor system in this electric circuit. Every moment there is some electric spark here. That spark is the one which is felt. But unfortunately, what is felt is the problem here, because it is not just the sight, it is not just the sound, it is not just the taste. Something totally different start to feel. For example, why there is a difference? One experience for their own child and for somebody's child. So it is the same sight occurrence. If you just analyze at your eye sensor level, that formation is just a color spark. But why there is a variation? This variation is the problem, which you haven't done anything, but now that's coming in that way. So this is how this was programmed to this system. This is my child. I am the owner of this child. If this something happens to this child, so it is my thought, it will not able to bear life. But that is not the case for somebody else's child, because this is how this system was programmed. That is the exist and feel of everything, that everything is real. And but what is real, like certain things you see were formed like me. So then what happens naturally, in this system, whenever that spark occur, naturally the spark you see getting stronger, and now there is a strong combined spark of a son. Now there is a strong combined spark of a mother or father, like that. But this is the pain, the other side. You see, this is the pain, because all the mental satisfaction, you see, drives on these small things. But for this system, now these are very big, like. So, but when we understand the Dhamma, actually the more than we say understand, we talks about the field, because this right angle, the right angle provide all the guidance that it is not a knowledge transformation. Knowledge transformation means it is the same person is there with some liberation when listening to Dhamma, but it is not a total liberation of himself or herself. Because the correct liberation comes once it liberated from self. So that's why this is the non-soul Dhamma. So therefore, really all this practice is needed for this, because all this pain, all this suffering, all this heavy in the thought, all this rise because of this. But you see, when the real transition happens, Even this is a system transit. System means the whole body sensor system will feel the truth. In the sense, now see when someone talks, it is this who vibrate these vocal cords. So this is very interesting. Now, some sound comes, but vocal cords, you see, that vibrate and this comes out. So that's why. So non-soul means the once this transformation happen, it's a liberation which feel by the entire sense system. And even now it is not the same system that was there before in the illusion. And now it is the right vision. And it is not a thinking. It is, you see, it is reflected in even every word or every scenarios. Like so, even words spoken, there cannot be soul back because this is a system change, and there can't be a mind comes and control like no, it is not suitable to say like this. It won't happen. So the transformation means it's a transformation of everything. So why we are telling this? Because Nibbana is really the opportunity for one to really experience the present moment awakening, present moment liberation is present. So it is in a way like it is not very complicated either. But until this, because it is not a path where a soul power getting powerful, you see, or it's not necessary. For example, there is a soul experiencing a liberation is not the one here. The real liberation is liberation from self. So that will automatically happen in the path. So for that, what somebody has to do, understanding how this soul form each and every moment, because every moment there is some experience here, some feel is here, some electric spark is here. There is nothing more than that electric spark. It is a fire. It is a need. It is a want in the system. So, but if one sees how this existent field or this alive field is formed, then for that person itself, the blindness of that mind image of this existence field will disappear. So, so that is the clearance of this non-soul anger. So, in this context, this Dhamma is a greater relief because trying to control everything in the mind would be different, would be very difficult. But if one experience a natural liberation, automatically it is liberated irrespective of the environment, irrespective of the setup, irrespective of the network. So that is the, you see, the ideal liberation. So actually I thought of, you see, discussing like these mindfulness techniques, because I think the Western world very interested about these mindfulness techniques, because we heard all this time these mindful techniques are very much practiced all over the world as a mechanism for concentration meditation. So many have the experience of the mindfulness techniques like, but we have to understand the real technique or the real practice happen, you see, ones who understand or ones who really feel there is no soul here, that feel of transformation will happen. And for that guy, actually this four mindfulness techniques will happen. So the first one is the mindfulness of the body. Second technique is the mindfulness of the feet. The third technique is the mindfulness of the mind. And the last one is the mindfulness of the Dhamma. In the sense, we'll discuss about it. So, so this mindfulness of the body, you see now, we learned about, I think you may have practiced these 32 body parts, like you see taking these and concentrating on these things, like, but there's a real value here when it comes to our Dhamma path we are talking here even. Because now see if it is a eye, ear, nose, like hair or nail, teeth, skin, bones, kidneys, heart, livers, lungs, like now what all these? Actually, all these are a mind image. Where is this? Because this whole body is a electric spark sensor system. So all these names you see given to highlight this is a bone, like we have never seen the blood vessels and the our own bones. And even in this sensor system, there is no chance of anyway experiencing like that, because at any given moment it is just a color spark only. So it is not about a thing. So where are all these things? Teeth. So if someone talks about the teeth, then the teeth is a mind image. So nothing real here. So therefore, so this body really is the one which derives the materiality, in other words. So when we look at like this, you see, if we do not find these are mind images, these are like material, no, it is the body actually create all these formations also. So so all the materiality is a formation by the body, no? So if we have a hand, like where invisibly it can run through like a scanning machine, it can run through a wall, like, then definitely humans will not talk about any materiality. But unfortunately, this sensor system doesn't have that kind of a capacity. So for that level, it is the material field is there, but that field where that occur, that material field occur in the sensor. That's what we need to understand. So it's different from animal to animal. So there can be animal like bats. You see, they totally use a different radiation like radar and so on. So but human doesn't have that kind of a capacity. So therefore, what is the correct word? We have to understand it is this sensor derived word. So so actually one who really follow the path, a guy who has experienced the non-soul, really find there is no ownership for the body. There is no ownership for the body. Then when you come to the mindfulness of the field, in I think we say Vedananupassana, so mindfulness of the field, that means for the field there is no ownership. There is no ownership for the field. So see, and the third one is mindfulness of the mind. What's that? There is no ownership for the mind, because that thought that occur on its own. It is a spark. It is a current. Each and every moment, just a moment thing. Nothing is real. So that spark occurs and vanishes in a less than second. So that is the life otherwise. So then mindfulness of the Dhamma. So Dhamma means nothing else. Dhamma is nothingness. So every moment, what is the experience? In these sparks, when you see scatter the sparks, there's nothing. So therefore, in this Dhamma path, it's quite clear what somebody's experience is, that even its thoughts, even its feel, even its body will not become meaningful. So its moment, each and every moment experience is a form of a liberation. Yeah, I think, yes, Harshi, I think we can invite others. Teruvan Saranai Harshi for the discussion.
Teruvan Saranai Randima for that a great explanation about four stages of mindfulness. Yeah, we have a lot of people joined in. Dr. Ravi,
Yeah,
Teruvan
Teruvan Saranai.
Saranai. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai Harshi, Teruvan Saranai Randima, Teruvan Saranai Aranwahase and everyone. Yes, to add something to what Randima said. So in 4 great practical stages, so earlier what we used to take the first one as a real body. So that is what you call the first one is the Kayanupasana. Kayanupasana means actually earlier we took it as we considered there is a kind of a body, so it has been created in 32 components, so they come together and form the body. But in actual way of seeing this Kayanupasana is little bit different. The first one I am talking about. So that means the skandha kaya. It clearly says about the 5 aggregates. So how the 5 aggregates creates that mental projection. So as Randima said, even though we take our head, toe, nails, teeth, and so on, like 32 body parts, but all them are made up of with these 5 aggregates. So understanding the 5 aggregates is happened in the what do you call it, in the first step. So that means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Understanding that. So how it contributes, how the 5 aggregates contribute to form this solidity or solid or this kind of a mental projection is the thing that we should practice. So it is also in another way looking at from the angle of 5 aggregates how the thought get created. So the way that the thought get created will be understood in the first step. That means, as Randima said, it is even though we say there is a body which has 32 components of it, it is also a mental fabrication, mental construct. So how it becomes a mental construct is studied in this in the first step. So, so it is also the vidarshana. So, so it can be applied as a practical thing into a day-to-day life. So if you see your body in the mirror, so if you are able to look at in that way angle, so you will understand, even though I feel my hand is a firm thing, a solid thing, I am lifting my right hand now. So is it the actual thing happening here? What is the actual process that's going on? It's only the skandha. Skandha means rupa, vedana, sanya, sankara, vijnana. So we have to first you have to contemplate how this happens. Then you have to realize this sense of feeling the existence is the creation of these 5 aggregates. It is the ultimate result of 5 aggregates happening one after another. So it will lead to create you to feel that sense of the existence. So that we call this the skandakaya. So earlier what we practiced was little bit different. What we used to do is we separated each. We thought there is a kind of a body. So we thought it is real. Then we tried to separate into 32 fragments. Then we analyzed whether there is a person behind it. So that is also okay, but we have to. So the error in that thinking pattern is that we take there is a person who build up with these 32 portions. So that is the ignorance we had earlier. But if you practice these 4 practical approaches, in the first approach, what you have to learn is none other than the 5 aggregate. It talks about nothing else. So we have to, it talks about the skandakaya. Skandakaya means 5, how these 5 aggregates makes the feel of the existence. Existence in the middle, we feel that I am existing. So that is the entire cause that affects for everything, for the sorrow and the sadness and everything. So as the first step, we have to practice, is there an actual person here? Then you will find, as Randima clearly said, it is a mental creation. So every time we see our face in the mirror, we see a mental projection. So there is nothing there. So can we say for such a mental construct as a thing? No, it is not real. So then we get to know, even though we separate the creation process into 5 stages, the ultimate result is feeling of the existence. But we will understand by looking at in this way, this particular angle, we will understand there is no such a feel of existence as well, because all of them are mental creations. So that is the first way. That is the very first step. So looking at the angle of the skandakaya, looking at the angle of the 5 aggregates. So, but in contrast to the previous practice, we did was something different. We took nails, for it is real. So whether there is an kind of soul there, no, we exclude nails. So you don't assign a soul to the nails. So you don't assign uh, soul to your hair. You can't assign soul to your hand, soul to your brain, and so on. So that is that is not the way we should practice. What we should practice is seeing this skandakaya as the five aggregates, the angle of five aggregates, how this skandakaya gets created. So then we will understand uh, uh, mm, then it will confirm us there is no soul here. We are dealing only with a mental projection, a mental construct. So in such a mental construct, can we assign a soul? No. Then we will definitely I can realize there is no soul here at all. It has not been there at the beginning. It will not proceed further. And even at this moment, you don't find a soul here. So that is the practical approach that we should practice at the very first stage of this um, practical approach. So then comes the Vedana Vipassana. The impact that is created from these worldly perceptions are real or not. So then the impact, the Vedana, the 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 pain that carries along with the worldly perceptions, we will find it is also a mental fabrication. So that is the second step. So first you have to contemplate what this really means. Then you can apply into yourself even. So if you, as Randima said, if your child is not real, the impression and the pain that will carries along with that mental image would not be real as well. So yes, so all talks about this seeing these five aggregates in different ways. So that will make you to comprehend there is no soul definitely in this moment even. So that it is this practice is very different from our previous way of doing this Satrasatipatthana. Previously, we thought, so that's why they call it a mindfulness practice or something. This is not actually a mindfulness thing. There is no person to keep this concentration on these things. So what we have to understand is the process, the way how this functions, the way how these things happen. Yes, Harshi, you Therun Sarnai.
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, yeah, very true. The way we uh, learn to practice these things before, like this, there are different names, this Navasivatika Pabbe and all that you talked about, like contemplating on how disgusting this body is, how
Yeah,
disgusting these body parts are. That like just reinforces the wrong view that there's an existing world and an existing self that's experiencing that. So
yeah,
now
yeah.
we understand how.
Yeah, in that point, we believe that there's a hand.
Yeah.
There are two hands. So there are an existing heart. So at that point, we tend to believe unknowingly there's something tangible there. But if you look at in angle of fire aggregates, if you realize it is also a mental projection, then you will automatically no value would be assigned to those things. So even though I tell it is my heart, so we clearly get to know that there is nothing called heart here. It is also a mental projection. So how can we assign a value for that if it is not really existing? So that process will be triggered if you look at from that angle only. Otherwise, as long as you take your heart is there, so it is not me, so it is another thinking, so it won't help you to get the pure liberation. So the hand is mine anyway. It has been created from 32 parts. We believed that there is a person here. It is the ignorance we had. So there was a person here. There is a person here who has 32 body parts. But when you realize the true Dhamma, we will realize everything can be described in this through this five aggregates. So ultimately, what we realize is we completely we are completely dealing with the chitta rupa or the mental images. So if we deal with a mental image, how can we assign a value to that? The value that has been given previously will be gone, isn't it, Arshi?
Yeah, very true. Not only that, it creates an unnecessary, like, obsessive compulsive kind of a disorder, OCD kind of a thing towards your own body
Ah,
and other people's bodies. Like
exactly.
different psychological conditions. Um, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
That's why I think Western people took it as this is a negative religion, because people uh, people used to practice this body as a disgusting thing, isn't it? So they try to they built up some kind of a repulsion towards this body. So they hate themselves. They started hating themselves. So that is the misconception that had earlier with the current practice. But Lord Buddha said something very different from this, isn't it?
yeah, even the meaning of the word impermanence has
Mhm.
been distorted so much. It means, like, it has a very shallow meaning that people have kind of embraced or adopted or whatever.
Yeah.
That things break, people die, things decay, that sort of thing. I mean, that you don't
Mhm.
need Lord Buddha to say that kind of basic
Exactly.
observation, reiterate that kind of basic observation. Anybody can, like, without, you don't have to be very smart also. Anybody can uh, observe these
And,
things about what's around us, but it runs much deeper than that to how the mind is created. So when Buddha said Rupang Nichito Anichito, is form permanent or impermanent, that means, is it a real thing or not a real thing? That means it comes into existence in this moment. Therefore,
Mhm.
it is impermanent in that sense. But that English word kind of dilutes the whole idea of it, which is like the whole heart of Buddhism. So that's why we kind of try not to use these words and adopt a vocabulary that makes sense, that communicates what we are trying to communicate here without any distortions, with minimal distortions, I would say, because there's a lot that's lost in translation here. I mean, we can go on for another 10 minutes or so if everybody's okay with that. I would like to listen to Dr. Sakuntala also. We would like to have everybody else sharing your thoughts. Peruan Saran.
Therun Saranai. I pay my homage to Aryan Mahasi, Buddothpada Aryan Mahasi, Therun Saranai. Therun Saranai Dhamma friends. I think there was a very nice discussion with very detailed elaboration on this 4 Satipatthana Bhavana, which was described by Ravi. As you all said, I think it was practiced in almost every sort of meditation sessions or whatever, as a person on this side, the existing person is there, and that person is trying to see where the soul is. So, as you said, breaking this existing body, physical body, into sort of small pieces and looking for where the soul is. So the soul was there and the body was there on either side, and we were trying to sort of find out where the soul is. And then actually quite a significant weight was put for this Kayanupassana meditation, which is the first step, where there were sort of so many types of meditation under that, including the breathing meditation. So it was purely a concentration meditation when it came to the routine practice, which was done in most of our temples. And now we have realized that this is something that you must sort of practice with the concept that there is no living person, no existing person. Also all 4 Satipatthana Bhavana, all 4 steps, I think like that. You have to have the Samma Ditti, that means the correct vision, where there is no existing world, which includes an existing self-existence. Just few things to, something just to add practical side. Now we all must have come across with sometimes difficult people to get on, sometimes very pleasant and nice people that we like to be associating with more frequently. Now what we try to understand is this: we all are like programmed robots. Different people. Now, if you take a family, if you take 3 children and the parents, now 5 people, all 5 will have different personalities. That is the accepted word, the personalities. So in other words, they all are like robots who have been programmed in slightly different manner. Programming means you introduce data. So when you compare that with the sattva or the human being, the data means the past experience, what we call the Purana Sanya, which becomes new information, new Sanya, Nava Sanya. So if you take this view, now a robot, if the robot is programmed in such a way, now for example, a robot is fixed at a ticket counter, and the robot is programmed to check the tickets, and then if there is an invalid ticket, the robot will block the passage, so something like that. So that depends on the data which has been introduced. So similarly, now if you take the human being, your own family member, that is the same angle that you have to look at them. Different person is a differently programmed robot. So that person has no control over his or her activities. Whereas the myself, or if you take yourself, similarly, yourself also has no control over your activity. So all of us, all these have programmed line of activities happening. So if you try to look at in this angle, I think you can minimize the defilements that might arise within you when you are confronted with a particular situation, or when you are associating with certain people, because this is a mechanism, or this is a system which is functioning. No one is there who can control. So it is an automatic flow of system happening, and it is not under control. No one is controlling. So I think I just wanted to add these few things. Anyway, what you all explained was very informative and very descriptive. I greatly appreciate. I will conclude. Okay, Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai Aran.
Dr. Sakuntala, I think we have come to the end of the session. Theruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa. We can conclude, right?
Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation, your liberation that comes through. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpada, Buddothpada.
buddothpada-dhamma.com, and today we're starting with page 66. Within the experience, something similar to Nibbana is felt. Is that the true Nibbana? Is emptiness referring to the moment when you feel like the mind consciousness has disappeared? These concepts are misconceptions. Does the mind disappear? Is that emptiness? Is it Nibbana? This question is related to an essential Dhamma service for this year. Now, what is Alamariya Jnana Darshanaya? All daily chores and thinking process flow in a normal way. But the person with this supreme wisdom does not grab anything. Nothing affects him or her. No clinging. Everything is priceless to him or her. Ajosaya tittati. I'm sorry, there are so many Pali terms. We'll just kind of brush through it. Everything's kind of talks about the same thing. There's no point in really translating these Pali terms to English because it's only talked about in this Dhamma. And, Hinduism doesn't talk about any of this, neither any other religion or philosophy. So I don't see the point in translating like these unique terms to English even. If you can just, you don't have to learn these to understand what he's saying. The same things could be said in simple language without these Pali terms. Alamariya Jnana Darshani and Adhigata Samadhi, as explained in Kemaka Sutta, Upakilesa Sutta, and Dasadhamma Sutta, are related to these spiritual experiences. In order to achieve the stream entry level or Sotapanna level, the disciplined person in the Dhamma must receive advice from a Kalyana Mitra or true friend. You have to know exactly how this happens. Now please answer the question. Reveal an experience that shows Animitta Samadhi, a spiritual concentration or absorption without any object or subject. Aryan Mahansi is ready to answer the question. We are asking the question from the gentleman who originally raised it. What is today's date and time? So today is September 9th, 2023, and the time is 11:15 a.m. What is Arahatta Samadhi? All of you do what you normally do in your daily life, just like Gatikara was making pots for a living. He was a potter. This applies to all four levels: bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, upasakas, and upasikas, as in monks and nuns, laymen and laywomen. You all must clear your views to reach Adhigata Samadhi. This is also connected with the result after following the path. This situation was explained by the Buddha to Anuruddha Thero. This is also not Nirodha Samapattiya. This is the Kanika Samadhi that can be experienced by an Arahant.
What is this? Every moment thoughts come and go, as in appear and disappear, but there is a spiritual change that leads that person towards emptiness. That person does not exist in this sensual world, the world made with form or rupa, or in the formless world, arupa. So this person does not exist in the form world or the formless world. Thoughts are experienced, however, he or she is now dwelling in the special circumstances created by the experience of Nibbana. This experience can be yours after Patinissagganupassana, as in letting go of everything completely, not physically, but through the understanding and realization of the mind. Letting go means that letting go doesn't mean physically letting go of your car and give it to somebody. This is also Alamariya Jnana. This section is explained above. Aryan Mahansi has been trying to help you reach this level. So the mind consciousness cannot be stopped. The importance you have given to it vanishes. No more sensual desires, no more anger or aversion, and no more ignorance. Vitaraga, Vita dosa, and Vita moha. Raga, Dvesha, moha is desire, aversion, and ignorance. Vita raga means you transcend that. Vita raga, Vita moha. If there is mind, there is also liberation from it. The path to Nibbana is extremely pure. In this unique experience of emptiness, you also drop all taints or sasrava. This is Lord Buddha's Dhamma. When you worship the stone statue, please imagine that, or please know and be aware of the intrinsic nature of the Buddha. This kind of adhigata samadhi or super awareness exists in all four postures and in between all four postures. I shall conclude by paying respect to all of you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. This is the end of that particular discussion. So it talks about a lot of Pali stuff. It raises some deep questions about Nibbana and emptiness and the nature of mind. Many think that when mind disappears, that moment is Nibbana or emptiness, but these are misconceptions. People have been talking about enlightenment for a long time, but the enlightenment Buddha talks about, that is why Aryan Mahansi has purposely adopted the word super awareness instead of enlightenment, because the word enlightenment has been misinterpreted through many disciplines. So just using the word enlightenment can mislead someone. So we try not to use that word. If it comes out of it, if someone uses it by mistake, please know that it doesn't mean the enlightenment in the traditional or the most popularly kind of used way. So in Hinduism and in many practices, even many practices that we've been going through, we've been following, talks about oneness and enlightenment, awakening, But the thing is, if they do not know or talk about how the mind is created, there's no way for the mind to be not integrated or not projected. So if there's some sort of a non-self kind of an experience, that experience is not really a non-self experience, because it's been arrived by suppression of thoughts without knowing how the mind is created moment to moment. And that experience, there's a person to whom that experience occurred. So in a very subtle way, the self-perception is there. Because technically speaking, there's no way for you to get rid of the mind or have lesser dense thoughts and to transcend the mind fully, even without that subtle sense of self-perception, to whom the enlightenment happens, without understanding how mind is created. So that's not possible. So that's why we need to understand how the mind is created through the manifestation, how it's assembled in the moment to moment through manifestations of vibrations. That's a different kind of vibration. So this Alamariya Jnana Darshana, that only comes through the darshana, meaning philosophy, meaning wisdom of truth. When we say even philosophy, it kind of is misleading. It's wisdom of truth. It's the truth. In Tripitaka, it's clearly said, the one who knows is the one who sees. As in, the one who knows this Dhamma is the one who's able to see the Dhamma. And also it's clearly said, to become a Sri Mentora, which is like the very first fruition in the path, very first stage. To become a Sri Mentora means the breaking away of the first three fetters, Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikiccha, and Silambata Paramasa. That's three in Pali. In English, it means Sakkaya Ditthi means the self-identifying view. Vicikiccha is the doubt about this Dhamma. And Silabhata Paramasa is the self-indulging thoughts. The self-identifying view is the one that we've been discussing, that was initially created as that child. The system of the child takes on the thought, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom this mother, father, and the bag belongs to. So that identifying view is nurtured throughout, and it becomes a very strong view about the world through which we see the world. I see the world, I hear everything, I smell, taste, touch, and experience this whole world. My world is centered around me, whereas whoever, it could be anybody. Your world is centered around you. Another person's world is centered around that person. So, and the self-identifying view comes into existence because as humans in this illusion, we share kind of similar faculties, or rather the sense bases, which captures similar ranges in terms of vision, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touch. Whereas animals have different ranges, they don't experience the same world we see. And through these senses, when we are born, even before the mind is developed, this sense of something is there, is already there, because this person is this child is in the mundane plane, not in the supramundane plane, which is what happens when you become a stream enterer. Meaning when you realize that there is no self here. So a person who enters this supramundane plane is a person who is from the mundane plane. So for that person, the world is real. Even before that, that person has been going on this cycle of birth, so that inclination to manifest taints, aversion, clinging aversion and diversion is there. That asava nature, inclination towards taints is there. That is that self vibration that was in the zygote level in the womb of the mother. That same vibration in which the cells multiply, that same vibration can be telepathized. If the vibration in the zygote, if it is the same thing as some vibration that's out there, that's kind of continuing in this samsaric journey, that vibration becomes this vibration through the natural phenomenon of natural frequency, resonance, telepathizing. So now the sense of self, that self vibration and self-identifying you, it's nurtured, goes through life, realizes that this is not for me, or I need to understand what the truth behind all this, or I don't want to suffer anymore, comes to this path, listens to this Dhamma, and slowly sees how the mind is created moment to moment as a practice. So we've been talking about the practical approach. Today in the morning there was a great sermon where this practical approach that we've been talking about, the first step of it was described properly. So I'm kind of touching base on the script of the book in simpler language while talking about kind of trying to incorporate the practical approach that we've been talking about. So the first step, the first karmasthana, or the unique meditation instruction, is to see, we've been talking about how the mind is created. Whenever you are you're doing whatever you're doing in life, going to work, getting ready to go to work, take care of your children, going on vacation, whatever it is, to see these things, whatever is around you, let's say you wake up first thing in the morning. We have talked about this example a few times before. The alarm goes off and the sound is heard. The mental image is created in the mind of the alarm going off. So what you heard is a sound, just a sound. If you pay attention to it, there's no listener, and what is being listened to, it's just the sound there. Sound is all there is. And then that mental image, and then there'll be another. These mental images are also the same thing as the perceptions or sanya. And there will be another mental image. Oh, it's about time to get, it's time for me to get ready to go to work. And the body is activated and walk towards the bathroom. And in between, there's identification of what is being seen. The room, you will look around the room. Even though we call it you, not even you, the system will scan the room and recognize the door, and the image that is relevant to the door is being looked at, and the thought is there that it's the door. Walk through the door, get into the shower, or brush your teeth. Maybe have the, not maybe, I'm sorry. There will be a mental image that will be created that I need to brush my teeth. So if you carefully look at that mental image, there's a sense of self there. If you're able to see that mental image is also just an image, just an input from the eye sensor, slowly this sense of self will be diminished, and the body is activated, and the process is carried out of brushing the teeth. And then there's another mental image, I need to take a shower. The body is activated, the eyes, ears, nose, the skin, the tongue, everything is activated. The body will be walked towards the shower. The shower will be taken, like whatever you're doing, rubbing your body, and all this process has. You will see that in between, everything will be activated through a mental image, perception, sanya, and the process is carried out. There's no doer here. So practice this way throughout the day when you're eating. So when we eat, let's say there's a steak or whatever, the image is seen. The mind recognizes it to be a steak. We can't even differentiate between these two steps because it's so fast. The moment you look at the steak, the label is already kind of there because it happens so fast. But we are kind of trying to slow it down and see this difference. Notice these differences to understand, because the experience of seeing, if you observe it, and the idea that this is a good steak is the thought, that's a different experience. So the experience of seeing moves from that to the experience of thinking. So these subtle things, if you can notice throughout the day, this is the path. And then you will cut a piece and you will, then in the whole experience, while doing all that, there are mental images of you biting, cutting it, putting it in the mouth, biting. Not that anybody is doing, it's the process. You will be, if you try to look at this in a way that in an angle where there's no consciousness, or without without reinforcing on the fact that I am doing that. Just observe the experience. You don't have to do anything fancy. Just observe what's happening and inquire within you to see if there is a self. Is it a self doing it, or is it just the seeing is just seeing, hearing is just hearing? Do not believe because it's being said here. Just this is the inquiry. This is the, we call it Arya Pareshana. It's the noble investigation. The inquiry, have that inquiry. Whatever we talk about here, within you have that. Is that so? How is it so? Inquire. Try to kind of make sense of it. Try to create that, solve that puzzle in you, because you're listening to this, you're hearing this, and you're trying to make sense of it. And when in that effort is required, initiated effort, we call it Arabdya Virya. Saddha Virya Sati Samadhi. I think it's, so in many aspects of Dhamma, in whatever the angle this Dhamma is communicated, every kind of path elaborates on, reinforces on the necessity of the effort. So have that effort, put that effort to see the mind, and in that effort, this intellectually gained knowledge turns into your own realization. It's a feeling. Mind, intellectually gaining knowledge belongs to the mind. But realization is a feel that it's like if someone hasn't eaten salt in their life, however much we talk about the salt, this person wouldn't know. But one day if someone put some grains of salt or give a spoonful of salt or whatever it is to this person, then that day onwards, that person would know what salt tastes like. And that is not a knowledge. That is not knowledge. That's a feeling. So this path is gaining this knowledge intellectually first, and with that inquiry, slowly it turns into the feeling. You're able to feel the non-vibration, because slowly, initially it needs this inquiry and the contemplation using thoughts. Now when you think about these things, it is thoughts, but in between there are insights and the internal transformation. This is self-evident to you. You can validate these claims for yourself. This is what Buddha talked about, not blind faith. So, back to the practical approach that we were talking about. So have that inquiry, have that angle without the mind consciousness. So you look at things this way, and the steak, you take a piece of it, you cut a piece of it and put it in your mouth. If you pay attention to the experience of biting into it, if it is hot, it's felt not by the tongue. That the temperature detection is a function of the skin, or the function of the faculty of the body. The body consciousness, the knowing that a temperature is felt, doesn't belong to the skin. Just like seeing something doesn't belong to the eye, the physiological eye, and this could be extended to all the, not just to eye but ear, nose, tongue, everything. And then while you're biting into it, there's the noise, the sound of biting. The temperature is detected by the body consciousness, body faculty of the body. And that temperature doesn't have the label steak yet. Steak. It doesn't carry the label steak because that label comes from the mind. It's a function of the mind. The experience of feeling the temperature under the tongue and the experience of knowing the label, experiencing it in your awareness, they're two different experiences. Neither by themselves can talk about a steak. And then the taste, if you pay attention to the taste is just a taste. You cannot, that doesn't say beef or the steak, but the experience together, as you put it in your mouth, the picture, the image, even though image doesn't have any steak. Image is like some pink, brown color variations, and the plate is probably white, and the steak against the white, the color pink and brown against the white background. And we can't use the words background, pink, brown. It's just for the communication purposes only I'm using, because otherwise there's no way to communicate this. But know that those labels too are not part of the experience. Experience is just experience of seeing it. When you see it, because this label is given to you many more times before, your parents, teachers, or whoever, or this is a steak, show the picture, image of that, and they must have called it a steak so many times when you were growing up. Now, today also, when you see the image, that same label telepathized. It not that it's stored somewhere or whatever. This vibration becomes this vibration is here. That vibration has giving the label to the steak has happened before. We can't even say before, but yes, let's go with that for now. This becomes that vibration. So when you bite into it, if you really see this process, you're eating or biting into a thought. Steaks. Tongue tastes the taste of it. It doesn't have a label. While you're thinking, I'm eating a steak with the mental image of a steak, of you eating it, and how the steak moves around in your mind. There's a mental image for that also. So if you go through this practice until it becomes until it becomes self-evident, you will see that we have never been able to experience any out external world. We have already always been associating with perceptions, as in sanya, mental images. One mental image from another to another mental image to another mental image. In between, the so-called physical has been acting accordingly. This is not anybody's doing. So this is the practical approach that you should practice, and that's all I got for today. Let's move on to the next the discussion portion of the Zoom discussion. And Teruvan Sarana everyone, Justin, Kima, Dr. Ravi, Shriyani, Randima. Teruvan Sarana, Randima.
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai Harshi. Yeah, thank you so much for your excellent speech. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahasa, Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I think, yeah, Harshi discussed about, I think, very important aspect of this Pratipada, the practice. So if you will have any questions, you will can ask. I think that will benefit the entire forum. Please feel free to ask anything. Yeah. Yeah, Harshi, I think so. As you very correctly pointed out, so
Therwan Saranai, Randima. Sorry.
Therwan Saranai, yeah, Dr.
Therwan Saranai. Yeah, I have a question. When I listened to Harshi's speech, what I felt was in one certain point she said there is no kind of mind consciousness. There is no place for the mind consciousness. Uh, can we say like that? I mean, uh, uh, can we openly discuss about these things? So, do you have the mind consciousness in a place where you get liberated from the mind, or do you have or don't you have the mind consciousness in that particular space? So, what do you think? How we uh, uh, get these things cleared up?
Yeah.
So, Dr.
So,
Randima, give me a second. I'll
okay.
clarify that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if I said
No,
that or I
I
meant
know you
it that
didn't tell
way.
it, but I
Okay.
heard like that. So
Yeah,
it's a good
I
point
said
to talk,
it's
isn't it?
yeah. I said it won't be assembled. I mean, the mind will still. I'll give a short answer on the mind will still be there. I know when we talk about these things, sometimes we say mind won't be there, transcending mind. It feels like there won't be any mind at all, but the mind will be there. The burning that it brings upon is the one that's dissolving, because it's very contextual. Whatever we say, sometimes we say there's no thing, there's nothing there, and it sometimes if somebody's kind of joining just that day would feel like, oh, there's nothing, but that's not the case. That what we mean by that is, if you're in the whole context, you'll understand. It just it just doesn't exist in the same way we think it exists. It just assembles, or it comes to existence in the moment. So that is a short answer. I mean, I didn't want to I wanted to clarify if I sounded wrong or something. Randimaya, you can answer that question. I mean, maybe I can join later. Yes, Randima Thiruvansalan. Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for
Yeah,
asking
okay.
that question.
Yeah. I think that question has a very deep end. I think Aryan Mahansa is the best person to answer this question, because this question can draw to a level like Sanya, Anya, and we can explain. So that is the field of perception and the nothingness field of any of the perception. So that actually this goes to very deep question, I would say, not easy to answer. But as Harshi mentioned, can we can form answer like this mind consciousness is really the energy. So it is the power. So now we understand, is this mind consciousness real? No. Mind consciousness is a process. It is a formation in the present moment. So the present moment, this formation, that is the sparks of other senses coming together and now feel as a combined spark, combined shot, combined signal. So this is not true. This consciousness is not true. So that is the one first we understand here. So then the question come, why this consciousness felt? So if it is an illusion, why it is felt? It is felt so strong because of the ignorance. Otherwise, this sixth sense, mind is not real. Mind is really, if there is no power like, then it will be just a sense level experience, just a seeing, just a hearing, like that. But the problem is now this perception, because each and every moment, yeah, when you want to drink something, that signal come, that mind image come, and then it is a signal. So in that signal, the rest of the task happen. So it's not a problem there. So it is the action mind. But the problem here is the power, unnecessary power. So the consciousness that everything is real, the world real, so-called myself real. So this is the power here, actually. So so what happens is, like, when we understand the present moment, experience is not real. Every experience here is a misconception. Nothing is real, nothing found, just a moment spark only. So when that truth is seen, so then it is the internal transformation, like, because it start to feel the truth of this whole process, because it sees, what is the reality of this process that is seen within them. Then the present moment experience, you see, will not felt like before. So therefore clearly there is a difference between the consciousness, the power of the consciousness that were experienced before, and the power of the consciousness that is experienced after. Even you all have these experiences. So there is a dropped in this consciousness. Therefore, the consciousness, why it is felt, you see, powerfully, it because of the ignorance. But when the ignorance crystal clearly fade out, what happens is, this power, you see, is also fading, because nothing real. This is an illusion. There is nothing to attach, nothing to fight, nothing to pain. Every incident is just a moment experience, or just a moment spark only. So slowly what will happen? This perception will not, you see, even though now the signal come, the sun perception come, mind signal come, eating whatever the food, that signal come, the house signal come, even though that come, now that signal cannot form the energy like before in the system. So naturally, the lust for the signal has now lower. So that is that. So all this happen, why? Because underlying all these perceptions, there is a one underlying spark perception here, that everything is real, the world real, and so-called myself is real. But once that perception break down, you see, the system naturally not giving so much energy, or not raising energy on any of the perceptions. So therefore naturally the consciousness is the one which is fading, in the sense the power is the one fading. That's why this sanya anya, that is the perception, and the perception materializing, and the experience that the perception not materializing, it is dematerializing the system, is that even though the signals or the spark arises, it doesn't carry any power, or it doesn't feel in the system. it automatically negated like in the system. So
Yeah.
that is the kind of automatic liberation. So your question is there a place for the mind? Actually, there is no place for the mind. So it's a spark. It's a, you see, it's a signal. So even though we split like seeing and thinking, there's nothing like that. That splitting occur in the ignorance. But here, all what is formed in this sensor system is just a one spark, one signal. So that one signal is felt like real is the illusion. Otherwise, every moment it is just a moment spark only. But naturally, when person this Thiruvaan Saranai. Yeah, yes,
that just is spark is only the knowledge.
yeah,
Experience is not like that. How can you experience this practical? You can't practically experience it. It's only the knowledge. You know that it's okay. It's true, yeah, it's okay. But how can you practically experience it? You can't. Because normally you can see. What are you looking? It's a chair. It's normal, a chair is there. It's coming. The stimulus every time is happening, no?
yeah. So that feel of
It's
chair
not gone.
Aryan
It's not
Wahansa,
gone. So it's okay. So
yeah,
tomorrow also you can see the chair. It's a chair. It's the same chair. Experience is same. You can think this one is newer, but only the thing, only the thought.
what do you mean by the
You
experience?
can't stop that because someone don't know this Dhamma.
Yeah.
He don't know this one is new chair. He's
Yeah,
thinking yesterday I showed this same chair, but knowledge is there. What's the knowledge? He know this one is new chair, but it's only the knowledge. How is experience? Experience is not that. Not that. That is not experience. What is this experience? Is
yeah.
every second is happen in this mind. What's this experience? What is this knowledge is given final effort?
It is the nothingness.
No value is coming chair.
Yes, that is the
It's not a
experience.
nothingness. It's not a nothingness. Value is gone. Everything is there. But it's okay. We can talk about nothingness. But others religions talking about nothingness. It's not this one. What is nothing? Value is nothing.
Yeah, value is the one which is fading. Yeah.
That's the knowledge is given us. We can't experience that every second happen. This everyone is new one. Every second is stimulus a new one. But experience is another one, other one. It's not that one. So value is gone. Value is disappearing. Chair is normally chair. We can think this mechanism, how is our mind is creating. It's only the knowledge. It's a mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
No,
mechanism.
Aryan Wahansa, now I need to clarify from you, like when I tell this Dhamma, most of the time you come and tell no, that it is the knowledge like and it is not the experience like.
Yeah.
So, what is the then transition? I mean, the
Transition
transition
is
point.
we want to tell in this at that
Yeah,
time. It's a knowledge only. We won't tell in this. Others. This is a knowledge. We won't tell in this. Because we are teachers. We won't teach the real. Because they're not so they are misunderstanding. Because who is the real teachers? Real teachers know this is knowledge. Because this mechanism is only the programming. It's only the program, only the Buddha told this. Is Buddha is making this program. It's a program. This Kanda, 5 aggregates, is a program. I know this. Buddha made this program. You don't believe. You don't trust. It's okay. It's a mechanism. You can't. How is you can there's the wisdom. Yeah, it's okay. Because it's a deep meaning is there. You can realize there is a wisdom. Yeah. But you can't experience it. So our eye is a material eye. But Buddha telling this after. You can't see this material eye. Chakkung Buddothpada. What's that Chakkung Buddothpada? It's a wisdom. Wisdom eye is coming. What is the wisdom eye? Wisdom eye is not a human eye. Beyond the human is coming the wisdom eye. It's not a material eye. This science is not human's material science. This science is a other one. Is a wisdom way. So we are using wisdom, but wisdom is it's not. Today, all of them are talking about other religions. We are explaining this Dhamma, especially the Western guys. So Western guys is using wisdom word is knowledge. But Buddha, what is the meaning is given this? It's not the knowledge. It's a feel. So a special word is not the prajna. Prajna is the wisdom. A special word is the jnana. So Western guy is using same word, wisdom, prajna and jnana. That is the misunderstanding. Because jnana is not the prajna. Prajna is the wisdom is okay. But jnana is not the wisdom. But Western guys have 2 words. So because Western English vocabulary is words, this noble words, how is using these Hindus words. So Buddhist guys haven't words. We are using Hindus words. We are using enlightenment, it's a Hindu's words. We are using wisdom, it's a Hindu's words. We haven't English words explain this Buddhism. Because especially I am telling this jnana. How is telling this jnana? English words. How is telling this jnana English? I asking others. It's okay. You can realize what I say. How we are telling the jnana. Because this jnana is the special one. Jnaya sadigama nibbana satchakirya. Meaning is jnana is the special. Because wisdom is, how is this mechanism is is going, that's the wisdom. But it's not a knowledge. Otherwise, it's a feel. Because it's not a material eye. That's why Buddha's word. It's a Dhamma eye. It's a truth. You can't see your material science. Material science can't see the truth. Because material science, light and sound, these sensor creations, the sensor effects is the material science is going. But this Dhamma is not a material. You can't tell in this Dhamma, this material science. You want another science. We are talking this wisdom, but it's not wisdom science. But we haven't any other word. That is why we are talking about wisdom science. But it's not a wisdom. It's a super-awareness. Because I'm using this word is awareness, because awareness is normally concentration meditation guide. They are talking this. But normally awareness is something there. You can remember. That's awareness. But this is another one. Super awareness is not that one. Material something. Super awareness is nothingness awareness. What is this nothingness awareness? Everything is here. Everything is normally happening. But your inside feel is nothingness. This special one is inside meditation. This is special one is other religions. I'm especially talking about the Hindus. They don't know Buddha's words. They are talking about Buddha is Shiva's some type of how is telling this? I was telling is a shadow or something. Buddha is not a Shiva's shadow. Is Hindu's words. Hindus don't know who is Buddha. Buddha is not a person. It's not some type of another living being. It's not a god, so some god or something or shadow or something is Shiva's. Buddha is another one. Is a non-vibration. I'm especially explain this non-vibration because akopashetu vimukti is the Tripitaka is there, is the use in this word. The meaning is every vibration is world, is your world, is your material world. But non-vibration is, what is this non-vibration? It's not a word. It's a someone finding where's the end in this world. That's a non-vibration. That's non-vibration is the Buddha's way is going. It's not anywhere. It's not a universe. It's not a galaxy. It's not something power. The Hindus are talking, that's a Buddha is something power. He's linking up like a galaxy. He's not like that universe or anywhere. This is what is Buddha's example. Oil is over. Lamp is over. Disappear. Nothing, anything. That's the Buddha's example. Not any other soul. Not any other living being or anything. You can experience this. liberation of mind, freedom of mind. Everything is here. Everything is happening. Nothing, anything is here. Anything is nothing. Anything is destroy or anything or and nothing. Anything happening. Everything is here. It's okay. Normal. You are here. This present moment. Yeah, everybody know this present moment. Is everything happening is this present moment. It's okay. It's a one spark. Meaning is one vibration is happening. That's a stimulus. That's a thought. This present moment thought only that we are living. It's okay. One thought is happening every time. It's okay. One is true. It's okay. Yeah, past is okay, gone. It's not coming again. Future is not coming. It's only the thinking. You know, past is gone. It's okay. This present moment only that we are thinking. Something remember, it's okay. This present moment only the thought. You can't go back. So future also not coming. Now you are here and now. You are thinking. Future or past. The meaning is this present moment only thought only that you are living. The other one is, what is the Buddha's word? Buddha's is not this one. Buddha says this present moment thought is not real. It's not real. It's creating one, your sense of creating. It's happening. It's not real. It's a vibrations, creations. It's a thought. That's why light, sound and form together coming, that's a thought is here. That's the kindergarten time is happening. It's a spark. It's a vibration. It's a thought. It's not real because light is not real, sound is not real. Sound and form together coming. What's that together? Sound and light? No. Sound is not real. It's a vibrations. Your eardrum is vibrations. Not anywhere. It's your sense of creations. Sensoring word. It's a thinking word. It's your mind. Every living being, they have owned their mind. They are living on their mind. Not outside or anywhere. They are thinking. They haven't experienced outside because they have only the experience, their sensor experience. That is why Salayatana Loko is Buddha's word. What is this Salayatana Loko? Is your sensor, is creations the Loko. It's a world. It's your sensory world. Sensor creations. Given you this world. It's your mind. It's a thinking. You haven't experienced outside. The various of living beings have various of senses. It's the same? No. It's not the same. That's why. This automatically is happening. It's okay, natural phenomenon. No one is doing. Nobody is doing. You are also not doing. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. Thought is, who are you? You are not your body. You are not your mind. Who are you? You are only the vibration power. That is why Buddha's explain is very important. This power is disappearing. No anywhere. Power is zero. Where's the power? Power is over. That is why. This nothingness. So practically, this one is knowledge is okay. Someone else telling this is you can think about. But what is practically experience? Practically, you know this what's happened here, what is the truth is here. You are not real. Its system is working. It's a program. It's not anywhere. So you are thinking everything is thoughts, death or birth or everything is thoughts. Yeah, that's sound and firm. It's a thought. It's a vibrations. It's a simulation world like that you are living. Yeah, it's not real one. What is the real world? Not anywhere. Because everything is where? Where's the real world? Not anywhere. Why? Material is not real. Solidity, liquidity, or what's this? You are talking about
Four
Hot
great
and
elements.
hot and cool air.
4 great elements, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. It's vibrations. Hot is waves. Sound also waves. Light also waves. Everything is waves. It's vibrations. Vibration is not real. This universe is not anywhere. It's your mind. Unbelievable. What is this? Finally, you know this. It's okay. You don't fear. Don't afraid. Don't fear. Otherwise,
No,
no.
I don't have
I'm
any
telling not
feedback.
Randhima. I'm telling that
Um,
all of this all of them. So
I think Aryan Hansa, it's very important this mind talk and the feel talk. As I understand Aryan Hansa, I mean nobody wants to listen for the mind talk, no, because that will not have any transition of any of the listeners. So it will just a vocabulary, just word, but it is only a field talk. In the sense, it is only the experience talk only has a kind of a frequency or a transformation in another listener as well.
yeah, it's
Isn't
okay, Randhima. I know you. I know you. What you're doing. What you try to telling. I know that, but this path is experience is talking about other type of I think is language, because especially uh, normally you try, it's okay, you keep going, it's okay, so you are coming, uh, it's okay, you are it's okay, no longer you can experience. I know you have experience, it's not enough. So why I am telling, you don't be hurry. I know you. I know everyone's. I have faith. Everybody's. This after death is same. We are living now. This same feel is another. So I know that. What is that feel? It's feel. How is given others? It's not easy. I know. Buddha also telling this. It's not easy to telling this. Yeah, it's okay. No, it's okay. No problem for the here. No question here. No problem here. See, I'm not telling you are wrong. I accept you. You tried not any other way. It's like you. It's you try. It's okay. I appreciate you. It's okay. It's the so it's okay. It's no problem. But I won't give this message because everything is here. Everything is happening. You are not here. What is this experience? last briefing is happening here now. So what's happened? What's the feel? What's the feel? What's the type of fear? So this nothingness we are talking, this type of example, last briefing is happening after you not here. It's okay. Everything is happening, no? You are not here. Because your last briefing is happening, you are dead. Normally, Bandhan guys are talking about death, no? It's okay. It's you are not after that. It's everything is normally going, no? Now you are living. It's okay. Now last briefing is not happening. Now you are living, no? This time also that after death, after last briefing is happening, what's that? What's that after that type? This present moment also same. That one is a experience. It's an experience. So it's happening. It's happening. Someone have this experience. You know, he not here. He not anywhere. Death is happening. He is not anywhere. But you know, who is this? Who are you? Who is death happening? What is this? That perception. Alive perception. What is that alive perception? It's not thinking. It's not nothingness. We are talking nothingness, but nothingness is thought. So it's not feel. It's not same. Why I am telling this? So Hindus are talking nothingness, but they are alive. They are talking nothingness. They are talking we are link the universe. Nothingness here. They are talking they are link the universe. What is that nothingness? They are in no universe. Buddha told this. It is not real nothingness. Because they are in universe. Because the feel is there. They like it. Yeah, it's coming inside like, yeah. That is why they are following this way because they are talking about they are enjoy it like that. Because I actually that they are talking endless happiness because they are alive here there. That's the formless world. Buddha's word is that one. You are in formless world. Buddha told this Buddothpada. Buddothpada telling this. He have nasana nasanya. That's the arupa dhyana. Is non-perception feel. So Buddha told Buddothpada, you are in there. You are in there. You are not, nothing has not happened there. It's okay, it's the enlightenment. Yeah, enlightenment meaning is that one. Alive. In light. Enlightenment. Is not Buddha's effort, it's not Buddha's way. Alive in light. That one is like a radiant
from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle modes and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, say, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, say, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, say, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpada.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, everglow, Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
Good morning, everybody. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let us begin very simple. So every experience begins the same. It comes as one of our sense of contact. A sound, a sight, a sensation, a thought, something appears. So this is the beginning. But we never notice this beginning because our mind, it moves so fast. We are stuck in a rapid speed. This very first moment itself is pure. In that very instant, very first instant, there is no problem, no suffering, no desire, just a simple sense of contact. The seeing, hearing, sensation, completely neutral. But we miss this moment. Every time we miss this first step. This moment is so fast, so subtle, so that it is over. And because we miss it, everything that follows feels natural, real. After this first moment, after this first sense of contact, something immediately follows. A feeling, not emotion, just a simple, unpleasant, neutral. And that also happens automatically. We don't choose it. It happens instantly. Sound is heard, and immediately it feels pleasant, unpleasant, or neither. So this is where it starts. This simple feeling is the seed, and everything grows from it. Now watch carefully. When this sense of contact identified, labeled as something, rest follows. The mind moves toward it, like it brings more thoughts like I like this, I want more. Not only that, when it feels unpleasant, the mind moves away. I don't like this, I want it to go. This movement toward or away is the beginning of our suffering. Both craving and resistance is the beginning of suffering. And that also happens instantly. We can't even notice it. When something, let's say someone blames us, that sadness, it comes instantly. Like we don't even notice the process before it. Like we just heard a sound vibration, a sound wave. But it doesn't come it as like that. It automatically we feel like it comes as a blame itself. and then the sadness and the rest follows. It's so fast, we don't notice it. So that's why it feels like automatic, like it's natural, like we feel it as a blame coming from outside. But what really comes is a sound wave, a sound vibration is occurring. Even though it feels natural, it feels automatic, it is learned, something that has been learned. This pattern has been repeated for years, for ages. So that's why it feels like this is just me. I am the one who is experiencing it. This is a blame. Let's say a child gets scolded. Someone blames a child in a court. Does the child know it's a blame? So then the child just hear a voice, a sound. That's it. There's no crying, no sadness, nothing. But for us, we got used to it. We learned that the way that sound wave comes is a blame, as a blame. So now when we have got used to it, so now when we hear that kind of sound wave, a vibration, we automatically taken it as a blame, not as a sound vibration. So now this reaction for that what we taken as blame, this reaction for that blame becomes the identity. So let's go deeper. This reaction doesn't stop there. Thought comes in, more thoughts comes in. If you like it, I like this. I want this more. If you don't like it, I don't like this. I don't want it anymore. And not that it isn't stop there. It comes as this is happening to me. Now there's this action, a meaning. Now something new is created, a center, a self, a me who is experiencing. Now the personal story begins. Now it has become my happiness, my pain, my problem. So now you can notice this simple to complex process. What started as a simple sound, just a sound wave, becomes a personal experience. So we'll take another example, a simple word. Let's say someone says simple word, one word, just one word. At first, it's just a sound. It's not a word, it's a sound wave, a sound vibration. Then our mind starts to interpret. Now the sound has become language, and the language it has a word. Now that word has a meaning. So now let's say it has a bad. Now then we get an unpleasant feeling. It is a stop there. More thoughts creates now. Then I don't like that. Suddenly there's this I-ness also. Then next, why did they say that to me? Then more emotion builds. When you continue with that mind, when you continue with that thoughts, they create like branches. When you move with those thoughts, more thoughts create, more emotions, more suffering it creates. But all of these things happen from one moment, just one word, just one simple sound, vibration. Just like if we know, if we can properly see what really occurred was just a sound wave, a sound vibration, that one word, and the rest was done by the mind. So if we follow the mind, we're not living in this moment. We are following the mind. We are moving through the illusion. Because whatever mind says is created by mind itself. It's an illusion. So if we follow the mind, it means we are following an illusion. But if we can come to this moment, we just heard a sound and that's it. We are not trapped in the illusion. If we follow the rest, if we follow those branches that created by the mind, then we are in the illusion. But it all starts from this one simple moment, that sensor contact. This creates this loop of suffering. If you continue with the mind, with those thoughts, you are trapped in the illusion. Then that mind creates both happiness or sadness or everything. And then it leads to suffering. So we are trapped in a loop of suffering in that illusion. When this process repeats again and again for everything, not just a sound, what we see, what we taste, what we smell, what we feel, again and again. So we are continuously trapped in that illusion. So each reaction feeds the next. So the more you give attention, the more you think about something, the stronger the feeling becomes. So we know now every thought has a power. So every thought has its own power. When we keep when we keep generating that power, as the thoughts are like sparks, when that spark is keep happening, the power of that spark, power of that thought becomes stronger. So now we feel that stronger thought because it gets stronger when we keep powering it, when we keep using it. So the stronger the field becomes, the more thoughts arises. Not only that, this stronger feeling strengthens thoughts. It is like the power generation for this illusion. So the thoughts, when you keep using more thoughts, they get more power. And that power is the one that runs this illusion. So that's how we feel this strong, alive feeling, existent feeling. Like even though we can't find self, we still feel there as this aliveness there. Like when it comes to practical world, we still feel there is this self who experiencing things. Even though there is no self, but there is this feeling, this strong feeling, this existent, alive feeling of a self. That's because the thought has more power. It's just a thought, it's just a powerful spark. That's why we have this strong feeling of existence, and alive feeling, like there is a self feeling. We can't find it, we can't objectify it, we can't find any location, but there is this still strong feeling. Then the loop is created. Once a thought comes from that sense content, it creates more thoughts. So those thoughts create more feelings, more emotions, more reactions. Now the illusion continues. But as you know, every thought is a power, a spark. When more thoughts get generated non-stop, it creates this intensity. More power means more burden, more suffering. It becomes a headache. It's powerful. So now, because it's powerful, also because it has this existent alive feeling, and also because it's happening so fast, not only that, but because it's continuously happening, every reason makes us believe, makes us feel as if it's real. So that's why those thoughts feel real, solid. It's not we're thinking, it comes as if we're feeling it as real, like something solid. But if you take what we see, let's say we see a pot. The stronger the thought of the pot, the more solid, more feeling real it is. Like there is definitely a pot. But when the thought reduces its power, or when we see through it, we see some bunch of colors, but there is no strong feeling of an existing pot. There is definitely a pot there. We don't have that strong feeling that it's a strong feel that there is definitely a pot, a 3D, this kind of pot there. It's a feel. It didn't come from the vision or that seeing itself. It came from the mind. Mind gives mind in the sense of the thought of the pot. The stronger the thought of the pot, the more alive that pot feels, more real that pot feels, more solid it feels. But when we see through it, when we see through the thought, when we know that what that we call a pot is a thought, then the thought start to lose its power, then we don't feel that strong feeling of the existent pot there. We still see the pot, but that strong feeling of that pot is not there. Like there's definitely this kind of a strong feeling. It's not there. Now let's come to an important one. Where can this be seen? Where can it stop? Not at the end, not when suffering has become strong, because then it feels too real. But at the beginning, at the very first moment, at the moment where that sensor contact is happening, that feeling, even though we call it a sensor contact, it's a feeling. We see things, we hear, we just feel those vibrations. That's what happens. So just noticing. If feeling is noticed before reaction, something changes. Before the next thought, something changes. We start to see it, take it as a feeling, just itself, a vibration, a scene. That's it. No automatic movements. There is a space. That reaction doesn't have to follow. You don't have to follow the thoughts. We see when the thought arises, and that's it. We're not trying to control it. We're not trying to take it as me or myself. Let the thought comes. But there's no harm. We are not suffering for those thoughts because we are not belong to those. So there is no self in there. So the freedom is there. Freedom from mind is there. Not later, not after fixing everything, but right here, in this tiny moment, in that tiny there's a contact, that moment. So now you can use it for your practical life. So imagine this in your daily life. Let's say a sound comes, a sound occurring. Instead of reacting, just notice. Just notice the sound. Just notice if there are thoughts. Just notice. Now you start to see the illusion, but you're not following it. You're not inside the illusion. You're just staying away from it and looking at how it builds, like how thoughts creates and how thoughts happens. Because we cannot control the thoughts. We can stop thoughts. They come. But now there is no own. There is no self. for those thoughts. They just occur like naturally it happened. But we are not following them. We are just watching them. So let's say a thought gives this something feels nice feeling. But there is no self to release those thoughts, so there's no need to hold it. Whether it's good or bad, there's no need to hold it. Let's say something feels uncomfortable, there is no need to push it away. That's also a thought. Thought is something constructed. So we don't need to take the thoughts as the truth, the reality. We don't have to take thoughts as seriously. So we don't need to push bad things away. We don't have to hold good things. Just let the thought come. And that's it. We'll stay neutral for both because thoughts are something constructed, not the reality. So why are we trying to suffer or like react to something that's not even real? Let the thought come as it is. We don't even have an authority over that. There's no owner for thoughts. Nobody does it. It comes automatically. So let it come and let it cease. We don't have to react to something that is constructed and we have no control over. So when we see the truth of this thought, when we penetrate through the thought, we see the reality. We see the illusion. Then the life becomes light, less struggle, less tension, and more ease, more peaceful, more calm. Not passive, just clear. It is not indifference, not numbness. It is clarity, seeing things clearly without immediately reacting, seeing things as it is, not by something created, not by some colorful lenses like thoughts, but seeing the things as it is. So let's get into something practical. Let us look at something extremely subtle. An event happens. Let's say a sound. So this sound, we don't take it as a sound. Usually we take it as a word, a language. So now it has a meaning, a message. Or let's take a look from someone. So immediately something is added, a meaning, right? Like a sound, it doesn't have a meaning, but we believed it as a like a language and a word, and now it has a meaning. So now there's this message, everything wheels around it. So this meaning is added later. But that event itself, before that meaning, that is there. Just a sound, a sound, a sound vibration. Just an image, or just some bunch of colors. Just a sensation, a vibration, completely simple, completely neutral. Then suddenly this meaning appears. Almost instantly, our mind starts to say, this is good, this is bad, this is disrespect, this is love, this is this. The meaning is not in that event. It's look carefully. Is the meaning inside that sound? Or is it added, interpreted, labeled afterwards? So let's take another simple example. We get a message. We receive a message. Let's say we receive the message to our phone. So what is really there? Just just some lines. What we see, just some lines. But do we take it as some lines? We take it as words, a language. Then immediately we read it from those language, and then if it's good or bad, we start to say, why did they say like that? Are they upset? Do they not care? Do they like me? Everything follows, the rest follows with that simple thought. There was just words, just some lines actually. It's not something we heard, it's something we saw. But it came as something we heard, like when we see those lines, if we take it as the language, and then immediately inside our minds, it feels like we are hearing those words, even though we didn't hear anything. It's like we are hearing those words, and then rest follows. The rest thoughts comes, starting to generate. Whether it's good or bad, it follows us. So once we follow these thoughts, now the body reacts. There's this tension, there's this uncertainty, maybe hurt. Like you can notice when you feel sad, it hurts inside. There's this pain because our this physical body is also affected by those powerful thoughts. But where did it come from? From that message or from the meaning added to it, which means our mind did that. So these meanings, they create those emotions. Everything happens so fast, every process of this. So emotion feels very real, very strong. But if we look at its root, the true root cause, thought feeds those feelings. A thought says this is a problem, not the message, but the thought. Thought is the one who's thinking this is a problem. What we saw is some light, some color. That's it. There's no meaning in that. There's no hurt in that. There's no pain in that. But we interpreted, we took it as a language and words and the meaning and everything added and added. And then now it has become a problem. Now it feels, now we are feeling sad. And that sadness make us feel hurt. The body responds to that problem. Now it feels true because the body reacts, the thought feels real. And the loop continues. That sense of contact, it creates thoughts, it creates emotions, it creates those most feel stronger thoughts, more strong emotions. Now we start to feel hurt and we create more thoughts thinking about those sad things. It continues. Thought creates more thoughts. And if we are trapped in those thoughts, if we taken them as reality, we are stuck in that illusion forever. So now that simple event is also forgotten, like the original event disappears. Now that story, that something that has been constructed remains. That the real thing is not even there. Now the illusion is there. So not only that, because thoughts are something that has been created, the same event can create completely different experience. Maybe for the same person, maybe for two different persons. Like we can interpret certain things, like we because we are the one, like the mind conscious is the one who generates thoughts. So we can think in different ways about the same event. Maybe we think like that's a good thing. At the same time, we can think it as a bad thing as well. Even that also happens with two different people also. So there is this one situation, but many interpretations. So this makes it different realities, but the same event, different suffering. Let's say three people see that same message. One might say they are busy, another say they are ignoring, another say they don't care about it, and another person is okay with that. So it's just the same sense of contact, the same, but they have different realities, different illusions, like different thoughts. So it has become same event, different sufferings. So what is the cause? Now you can see properly what is the actual cause, not the event, not the sense of contact, not that scene, but the interpretation, the thought, what the mind has created based on that sense of contact. Now comes the shift. When meaning appears, just notice this is a created thought. It is not the reality. It is the mind's interpretation about that sense of contact. That also differs from person to person. So then thought is something we cannot depend on. It is something that has been constructed, not the ultimate reality. It's not the truth, just an interpretation. It may feel true, but it is still a thought, something that has been created. So when we keep seeing the truth, when we keep experience this, our emotions start to soften, the grip loosens, life become light again. Even still happens, and then we still get thoughts, but less weight is added, less unnecessary suffering. So we can see now, nothing in this world carries a meaning on its own. Meaning is given by us, by our mind, by thoughts. And when that is seen, the world becomes lighter, because whatever we feel is not from outside, it is our own mind. And that also is not real. That is something we have created to see the world. So let us now see everything together, this whole process, as one complete movement. As usual, something appears, a sense of contact appears. It can be a sound, a vision, a different sensation like taste or smell or any touch sense to our skin. Then this is the beginning. Then feelings arises, thoughts arises. Thoughts start to interpret it as an object or something, an event. Right after that thoughts, it follows feelings, emotions like pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, It doesn't stop there. Then the mind creates more thoughts. Mind moves like, I like this, I don't like this, I hate this, I love this, I want this. And the meaning is that this is good, this is bad. It doesn't stop there also. It comes with the self, the self who's experiencing these things. It's not just something happening, it's this is happening to me. So and finally there's this suffering, whether it's good or bad, there is this suffering. So all of this whole constructed scenario happened from one small moment. And that one small moment, we never noticed it. It's a one small moment, one sense of contact, a simple vibration that we never noticed. What we noticed was always the thought. It's not that we see a bunch of colors, it's that we see a pot. Likewise. Like, let's say we hear something, it's not we hear a sound vibration, it's that we hear a squirrel. It's the thought always comes. The thought is way more powerful. So it doesn't also happen slowly. It is so fast, so automatic, so natural, so feels realistic. But that feel is not something real, something we can take in as the truth. But now you're seeing it, you're experiencing it, even slightly, and that changes everything. You don't need to stop the process. You just have to see it. You don't need to control it. You don't need to avoid it. You don't need to push it away. Or you don't have to pull it. You just see it. Just seeing is enough. The break appears naturally. When you keep seeing the truth, when you keep getting to know this Dhamma, the truth of the life, the mind, the thoughts, this illusion, when you see it crystal clearly, this chain, this illusion starts to weaken. Reaction softens, meaning loosens. To me, it becomes lighter. There's nothing to remove, there's nothing to fix. Even if the process continues, it is now visible. You see the thoughts arising and ceasing. You see everything. You see your mind. You just don't try to stuck in that. You just don't try to move with those thoughts. You just see them. There's nothing to remove, nothing to fix. You just don't try to jump into those thoughts, jump into that illusion. You're just staying away from it and see everything is happening without an owner, without an controller. and you start to experience it as it is an illusion. So what is seen clearly cannot bind in the same way. So for these last moments, don't analyze, don't follow any thought. Let everything be. Let thought comes and goes. Because nobody does it. It happens naturally. We cannot control them. So we shouldn't take them as reality as well. Let everything be. Let sounds come and go. Let thoughts come and go. Let feelings come and go. Just don't take them as the reality. It's something that we can't force. It's something naturally happens when we understand the truth. Even the suffering, we cannot force it. It will fade on its own way, on its own. It begins with something simple, and the mind builds a whole world, illusory world, with the thoughts. But when that building is quietly seen, when you see that illusion, it doesn't need to be destroyed because nothing was ever solid. And in that saying of that Dhamma, this truth, there's this gentle ending. You understand the truth. You understand the nature of the thoughts. You understand this illusion. You understand these thoughts are also something that has been created. So when you see everything as it is, when you see the illusion as the illusion, then it ends your suffering. We can't force it. We can't stop it. We can't think it. It happens automatically. When you see this truth, there is this gentle ending of unnecessary suffering. So we'll end our morning Dhamma discourse for now. There was everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vase at his feet, Hirvasana Aryan Vase, for all the guidance you are providing and all what you have preached for all of us and showing the path. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session of our Buddothpada POTV 24-hour series. This is an attempt to take this Dhamma message to the world for our English-speaking friends who are looking for the truth. As we always say, the truth is common to everybody. Whatever your background is, whatever your country, wherever you live, it's immaterial. If you have been feeling that something is lacking in your life, even though you have achieved all your goals in the life. This we see sometimes in very famous personalities also, who have climbed to the top of the mountain with all sorts of difficulties and all sorts of uh, challenges and hurdles. They reach the top, and at one point they feel that there's something lacking in what they achieved. So that is the nature of the human mind. The human mind is not satisfied with what you have gained, and always there is something that want to achieve further, something better, something different. So that is the nature of the human mind. So you may be a person who is yet to achieve your goals, who wants to do better and reach some point where you think you have reached the climax. Or you may be a person still right at the bottom of the mountain and you can see the top. You have all sorts of courage and determinations to reach the top. You may be somebody climbing halfway, or you may have reached the top of it. So before reaching the top, always you have this nature of your mind which says that some more to achieve, some more to do, and not enough. So those are the thoughts that comes up at that level. But when you reach the top of the mountain, you feel satisfied for a while. Okay, I have reached the goal that I was expecting. I have gained all these things. Maybe your status, the financial level, all your loved ones are around you, and so you will be happy and satisfied and contented for a while. But will that last forever? That is the question. Certainly, it will not last forever. Then you feel that I'm lacking something more. What should I gain? There's nothing for me to gain in the material world. You can see some such celebrities or famous people turning to different beliefs or religions afterwards simply because they feel that they are not satisfied. Something is lacking. And unfortunately, most of them do not find the solace that they were looking for from these religious aspects that they are turning. We know that Buddhism has been closely associated with meditation. People thought that Buddhism means meditation only. Meditation has been in practice in India for a long, long, long time under different names, Hinduism, and various other closely related beliefs were there. And meditation has been one of the more major components of those religions. True that meditation means what it represents mainly is the concentration meditation. And when you do concentration meditation for a long time, you can achieve a kind of restraining of your mind, which is like a wild buffalo all the time, who is very restless, who is running to the all corners of the world every fraction of second. And not only that, to the past and present all over the. So that's my mind is a flow of thoughts. So this concentration meditation helps a person to keep that restless mind focused onto one point mostly. That is a kind of making a wild animal tamed and tying up to a pole and trying to keep it in one place. But the moment when you untie this animal, what will happen? Will the animal just stay as it is? No, it will find its freedom and go away. So, concentration meditation is something like that, where you restrain, you keep the mind in one place. And that has been in practice, as I said, even before the Prince Siddhartha was born. Still, there are lots of people, lots of hermits who are meditating for years and years in those countries, particularly the Himalaya region and throughout India. Not only that, even Sri Lanka, quite a lot of people are meditating in monasteries. We just heard a story about a leopard attacking a foreign monk who has been meditating in the middle of the deep jungle, where actually they were warned about the heavy population of leopards and bears in that area, but they have chosen that area, and that unfortunate incident happened. So this meditation, has been closely linked to Buddhism. And not only that, the concentration meditation for a long time, a person who is doing for a long time, actually has the ability to do some kind of miraculous things. Because the mind is so powerful, we know that mind has a strong power. We have heard about the stories, the hermits walking in the sky, walking on the surface of the water, and tolerating the freezing cold temperatures in Himalaya region, and meditating with bare-bodied, uh, staying bare-bodied. So the miraculous things were never appreciated by Lord Buddha. There were arhants who could do this type of miraculous things, and definitely Lord Buddha had that ability. But he said not to do such things to attract people, because the hermits from the other religions, other beliefs, uh, who were kind of pioneering in this meditation, were trying to attract the crowds with such performances. So that the important fact is that it's not the end. It's not the nirvana, because when Prince Siddhartha left the palace looking for truth, he met some of these famous gurus, famous teachers who were teaching meditation and who have reached very high levels of high meditative levels of mind, samadhi or dhyana levels. And in those, actually, they can stay still and there's no need for food or drink, maybe for several days without any motion, they could stay. So those were the levels that explained at that time as different levels of Brahma. So, what is the danger of such situations? Danger is that you can achieve a very great tranquility in your mind. It's very comfortable, very calm, and very sort of feeling very uh, comfortable and relaxed. So it can cause some form of addiction to that level. Those gurus thought that it is the end of it, uh, and therefore they continue to practice those meditation, and also they train their followers also to do the same thing. So, along with these miraculous kind of performances and their ability to stay like that in that posture for long, long hours, people were impressed. And they themselves, these teachers, they themselves were greatly misguided by that comfortable feeling. They thought that they have reached the arhat state, or they have been to the they have uh, uh, been to uh, uh, the nirvana. So that was their understanding. But Lord Buddha's understanding was different. He felt that this is not the end. That is why he left those gurus. So, as I said, many people in the world know the Buddhism as something closely associated with meditation. A person who has a deep understanding of the Dhamma is invariably going to be a person who has excellent experience in meditation also. That was the understanding. And also, it was a kind of meditation that is done either in the seated position or walking, but not in the other postures. See the difference. What Lord Buddha explained was about the insight meditation or the Vidarshana meditation. It's like a wild buffalo is allowed to roam freely in an area, but uh, a close eye is kept about its behavior. Not that it is tried to tie up to a pole with force and trying to restrain it, but it's allowed to walk around, roam around freely, but just observe its way of behaving. So that is an example or metaphor that we can give about the insight meditation that was taught by Lord Buddha. In other words, you watch how the thoughts are formed, how the mind is behaving, what is meant by this mind, and what is meant by this self, How do you feel that you are alive or yourself is there? There's a self called myself is there. How do you get that impression? So those are the things that you have to uh, uh, find out, research yourself. So actually speaking, the insight meditation can be done in any posture as long as you fall asleep. Even the lying down position is okay. And standing, sitting, walking, or lying down, any posture. And also while doing some work, you can do it. That means maybe standing posture or seated posture, doing some form of work. Or you can be actually just watch the nature, a kind of silent meditation. Other one is working meditation. So you can practice this in any moment. What is important is to find out the behavior of the mind. You allow the buffalo to roam around and then uh, you keep an eye on the buffalo. So the mind is such that mind is also like a wild buffalo. And particularly when you do not understand the nature of this mind, you feel that it is really something restless. Thoughts are actually very heavy. Thoughts are felt uh, as heavy things. You don't feel comfortable when there's a flow of thoughts, isn't it? You might sometimes say that I'm really troubled with these thoughts. The thoughts are coming in a high flow and I do not know what to do. That is sometimes a complaint. So can you stop formation of the thoughts? No, you can't do it because it is something like a flow that is happening as a part of a system. Now, when the eyes are kept open and provided that the eyes are in functioning situation, you cannot uh, stop or select the things that you see. If you keep your eyes open and then if you turn your head to either side, see the range of things that are thought to be seen. What happens really is that there is continuous vibration of the eye faculty and which gets synchronized to some other similar vibrations. So the concept of seeing is happening. Always the word speed has to be applied in all these situations. Simple, slow vibration is not going to create a picture. It's the fast vibration which creates the picture. So the speed or the fastness is the decisive factor there. So hearing also same. If your ears are functioning, you can't control or select the sounds that you are hearing. As long as they are within the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz, you will hear the sounds from various sources. What is important is that focusing to that particular one occurs means that particular one vibration is occurring. So you cannot select the sounds, can you? Yes. Similarly, if some form of food is kept on your tongue, there's a sense of taste created. That is because of the vibration of the tongue receptors. Whether you like or not, even if it is bitter or very sour, you will feel that taste. Similarly, a nose, if the nose is in functioning level, that means you don't have a cold or something which causes some impairment of your smelling. You will feel the smells, the things you like or things you do not like. Some form of frying of food is happening in the kitchen, you will get that smell, and something, a dead animal smell, a putrefied smell is coming. Again, both will be felt as long as your nose is functioning. Same about the skin, whether you like or not. If the skin is not anesthetized, you will feel the cold, you will feel the hotness, isn't it? Nowadays, these days in Sri Lanka, there's a heat wave going on, very high temperatures, and people feel very warm, very uncomfortable. They complain about it, but there's nothing you can do as long as that skin is functioning. The feeling of temperature is inevitable. So these functions will collectively combine to form the thought. So then, if these 5 doors are uncontrollable, if the creations of these 5 senses is not preventable or controllable, the ultimate product or the thought is also going to be uncontrollable. That is also going to happen as a result. So then, is there any point of complaining about the thoughts? No. So the nature of this mind is the flow of the thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. You yourself can feel it, can't you? Because this fraction of second, there's one thought, and then instantly it will change to some other point. The stimulus will change very quickly. Right now, if you're thinking about your child, it's not just one thought. It's a collection of thoughts about your child. So collectively, a series of these thoughts gives rise to the feeling that there is one single thought of that stimulus. So the thoughts are very fast formed and also very fast flowing. So the thought formation is, as I said, the process where the 5 senses are combined. And the thoughts, you have so many thoughts, you can give a long list of the thoughts that can be formed. Common ones are the happiness, sadness, and anger. Then you have the jealousy, hatred, cravings, feeling low, so many words can be used to explain different types of thoughts. So as I said, if you cannot control, if there is no way of controlling the vibration of the other 5 sensors, then the vibration of the mind sensor is also not something preventable. So as a result, there is a continuous flow of thoughts. So as a result of these thoughts, then there will be additional thoughts which are formed. If that thought is felt as real, then along with that, there will be kind of burn or fire occurring within that. That fire or burn is the one that is interesting actually. again you can see that it is a part of that system. No one is doing that. And if it is a part of the system, and if you can't do anything about it, what should be done? What is a step then? The important point that you have to understand is that that fire is myself. That is what you have to understand. If you can extinguish that fire by somehow, then you can just let the senses function, which includes the mind also, which includes the thoughts. So the mind will also be functioning. There will be thoughts, but when this is understood as a system, it is functioning. There's nothing can be done about that fire also, which is a part and parcel of that system. How relaxed will you feel? So that is what we are trying to explain in this true Dhamma teaching. That is what actually Lord Buddha explained nearly 2,600 years ago. That is what he found as a unique Dhamma. He found out that this is a permanently lasting sukha or relaxed nature, not something which will be reversed to the previous situation with whatever you are doing. We know that concentration meditation, even if you do for a long time, the moment that there is an unexpected challenge, it will lead to reversal back to the square one. You may have heard sometimes our mothers who are going for these retreats and meditation courses, sometimes days, weeks, or 1 month even. So as long as you are there doing the concentration meditation, where the surrounding environment is also very calm and quiet. Your attention, even if it goes to your home, it will come back soon because it's very comfortable here. You forget about the whole world. Actually, this is what is happening in the retreats in most of the countries, where this is shown as the pure Buddhism. So people do come there for the comfort, to get uh, get released from that pressurized kind of mind. Particularly after working during the weekdays, they try to come to a program like this. Or maybe they take leave from their workplaces and then go for a retreat, like 2 weeks, or 1 week or 2 weeks. So it's true, it's felt very comfortable. It's very nice, very addictive when we are doing the concentration meditation for a long time. People switch off their phones, so no communication with the rest of the world. Wear simple clothes and depend on some very simple food items, very simple ways of uh, uh, getting the hunger and the thirst satisfied, and no talking or very minimal talking. You are kind of going to the primitive stages and you feel how comfortable it will be, particularly when your phone is not ringing every 10-15 minutes. When you are not sort of dressed up in that beautiful clothes, you are just wearing something simple, something very comfortable. mostly maybe barefooted, even not even the shoes or anything. And you do not have lots of topics to talk about with the people because talking is sometimes completely prohibited in some of these monasteries. So actually, you are going backwards, you are going to your primitive levels, and we didn't have this much of pressure at that time. So that is why people are addicted for that comfort that they experience in these meditation retreats. But as I said, it is a very temporary measure. And this wrong concept, wrong view about the Buddhism and the meditation uh, makes a completely wrong picture that this is what is meant by nirvana. So if you do more meditation and if you try to spend some time meditating at home also, you tend to feel that I'm floating in my mind, I'm floating very comfortable. So whenever there is some form of stressful incident, a person might try to uh, uh, do a little bit of meditation, maybe to go to the temple and meditate for 1 hour and come back. So what I am trying to stress is that this is not the Lord Buddha's teaching. Lord Buddha didn't say anything about a temporary measure. You are like, without putting the proper treatment to a wound, you are putting a plaster and covering up. So that is not what Lord Buddha expected to give the world. Lord Buddha wanted to give the permanent solution to this. So that is where the Vidarshana meditation is coming up. So in Vidarshana meditation, as I said, it can be done in any posture, irrespective of the work that you are doing. Not only that, for a person who is trained on this aspect, it can be done in whatever the environment that you are staying. Even a very busy, noisy environment, you can apply this insight meditation thing. But for a beginner, maybe you need a little bit of calm and calm environment where it is close to the nature. Uh, so, what is this insight meditation? In other words, you do kind of analysis of your process. What is happening here? Who is this thing called self? What is this feeling of being alive? What is this feeling of myself or mine? How the thoughts are formed. So these are the parts of the darshana that you have to first understand before this. That is also a kind of vidarshana actually. Vidarshana means it's piercing through and through. So for example, how the thoughts are formed. You see, first analyze how thought is formed. The beautiful examples, that metaphors given by R.N. Mahanse. One was that if you study the line pattern of a mango leaf, then you know that all the mango leaves have the same kind of some similar pattern. You needn't to check each and every leaf. Also, R.N. Mahanse gave another metaphor, a mangosteen. From outside, the mangosteen fruit is reddish purple in color. And if you want to know how it looks inside, you have to cut one fruit. Inside, you have those juicy part, which is pure white. So when you cut one fruit, you know how the other fruits are also inside. Similarly, if you analyze a thought very well, then you know whatever the thoughts which are coming up going to be the same. So then you can handle the thoughts in a better way. And also another part in this Vidarshana is that how this self is formed. So the self is also a thought, if I say. I don't know whether you can take it up. But that is not what we had. That was not the impression that we had all this time, isn't it? We had the impression that this physical body is myself. Or maybe you thought that the mind is myself. So, how this physical body became you was something that was built up from the small age. Because the small baby didn't have any idea what this body is. Very first time when you pointed to his body and say that this is baby Mala, the baby may have been a bit surprised. Now he's showing this body. So he could see that shape maybe on the mirror and say baby Mala. Baby had some idea that she was called Mala. Now the two things are getting tied up together. The sound is tied up to the shape that is seen. So it's a vibration of the eye and vibration of the ear. Now this was right at the beginning, how this body was connected to this sound called baby Mala. So this is from that beginning, little by little, more and more perceptions occur, more and more points are added, more and more facts are fed to the hard disk of the computer, or more features are added to the robotic machine knowledge. So if you feed the robotic machine, this is you, this body is you, then it will be just another data for the robotic machine. The robotic machine will say, this is me. It will point out to that structure, metal structure, and say, this is me. But isn't it another data that was fed? Yes. So if the robotic machine was given a name, we'll take the name as Tom. So you are Tom. This body is Tom. So if that thing is fed to the robotic machine will repeat it, saying that this is Tom, I am Tom. But does it mean anything? No, it is just another perception that has been fed to that robo machine. So similarly, what we have is a long list of perceptions that has been fed time to time. That is how this concept of myself came up. So this body has been, that is the most common misconception. The body is me. And then also somebody else might say, no, it's not the body, it's the mind which is me. Is there something solid called mind? No. Mind is something that is formed then and there, each and every fraction of second, a new mind, a new thought is formed. So this series of thoughts is called mind. Not just one thought, a collection or a flowing thoughts are called mind. It's like the river. You won't call the river if the water is still. You call it a river when the water is flowing, isn't it? When the water is falling from the sky to the ground, we call it rain. But if there is a drop of water somewhere, we won't call it rain. So there also the speed is a matter, isn't it? The speed. So the mind is also speedy formation of thoughts. So when you know how these thoughts are formed, uh, it's an art actually. Knowing it is very important. Art of formation of the thoughts. And the thoughts become stronger and stronger depending on the time period that a particular system had an association with. Now, for example, the thought called mother or the thought called wife or husband or the thought called son, uh, they have a longer association with the system rather than the thought called uh, a tree, maybe a coconut tree or something like that. So you can find enough mm, points of contemplation where uh, longer the association with that stimulus, stronger the perceptions are. That means that thought is heavy because so many perceptions are there in that single vibration. So talking about the mother or yourself, even myself. So the association with the mother may be uh, uh, well, it started earlier than the myself. But of course, if the mother is no longer living with you, if the mother has passed away, then the thought about myself will be the strongest one right at the moment. So any thought, when it occurs, longer the association, the heavier the amounts of perceptions in that. Now, talking about your child, you never had this concept of the child before your marriage. Even after marrying, maybe after some time the child was born. So the concept about the perceptions about the child started coming from that point. The uh, the the nature of the chitta niyame or the mind nature of the nature's law about the mind. Chitta niyame is something that was disclosed by Lord Buddha. The behavior is such that behavior of this mind is such that it's very unpredictable. Not there's no particular planned way of formation of the thoughts, and it's so fast. It comes as a single vibration with all that perceptions that you had over a long time. And not only that, now we know that with Aryan Mahanse's explanations, we know that the vibration, single vibration called the thought, which comes up right now, not only has the perceptions from this birth, but also it has the perceptions from wherever you are coming from in your samsara journey. So see how complex and how difficult to understand is that having all those qualities in one vibration. Not only that, that vibration occurs right now at this point, and you can't keep a time gap. You can't think of a time gap because it is happening so fast. And talking about, if I tell you the word mother, uh, it's just a sound to you, isn't it? It's a sound because there was vibration from my throat, and that vibration became equal to your eardrum vibration. The two vibrations became equal, and this concept of hearing occurred. But the ear cannot give any specifications to this sound. The sound identification is done by the mind sensor, which is without any time gap, which will vibrate right now. So that is your thought. When I say the word mother, it's simply a sound, and then immediately see the amount of perceptions that you get along with that. Picture of your mother and all her qualities, all your nostalgic memories of the mother from the small age, her kind behavior, the tender loving care you received from her, and the way she spoke. You will hear her voice also right now. If she had a particular body scent, you will feel even that. A gentle touch you will feel on the skin. But certainly none of those senses had any experience of such things at this moment. Only the vibration of the ears occur. But without the function of the eyes, a picture came up. Without the function of your nose, a particular smell came up. And without the function of your skin, you felt a tender touch. And so many other thoughts will follow, isn't it? I mean, all the beautiful times that you spent together. And if she's no more with you, the sad feelings, maybe even the pictures of her, the funeral day, her last words will be echoing in your ears. And not only that, even your body sensor will be vibrating, and even some tears might come to your eye. Now see how quick was all that. Just a fraction of a second before, your mother was nowhere in your mind, isn't it? Now with that sound, just a sound, the whole thing came up, and it is just like an episode of the film that you are watching right now, and you are actually playing the role of the son in that film. So this is what is meant by living. We are in a dream world with each and every sensor functioning. There's a whole lot of stories, a whole lot of uh, parts of the film is coming up, and the film is running, and you are acting a role in that. But are they true? That is a question that we have to ask. If I say it's not true, you might say, how can you say it's not true? I can see the things, I can hear the things, I can feel the things. So how can you say that it is not true? Okay, my next question is, how can you say that it is true? Yes, I can feel. Okay, that means just something you felt on the skin. And if your skin wasn't there, or if your skin was numb, that skin feeling is not there. Then you might say, no, I saw it. Okay, so that is because your eye was vibrating at that time and matching with another vibration. If you didn't have the eye, you can't call it seeing that, right? If you go to the next one, you might say, I can hear the sound. I can hear what you say. All right. If the ear is not there, if you're deaf from birth, You can't talk about any form of sounds. I can feel the smell. Supposing we will go to an imaginary situation where you were born without a nose, or your nose was not functioning at all from birth. So you have no experience at all about smells. Then you can't talk about that also. Well, then going to the tongue. Uh, Supposing you were born with some defect of the tongue where you have no ability to taste anything, then you can't talk about the taste also. Now you can see that the whatever the thought that you are having, 100% depends on these five senses. If you didn't have any of those senses, this is just an imaginary situation. If you didn't have any of those senses, five senses, or if this fast vibration didn't happen, instead of the fastness, if there's just a slow vibration, then you will not be able to feel any of this. Then can you say that I have got the thoughts? No, because the five senses are responsible for the thoughts. If the five senses are not there, or for some reason the speedy mechanism of vibration is not happening, then you can't talk anything about the thoughts. What is meant by thought? Thought means your world, isn't it? Anything, you name anything that is a part of the world. Not only that, even yourself is a part of that world. So, now what? It's a bit complicated now, isn't it? Because you thought that what you felt, what you saw, what you smelled, tasted, all that was yourself. But if those organs are not there, if that function of fast vibration is not there, there is no self created. So, what is this self? What do you mean by self? Self is that power of that thought. Power of that thought is simply a current. Actually, there is no self here. It is that current which is interpreted as the self. We know that uh, when there is a when there is some form of power given to a machine, the machine will start working. If you give the power to a robot, the robotic machine will start functioning. Does it mean that robot is alive? No, you can't say that robot is alive, because simply if that battery is removed, the robot will stop functioning. Similarly, if you do not give put a battery to one of those toys which function with the batteries, the toy will not be functioning. So similarly, in this physical body, if that so-called current is not there, there won't be any function. When that current is not there, then this body becomes useless, isn't it? When the current is not there, the body will be discarded, saying that it's dead. So this current is the one that we have to investigate. What is this current? This current is actually coming from your thoughts. And we know that thoughts are formed with the combination of the five senses. Actually, five senses are needed to form the thought. So basically, you need it. And the automatic combination of these five senses will give rise to the thought. But how does that thought get that current or the power? It's because of the speed. So speed is the decisive factor here. When something is happening, when a vibration is happening very fast, there is a current created there. That is physics actually. Each vibration has a current. And when the vibrations are occurring very fast, this current is accumulated. There's a stronger current when it comes to the level of seeing. There's a stronger current when it comes to the hearing. Similarly, feeling taste, feeling smell, and feeling the skin sensations, they all have a stronger current than a single vibration. And it doesn't stop beyond a certain level. That means beyond the level of the baby, this current will combine to form the thought. So the thought has a current. That is the current which gives rise to the power for this physical body to move around. So it's something like putting the battery to the robotic machine, or it's like putting a battery to a little toy which is going to move around when the battery is inserted. So now you can see it as a cycle, isn't it? The physical body components, the physical components like the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin are needed to create the sensor functions. When the sensor functions occur, there is a power created. And that power, when it is strong enough, it will help to move around this physical body. When that current is not created, the physical body will stop functioning. So, in other words, the breathing is necessary for the physical components to function. So that is why Lord Buddha said that Kaya Sankara, underneath the Kaya Sankara is a breathing. Underneath the Vachi Sankara, it is the thoughts. And underneath the Mano Sankara, it is the sensation and the perception. So it's kind of a cycle, helping each other. The body is helping the mind to be formed, and mind is helping the body to be sustained, isn't it? So at one point, when the breathing stops, the physical parts of the body, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin will stop vibrating. When that vibration is not there, the thoughts will not form. And when the thoughts are not there, the power that is needed to uh, move around or activate the physical body is not there. Then you call that person is dead.